The good cancer. Let me tell you about the good cancer. You'll die with prostate cancer, not from it. It's a pussycat, not a tiger. Here are some facts about the good cancer. My father died from prostate cancer. 12,000 of our dads, brothers, sons, and friends die from prostate cancer every single year. Is that good? It is the most common cancer in men, and 1 in 4 black men will get the stomach-churning news that I got. Is that good? Treatment can save your life, but can also cause some nasty side effects. For me, that meant constant hot and cold sweats. I'm constantly going back and forth to the toilet. Is that good? I was diagnosed at just 63. Mine was aggressive, incurable. Telling that to your sons, I promise you, this is not good. I'll tell you what is good. When my mate Tom comes up and hugs me and says, "Because of you, I caught it early." Now that's good. A reassuring nurse on the end of the phone after you hear those shocking words when you're making agonizing choices about treatment options. That's good. Thanks to our campaigns, over 1 million people checked their risk in 1 year, meaning many, many more like Tom. That's good. Seeing people across the country do all kinds of crazy things, raising money for life-saving research, and seeing the results of that research. New treatments funded by Prostate Cancer UK are giving me and thousands of men more time with their loved ones. That's good. Everyone at Prostate Cancer UK is working non-stop to get a world where no man dies from prostate cancer. And we all have the power to navigate it. My diagnosis came too late. But by the time my sons are my age, a doctor might say your screening caught it in time. And the treatments can sort this out without side effects. And that will be good.
Surrey supporting Prostate Cancer UK and a wonderful charity that does wonderful work. Good morning to you all on a very nice day down here in South London. It's warm, there's a little bit of cloud cover, and it's Surrey's latest game at the Metro Bank 50. The visitors Glamorgan today, as you can see there. Few people already inside the ground. London looking resplendent over the back of the JM Fin stand. I'll whisper this, you can see the MI5 building there as well, but nobody knows it's actually there. But Surrey played 2, lost 2, of course, in this competition last week at Guildford. Lost their opener to Leicestershire by 6 wickets and then lost to Gloucestershire by 85 runs. Glamorgan, they lost their opening game, the holders, by 72 runs against Hampshire. And unfortunately, their game against Derbyshire, not a ball was bowled, abandoned without a ball being bowled. So, as you could see there, the Surrey team on the boundary rope, getting ready to go out into the middle. I could tell you that Surrey have won the toss and decided to bowl first, so they're going to be having a chase. We'll run through the teams for you in a second. Delighted to say, big commentary team today. Hector Vickers is with us, Kirstie White is with us, Cameron Ponsonby with us, and alongside me is Nathan Johns. Good morning to you, Mr. Johns. And I think probably the right decision from Surrey, win the toss and have a bowl and then give yourself something to chase.
I think so. It always tends to be the way. It's trendy in white ball cricket these days, especially after what happened on, what was it, Wednesday and Friday last in Guildford. I think we saw that in this competition, just have a look, see what the pitch is doing, and then you can make your decisions and when you're batting later on and how to counteract that. But yeah, can't wait. Good to be back in the Kia Oval, back in more some familiar surroundings. And yeah, it looks like there's already a decent crowd coming in. So Fingers crossed. It should be a fantastic day. If anything, I think this cloud cover is actually a bit merciful. I had a very sweaty tube ride in on the way this morning. It is very hot.
It has been very hot the last couple of days. Now, the eagle-eyed of you on the live stream will have spotted Ben Folkes is there, but Josh Blake has the gloves. The other bit of news for you is Ben Folkes will captain Surrey in this game because Ryan Patel injured himself in the warm-up. So Ben Folkes will captain Surrey. The other change, Alex French takes the place of Tom Elam. So Surrey will line up with, and how the batting order will go, we'll see a bit later. But Rory Burns at the top, and then Adam Thomas, Ben Folkes, Ollie Sykes, Josh Blake, Nikhil Garuntner, Cam Steele, Nathan Barmer, James Taylor, Yusuf Majid and Alex French. So 2 changes for Surrey from their last game. For Glamorgan, Eddie Byram and Asa Tribe, then Will Smale, Kieran Carlson, the captain, Sam Northeast available to play. So Sam Northeast plays. Always enjoy watching him have a bat. Zainul Hussain, Alex Horton will keep wicket, Andy Gorvin, then Dan Duthwaite is back from his 100 experience. I think it was 2 games where he ran the drinks out, but of course started his career at the Surrey Academy, so always good to see Mr. Duthwaite back here. Ned Leonard and Romano Franco, who was signed for this competition. So Eddie Byram and Asa Tribe are making their way out to the middle. Tribe will have fond memories of this place after the T20 game here, where he made a 50 in that T20 game, only to be undone by 120 not out from Dan Lawrence, one of the best T20 innings you could ever wish to see. It looks as if it'll be James Taylor, who I think's had another haircut since last week to get us started from the Vauxhall end. There's his captain, Ben Folkes, who wouldn't have been expecting to be in charge today, but he's done it before. So fingers crossed, nothing too bad for Ryan Patel. That's never great, is it, when the captain goes down in the warm-up?
No, it never is. And the toss was actually a bit late today. Normally it's half an hour before, and it was about 25 minutes. It was delayed by a couple of minutes or so, and we were kind of looking at going, where are they? Why have they not got out to the middle yet? And one suspects that has something to do with the fact that Ryan Patel injured himself, and probably did so quite late on in the piece, because there was a bit of a dash to figure out what was going on. Is he going to play, and who's going to take charge? But Ben Folkes is there. He's at the unusual position of mid-on. No gloves for him, of course, today.
Yeah, and I'm sure they wanted to give Ryan Patel as much time as possible to make that decision. So first ball of the game, Byron on strike. Around the wicket goes Taylor on a good length, pops it out into the offside as Byron. And Cam Steele comes up to do the fielding. You can see the dugouts there in the distance. Very comfy chairs in those dugouts.
Or do they look more comfortable than what you've got? We've got comfortable chairs up here as well.
Very comfy, but I would describe them as, if you've ever turned left on the plane, they're a little like business class chairs.
Right.
Not that I've ever had that. Well, I've had it once, that experience, and it was marvellous, I have to say. As Byron drives, that beats the edge. Nicely bowled by James Taylor, who picked up 3 for 42 against Gloucestershire. Had a little bit of a problem with the footholds, got those sorted out, and then I thought he bowled really, really nicely against Gloucestershire. But that's a nice start. I think a little bit of shape as well, and it bounced a touch on Byron when you see it again.
Yeah, I think it's just left him off the pitch a bit, hasn't it? Bit of bounce, bit of nip away. There is a slip there, waiting for that bit of movement away from the left-hander to try and snaffle anything. He's got protection down at deep third as well. He's very fine. Short boundary to this offside.
There was a little green tinge to this pitch as Byron turns that up to Ben Folkes. There he is at mid-on. Don't often see B Folkes without the gloves. Stood up there at mid-on. Josh Blake has the gloves for this one. He's got Rory Burns stood next to him, so that'll be good conversation for 50 overs. With RJ Burns stood next to him.
That would be a bit of an escapade. Maybe we'll try find out during my stint off. When was the last time Ben Folkes played without
It's a really
keeping?
good question. I think it probably was when he first came to Surrey, because he was not getting the gloves because of Gary Wilson. As Byram nicely off the mark. It's great placement. Just leans on this delivery, and that splits backward point and cover point, and first runs of the day. A boundary, nicely played by Eddie Byram. As I say, he's just made sure he's hit the gap here. And away for 4 it goes across the square. and over to the boundary rope. But yes, when Ben Folkes first arrived, Gary Wilson was in possession of the gloves. So he just played as a batter, and Wilson had the gloves. So that was probably back then, whenever that was, when Folkes first arrived at Surrey. He goes back of a length this time, does Taylor. And Byram just plays this one solidly back up the pitch. So he's been here, 5-6 years now, has Ben Folkes. So
When did Gary Wilson stop? That's a good question. He probably stopped I think it was probably around when the Irish players got not booted out of county cricket, but when they got full membership and they were no longer allowed to play as locals. I think did he go a year or two before then, Wilson? I need to double check that.
I seem to remember it was before one of the cup finals. As that beats the edge, that's the length from Taylor, and again bit of bounce, bit of nip. So nice first over, lovely boundary from Eddie Byram, and going past the outside edge a couple of times. Ace of Tribe beyond strike for the start of the second over. Of course, Ace of Tribe part of the Jersey side as well, but that's nicely bowled from James Taylor.
Yeah, it looks like a good surface from, albeit just a small sample size of 6 deliveries. It looks like there's a lot in it for the bowlers, a bit of bounce off that, as you often get, a bit of extra carry when there's a grassy tinge. But when it's pitched up and it's in your half as a batter, as we saw from that beautiful cover drive from Byram, you can just lean on it, get value for your shots. Of course, as always, here at the Key Oval, when you play on one side of the square, we're on the right-hand side as we look at it from our commentary position. It is a shorter boundary. So it looks like plenty in it for the bowlers, and you're going to get value for your shots.
James Treadwell and Ben Debenham are umpires for this one. Ben Debenham there stood at the pavilion end, and it's going to be Alex French to get us started. Played last week against Leicestershire, so gets an opportunity here again with the new ball as well. Alex French, tall lad, coming right arm over the wicket to Tribe. It's down the leg side, and this will be signalled wide by umpire Debenham. Tribe, one of those who bats in his specs. So I always enjoy seeing a player in specs. Imam Ul Haq, he bats in spectacles. He's been going all right for Yorkshire, and the day before, I think.
Yeah, he's had a good start to his. He's got the Metro Bank fever. He's had a good start.
He has. Mitchell Santner, of course, bats in his specs.
He doesn't. Does he bowl in his specs? I don't think so.
No, he wears them whilst batting.
Right.
Yes, making him look even more like Clark Kent, I think, as French is in, and this is just tucked off his hip by Tribe. This will be 4. Yusuf Majid won't get to that, and French just straying onto the hip there of Ace of Tribe, and just helps it away down to the boundary rope for 4. Or was that leg byes signalled? Nothing going up on the board, so I think this is leg byes actually off the thigh guard.
Yeah, just look.
Ace of Tribe.
It didn't fly down, did it? Which is always an indication that a good bit of pace was taken off by the thigh pad. So I think that was 4 leg byes.
Just the wrong line at the moment from French, just trying to get outside that off stump, but that is very wide outside the off stump, and Blake, it's not going to get to that. So yeah, you can see what he's trying to do here, French. He's just got his line wrong with the first couple of deliveries, so he's just tried to adjust there, and that was very wide. Now, folks may just need to wander across here to French.
Was that given wide or is no ball? Because when it's off the cut strip, it's a no ball.
I think it's no ball. Yeah, it is. So it's 14 without loss now. And we've only had 1 legitimate delivery in the over so far. That's down the leg side again by French, and this will be signalled wide. So as I say, I think Taylor and Folkes come into play here for Alex French. And I think they probably just need to say to him, don't worry about it. Get your fingers across that seam and just get one on or about the stumps, because you can see here he's shaping it, but it's going down the leg side. So it's a long old over this at the moment, and that's down the leg side again, and it's starting on the stumps, but it just keeps tailing off down the leg side. I suppose he could come around the wicket here as well. 16 without loss, and as I say, we've only had the 1 legitimate delivery so far in the over.
You can see what he's trying to do. Actually, there was a good camera angle there of his run up. He is still bowling seam up. I think at this stage you're right. You do just bowl a cross seam, just get the confidence of landing it as a legitimate delivery and get out of the over before starting again.
Tribe waits again. There you go. It's swung back in, but that's tucked away by Tribe into the leg side. Barnwell will get round to do the fielding. And Ace of Tribe is off the mark with a single. Reminding me a little at the moment, Josh Tongue in the test match here. And actually, as the batter, it can be quite difficult to sort of set yourself up here, can't it? But that one, he's swinging it back in with that action. But that one has just been tucked away. Now he's got the left-hander on strike in the shape of Eddie Byram, has Alex French. See a few spectators there, sitting away in shorts and T-shirts. But it's not the sun blazing down at the moment. It's going to come around the wicket to Byram, and that would have been fine to try, but obviously he's now got the left-hander on strike, so this will be another wide signalled, and feel a bit here for the young man.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's missing consistently down leg, both the left and right-hander. I think you're right with the right-hander because he's trying to swing it in. He's just starting it too straight. He's now trying to push it across the left-hander, and he's overcorrected because, of course, you do actually need to start it quite straight if you're going to swing it away from him.
It's good from folks.
Yeah, you just need a chat. Distract him for a second.
Yeah, talk about something else. Better than left alone by Byram. I think there you could see he took some of the pace off and just concentrated on getting a good line and good length because it bounced once into the gloves of Blake, so that'll make him feel a lot better. Rory Burns wearing his ridiculous sunglasses. First slip. Looks like
you're not a fan?
Well, he looks like he's about to go alpine skiing, doesn't he? He's going to be in the slalom or something at the Olympics. Oh, Alex French, that one's come out all wrong. And that's flown away down the leg side. Oh, I feel for the young man here, I really do. And that's away again for 4 wides. He's just got to get through this over, really. But that, again, just slipped out of his hand, I think. There's probably a bit of nerves there. He's probably not quite trusting what he's doing at the moment.
All of a sudden the action starts getting a little loose. Doesn't get through his action, doesn't bring that front arm through and bowl the ball because the confidence is down and he doesn't know where it's going to go. This is really tough.
It is, and James Taylor just across there for a quiet word to French. He's into Byram better, and Byram just in behind this plays it back up the pitch. So that'll be a settler. Ollie Sykes just comes across and gives him a pat on the back, and you can understand it. Few nerves there, I would have thought, this morning, getting the new ball, and it happens, unfortunately. But get through this over, and then just try and put it to the back of your mind. 2 balls to go of this second over. Byram on the back foot this time, just pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run as Sykes comes up to do the fielding, who's been impressing a few in the first couple of games as Ollie Sykes with his batting, including your good self, Mr. Johns.
Yeah, enjoyed watching him bat. 50 and then 97, back-to-back games. Shame he didn't get through to that first senior 100 against Gloucestershire. Just ran past one, didn't he? The one that spun big down the leg side, and it was a wide, but he was stumped, so he missed out on 97.
Oh, down the leg side again is French, so that still won't be the end of the over.
Yeah, he's just deviated from what was working there. I think he just for the last 2 balls, he just simplified it and said, right, I'm tall, I'm just going to run in, hit a length, bang it in, he's on the back foot, fine, but as long as it's straight, he's not going to score. He's not worrying about swinging it or pitching up or bowling with the new ball, which seems to be the issue, because he doesn't know whether it's going to swing or where he's starting it, if it's swinging down leg, swinging past the slip. This time, he pitched it up again, and it swung down leg. I think he just needs to go back, just bowl a big, heavy ball, tall man, and get out of the over.
Here we go, last ball of the over, and Byram just pushes down to backward point, and Barnwell does the fielding. So it's done now. Alex French has got to try and put that out of his mind. It's a start for Glamorgan that's a good one, without really actually doing anything. Umpire Debenham got a good workout during that over, and a couple of overs gone. Tribe and Byram get together for a bit of a natter out there in the middle. But yeah, you feel for Alex French, you really do. And you could see during that over, he was trying to correct it, but it just kept slipping out of his hand and flying down the leg side.
Yeah, one of those moments, I'm sure as a young man, you just want the ground to open up and swallow you. To be fair, he got a nice, polite, supportive round of applause as he went down to final, third man rather, from the members in the pavilion. Big decision for Ben Folkes. Now, what does he do? Does he kind of protect the young man and bring him back when the ball is old later on, or does he say, I back you, have another over and get through it?
Drive on strike to the first time here to Taylor. He's found his outside edge, and that's going to fly away down to the boundary rope for 4. So nicely bowled. Just got the one slip in there in Rory Burns, and Tribe. It went down, but it's over the boundary rope and away for 4 runs. But nice line, nice length. Actually, Tribe, to be fair to him, he's played that with soft hands.
Yeah, good bit of cricket all round, that, wasn't it?
It was, and away for 4 it goes. But as I say, Taylor bowled nicely at Guildford as Tribe on the up drives. That's a great looking shot. Beats the dive at backward point. Off goes Ollie Sykes in hot pursuit. Great chase. Great dive from Ollie Sykes. And then Nathan Barnwell will do the rest. And Ollie Sykes might have to replace a divot there. But it was a great chase from Ollie Sykes. It's all about timing the dive, isn't it, there? It was a bit... Ollie Sykes looked a little bit like somebody who's running to get their tube train as it pulls out the station, but the door's still open. But he timed the dive here really well. Watch him. He's at full belt here, but he's timed that dive to perfection. And he gets a round of applause from a young man in the crowd in his England One Day shirt. And this goes back of a length this time, just Taylor. And there's no run.
What is it about fielders diving here at the Kia Oval? Makes me a bit nervous after what poor old Chris Wokes did.
Although I have to say, I think C. Wokes may be Sports Personality of the Year, the rate he's going at the moment. He's everywhere about his shoulder, isn't he? He's almost a national treasure now.
Did you read? I think it was in The Guardian, that interview did, where he described how they tried to get the shoulder back in, and it took ages to get it back.
I don't. As beats the edge. Byron's really gone after that. He's thrown everything at it. Feet didn't go anywhere. Just threw himself, the bat and the gloves at that. I think it bounced on him again, and I think there is a little bit there for Taylor. Little bit of extra bounce on this one as well from a good length. But yes, Eddie Byron absolutely threw everything at that. Nicely bowled by Taylor. Couple of dots after 7 off the first 2 deliveries. Yeah, I think every time I've seen Ollie Pope do it here, as that's a good shot. Great use of the feet. Takes it off a length and whips it away for 4. That's really nicely played by Byron. He's just trying to take Taylor off his length and takes a couple of paces down and then throws the bottom hand into it. It's a lovely bit of cricket from Eddie Byron.
Yeah, you can see what Taylor's trying to do there. The previous ball, he just presented the seam and a bit of natural variation nipped away. This one he got his wrist behind it and tried to swing it back into the pads. Bowl with a bit of variation, but just probably started it off too straight, and a left-hander's never going to miss on his pads there with no mid-wicket.
11 off the over, last ball of it, and Byram drives. This time that's off a thickish edge down towards third man, and Byram will get a single off the last ball of the over. It's another good over for Glamorgan. But yeah, I remember seeing Ollie Pope do his shoulder here. He's done it a couple of times now, and the worst one I saw was the first half hour of a championship game against Essex. Safran Sari chased ball, dived, went head first into the boundary boards, and that was his game done with concussion. So it can happen, unfortunately. It's good to see as well. Rory Burns up there now having a chat with Alex French. I think this is the right decision. I think let him have another one.
I think so too. I just think given it's almost more, it's what's going to do more damage. Is it you're almost unbowlable and his confidence goes completely shot because he doesn't get any backing from his skipper, or does the confidence get even worse if this over also doesn't go well?
Well, Burns as well was up there for a chat, so he's on the thigh guard here of Byram, and that hits the thigh guard as Byram's trying to work that into the leg side, and there's no run. So yeah, Burns is up there as well. They're having a chat with Blake. and with French apologies, and I think it's a case of listen, relax. I know it's easy to just relax, just run in and bowl, forget the last over. I remember saying at Guildford, what would do him good here is a long hop that they smashed straight to cover point, and literally that happened, that delivery. So you never know. Oh, that's gone very wide again, outside the off stump. And again, he's tried something there, hasn't he? And it's another wide. One more to the total.
Yeah, I think is he trying to just push that? Yeah, you can see he's trying to bowl an in-swinger to the right-hander, out-swinger to the lefty. So he's really trying to get his wrists kind of cocked to the left-hand side, which is not the most natural thing in the world for a right-handed bowler.
Byram gets a short one.
We could get a wicket.
Helps it in the air. There you go. And the catch is taken by Thomas. Diving forward, it's a good one. And exactly what we talked about. And the Surrey players, look at that. All round Alex French. Isn't cricket the funniest game? That's why we love it all so much. And you can see how pleased all the Surrey players are for him. Byron won't be happy with that at all. Short ball, and he has pulled it. And it's a good catch from Thomas diving forward. But there you go. French has the first wicket. And Glamorgan 37 for 1.
Dare I say, that could be the most popular wicket of the day. Poor old Alex French. He's had a tough time of it with the first, 1.2 overs. He's bowled a lot more than 8 deliveries, given his struggles. But we said in the previous over, maybe just bang it in on a heavy length. Don't worry about swinging it. Just get that action going and get through the ball and get through the crease. And lo and behold, Eddie Byron goes after a shorter delivery. There's only one man back there on the fence, and well, he hasn't picked him out perfectly because it's taken a stunning diving catch. And I tell you what, talk about helping your bowler out, pulling off a diving effort like that when, he needed a wicket probably more than he ever has done in his very short career. But what a moment that is.
Yeah, and look, it's not the best delivery he's ever going to bowl, but he's got a wicket, and that's the key thing, and that will really settle him down now. And you could actually interesting, isn't it? Every Surrey player was up around him there because that none of them. I would have thought Tribe and Byram as well were stood there thinking. I know it sounds a strange thing to say, just get something right because you don't want to see anybody going through what he went through there. But he's got himself a wicket now, so that should settle himself down. Now this will be a tester for him because out comes Sam Northeast, hugely experienced, of course, is Mr. Northeast. He of the 400 at Lords, wasn't it? Was that a couple of years ago, wasn't it? Nice way to start your season. But it's always been a mighty fine player as Sam Northeast. Of course, started his career at Kent, captain Kent, and then made the move to Wales and Glamorgan. So, as I say, for French, he's now got Northeast on strike. And that one's again gone down the leg side, and another wide will be signalled.
It's so hard as a batter to not to concentrate, but to try and just get into your normal rhythm when the ball is being sprayed around like this, because obviously most of the time you don't know where the ball is going to go anyway. But when it is new, you know you are going to get it slightly fuller and swinging, so at least you can prepare for that. But when one's down leg and then one is gone the third slip, when you have absolutely no idea, it's really hard to get mentally prepped, and maybe that's why Byram went after that delivery.
It's left alone by Northeast. But yes, as I say, it reminded me a little of Josh Tongue in the Test match here, because he was all over the hockey, wasn't he? And then all of a sudden he bowled an unplayable delivery. But from a French point of view, he now just has to think, right, I've got a wicket, I'm in it now, I'm in the game. Because we all know what a talent he is. That's better. And just left alone by Sam Northeast, and gets a round of applause there from Josh Blake. He's got a little bit to think about as he wanders back there. As I say, umpire Debenham's been busy.
Yeah, those arms have got a workout this morning.
They have indeed. But still a good start, this, obviously, for Glamorgan. Despite that wicket of Byram. That's good from French. I said when I first saw him, the action reminds me a little of Mornay Morkel's action.
Very high arm,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, it comes from a big height.
Oh, he's definitely got a bit about him. Tall. And gets it down there at reasonable pace, isn't it, at the moment? He's still a very young man.
Yeah, he got a bit of extra bounce on that delivery, didn't he?
There you go, well bowled. North East will just open the face and run this one down to third man. And Nico Gurun does the fielding. So the end of the French over, and the wicket of Eddie Byram gets a round of applause. Be interesting to see him here walking down towards the pavilion, because he got a big warm round of applause after his last over. He might get a standing ovation after that one down there, but that's nice actually. The Surrey members down there encouraging the young man.
Well, that decision to give him a second over and not to shelter him from the difficulties of not knowing where the ball is going could have turned out to be an absolute masterstroke. I mean, just the 3 runs off that second over, and the wicket again. He'll take better wickets than that. He'll bowl better balls to get batters out at this level, but just the confidence that will give him, and he could go on and to play a big role in this game.
Start of the 5th. Ooh, North East, little inside edge. Now a chance to throw for Gurant there, and if that hits, gone. Not in the picture, Sam. North East. That's a chance. And the throw, if that had hit, Sam North East wasn't even at the races there. So that has to go down as a chance to get rid of North East. And Gurantner had a bit of time to take aim and fire, but North East took an age to get going, but that is miles out. As I say, not even in the photograph there. So North East has got away with that. Tribe who called him through, he didn't know where the ball was for a second. I think that's why it took a while to get going. And that's nicely played by Tribe, driven through the offside. Pursuit is on, hot pursuit, and it's good again from Ollie Sykes and Folkes and Cam Steele, like a 3-man race there. And Sykes flicked it back, and Folkes' cap fell off, and his hair looked perfect as always as he threw the ball in. But good chase from Steele, Folkes and Sykes. Taylor will appreciate that. Looks a good pitch, this one.
Good arm from Folkes as well there. No wicket-keeper's arm there. He's pinged it in from the boundary, well, straight over the top of the stumps and into Josh Blake's hands.
It's interesting, isn't it? Most keepers are really good fielders as well, aren't they? When you think about it.
Well, they're quite athletic, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And they sort of end up doing the sweeping role in limited overs games. Thick inside edge, this from North East. That's a good bat, isn't it? He's got in his hands.
That's flown away, isn't it?
Well, there's nothing more than a thick inside edge, and that has absolutely raced off to the boundary rope. Cool, that is a good bit of wood. Look at this again. That's bottom of the bat, inside edge. And that's absolutely whistled to the rope. These bats these days. Wow.
Yeah, poor old bowlers.
Well, it's a nice bit of bowling that from Taylor.
Yeah, just nipped back, didn't it? That's back-to-back deliveries, actually, that North East has faced, that he's gotten a thickish inside edge. I don't know if
dear. I think we've got a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm there. That's the look from Taylor, isn't it? For anybody who's behind that there. Taylor wants to get on with this. Maybe it doesn't hit the middle of North East bat. Well, that has, I think. And he'll get a single with a good dive from Sykes again on the cover ring. There'll be one more to the total. These bats these days, though, they're fantastic, aren't they? You don't even have to knock them in anymore.
Really?
No, I think you can almost just go straight away. They've got something on them, and where the old days of an old boar sock and linseed oil, I think those have gone now. So I think I may have this wrong, but I think most bats now you can go straight out and have a whack with them. Driven, nice sounding shot that by Tribe up to Ben Folkes. But when I was little, it was an old cricket ball in a rugby sock, and you spent hours just linseed oil it first, and then hours just whacking the old ball in your sock on your bat.
You were popular with the neighbours then?
Very much so, yes. Very, very much so. But, I went to bed with my first bat. I slept with it. No, that's not a word of a lie. When I got my first ever proper cricket bat, I didn't let it out of my sight. Oh, that's a good looking shot as well. It's well fielded by Steele. I think Tribal Fieldy's missed out a touch there. Slightly over pitch and timed that beautifully, but Steele was there to do the fielding. End of the Taylor over. But yeah, I took it to bed with me. I just didn't let it out of my sight.
What type of bat was it?
It was an old school. It wouldn't even be one that anybody would remember. I can't really remember what it was, but Dad bought me my first bat. Ah, there we are. Look, they're out for the day. There, wearing their caps around the wrong way. It's a very much the look that these days, isn't it? Pretty sure they all play for the same side.
Oh, they're just worried about getting sun on their necks.
They might struggle with that today. I think that's the look to continue their day after the cricket ends as well, isn't it? Got all bases covered there.
Yes.
Right, they'll be welcomed into certain establishments after this as well in those clothes. 6th over, and that's nicely bowled by French. Forward goes northeast. So yeah, he bought from the shop, and then you had to linseed oil it. Remember that, and then you sock old ball, and you just used to knock it in.
Yeah, don't forget to do the edges, both edges.
So I did the edges first. I have to say that was one of my. That's where most of my runs came from. So they had to be knocked in. Whereas the bats these days, well, you could almost bat with the edges.
Well, Sam Northeast tried in the last over, didn't he?
It's a good looking shot.
Well, that's not off the edge.
No, that's off the middle of the bat, and that has whistled away for 4. Despite the best efforts of James Taylor, that mid-off. So that's the middle of northeast bat. So we've seen the inside edge and the middle, and the result has been the same, but that was a lovely shot.
Yeah, both batters have been really strong through extra cover, haven't they? When Surrey have over-pitched, we saw Asa Tribe actually missed out. He drove one straight to extra cover, but they've been good at finding their timing, haven't they?
It's good from French. Just pulled his length back a touch. And the fielding done by Cameron Steele in there on the edge of the circle.
It's a sign again of what we said a few times. It's a good pitch. If they're driving like that off on the front foot when the ball is pitched up, but when French bangs it in, there's a bit of grass, bit of bounce, extra carry, plenty in it for both sides.
Forward goes northeast. Nicely bowled again by French. Well, Lee Fortis and his ground stuff always produce good pitches. Here, as I say, what you want in this one is you want a bit there for the bowlers, don't you? But you also want that if you can get in, you can make runs. Think everybody tends to forget is 50 overs is a long time to bat. Actually, we get, in terms of overs, we get more in a one-day game than we do in a day of championship cricket. 96 overs a day in championship cricket, so it's like a day of championship cricket in many ways. As there's no runs here as Barnwell does the fielding, and actually, there are certain players that you think to yourself, God, if they batted for 50 overs, what would they be on at the end of that? It's for some players, 50 overs is a long time to bat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long time to concentrate, isn't it? Which is the most exhausting part of batting, is just being switched on for well over 3 hours.
It's nicely played by Northeast. Good placement. Might get a couple. No, Thomas gets back quickly. Just a single. Good slide from Thomas. End of the over from French, so much better over from French. 1 for 24 off his 3 now. Extras, of course, is been ticking along quite nicely. Extras has got 21 today.
Well, believe it or not, after disaster might be a strong word, but the event that was the first over from French, where 5 wides are plenty, his economy's actually now dropped below that of Taylor. He's been cheaper. He's bowling 1 for 24 off 8, so he's going at exactly 8, whereas Taylor's going at over 8 and over. So after all that, the decision to bring him back on and keep him going seems to be working nicely. He's bringing that economy rate right down.
Oh, it was exactly the right decision. Another inside edge from Northeast, and that'll be 4 more. I tell you what, Sam Northeast could get 100 here off his inside edge.
Well, I think they need to move that square leg a
They
bit finer,
certainly do.
don't they? Yeah.
But again, it's a good bit of bowling from Taylor, But to North East credit, he's keeping that bat straight, but that has sort of hit the top of the bat, the inside edge. Absolutely raced to the boundary. That is a good bit of wood he's got in his hands there.
Well, they're not changing the field. Short fine is still there, and deep square he's probably just on square, really. He needs to be at 10 yards finer if they're bowling this straight.
This one's slightly over pitched and driven, and there's Sykes, who's spent a lot of the game so far rolling around doing the fielding and lost his sunglasses on the top of his hat. So North East just rehearses that shot. He goes for a little walk towards square leg. One thing I would say with Sam North East, and this is a compliment to him, he's bulked up. He really has. When he first started his career, he really has broadened out. And as I say, he's hugely experienced, Sam North East, as he'll let this one go. Outside is off stump. Blake likes that, behind the stumps, and then he just rehearses cutting that through cover point.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what the plan is supposed to be, which is probably why Blake was so encouraging of a ball on sixth stump. I think French, as much as he was getting that movement back into North East off the pitch, probably just got a bit too excited by that and tried to target the stumps, where the field is set for kind of trying to get him driving it and nicking him off and bowl to the much longer offside boundary rather than the leg side.
Well, you can almost see already, as this is the on-drive from North East, there's no better shot in cricket than that for me. And he has played that immaculately as Sam North East. And you can almost see in his head now he's thinking to himself, right, I mean, he's just working in boundaries at the moment, is North East. We know he's capable of scoring very big runs. There's a lot on offer here for Sam North East today. It interested me when he let that ball go in this over from Taylor as well, and then rehearse the cut shot. I think he knows now that if he can just stick around, there's going to be a score for him here today. Forward again he goes. Again, it's more inside edgy than anything, but that will go out towards deep backward square, and Thomas is there to do the fielding.
That's the first time the inside edge hasn't flown away for four. This rolled gently off the inner half of the bat. Yeah, I think it doesn't take long if you're batting out there and you're playing some of the shots that Sam North East is. You're driving the ball beautifully down the ground, and then when you're making a mistake, it's flying off the inside edge for four. You're definitely thinking, right, fill your boots.
Absolutely. Well, I think if you play an on-drive like that and everything's in the right place, then you feel good about everything. Tried back onto strike. Hasn't seen too much of the bowling in the last couple of overs, and he won't get a run there as he looks to drive that. Doesn't really time it, and Folkes does the fielding. So end of the Taylor over. Been an interesting start today. As I say, good crowd now. I've just looked up again, and since the start of play this morning, there are a lot more people in. There you go. Look at that. Good crowd all round the ground. That's the lovely thing. The whole ground's open, and that's the pavilion there, the members' pavilion. So that's the middle tier of the members' pavilion. No, top tier, apologies, of the members' pavilion there. But look at that. Pavilion's packed. Absolutely packed. And that's lovely to see. And as I say, all around the ground here, seats taken. So good crowd in today. And that'll build up as the day goes on. But from when we started, what was it, 35 minutes ago, definitely lots more people inside the ground. It's lovely to see. Nice day for it. Not as hot as yesterday, of course. French 8th over starts with a delivery which North East will get a single into the leg side.
It's remarkable, really, how little of the strike Asa Tribe has had. He's only faced 8 balls. North East, of course, came in after him, has faced 19. Eddie Byram faced 16 for his 9 runs. But he's looked quite good in these 8 balls this time. He's been driving very well, but he's only got one of them away. The rest of them, he's just been picking out fielders. So he needs to be careful here, because the combination of lack of strike and picking out fielders, frustration can build.
Well, there he is again, picking out fielders, driving. And the fielding's good from Thomas in there at backward point. Hung in the air to do the fielding. Yeah, he's a talented boy, his Tribe. And as I say, he's been playing for Jersey. And then comes back and plays for Glamorgan. So, yeah, you sort of, there are certain players you sort of are told about, and Asa Tribe is definitely one of those. That's nicely bowled by French and solidly played by Tribe.
Yeah, but he's played 5 ODIs for Jersey and he averages 59.
Yeah,
so he's had a good start to his international career. Small sample size, of course. One unbeaten 100 in that, which is doing a lot of heavy lifting for that average. But yeah, he's looks to be a tidy player. Made his international debut in 2023. Last played in July. Played against the Netherlands at The Hague in a T20 game.
Yeah, and as I say, there are certain players that you're told about. We were discussing a little earlier Kellaway, weren't we? And there are certain players that you sort of hear about on the circuit. Then you see them and you think, yeah, I see why everybody's... Did Jersey qualify in the end for the World Cup? They were getting close, but they didn't, did they? In the end, Italy did, didn't they?
Yeah, great story that.
Yeah, it is. Emilio Gay and Grant Stewart. No, that is a terrific story. Palmwell, good bit of fielding from him there, tumbling away to his left.
Yeah, captained by Joe Burns, former Australian.
That's right.
I think he opened for Australia, didn't he? Or did he bat 3? I think he opened a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's...
Well, Jay Dernbach, of course, played a couple of games for Italy.
He did.
He did indeed.
Yeah.
No, that's a great story, Italy qualifying. But Jersey went pretty well, didn't they? They were sort of taught that they were getting there or thereabouts. But, yeah, didn't quite make it. But then Italy will be there. As there'll be runs here for Tribe. Down towards third man. It's good fielding from Garunda. Got the ball in the air quickly again. It's good over from French. So that decision to keep him going, definitely the right one. And then he got the wicket of Eddie Byram as well for 9. But yes, I think we're all in agreement. This looks a pretty good surface to be having a bat on.
It does, yeah. Just looking at the scorecards from that ICC qualifier back in July. God, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but well over a month ago now. Yeah, they lost to the Dutch in their first game. Their game against Italy was abandoned due to weather, so that was a big game. If they had been competitive against Italy, who ultimately qualified, we could be having a bit of a different conversation, because they then went on to beat Guernsey and they beat the Scots, which is a bit of a feather in their cap.
Yeah. Gareth Berg as well. I think he was coaching.
Yeah, he's played a bit.
Italy,
player coach
for them as well. Yeah, I remember that. 9th over then. And Tribe is beaten. That's a beauty from James Taylor. That has bounced and nipped a touch on Tribe. That's just a very good bit of bowling from James Taylor.
Yeah, there's that extra bit of grass on the pitch. Bit of bounce off a length. Oh, it's probably just nipped back a touch as well.
Yeah, I think...
Bounced over the top of off stump.
You just put that one to the back of your mind if you're Asa Tribe.
He's done well not to edge it.
It is a lovely delivery from James Taylor. Solid looking defensive shot from Tribe. Nicely bowled again from James Taylor. So Taylor's now into his 5th over. French has had 4. And it'll be interesting to see. I was very impressed with Nathan Barnwell at Guildford as well. A lot happened in the game at Guildford, but I thought Barnwell bowled very nicely.
Well, he had to be patient, didn't he? Because he didn't bowl in the first game. So he didn't get enough runs on the board, and they actually went with Ryan Patel's kind of medium pace to open the bowling, and he didn't get a look in.
Ooh, Tribe looking to manufacture something here. Gets an inside edge back onto his bat leg. Nicely bowled again by Taylor.
Yes, we had to remain patient. I remember he fielded a deep square leg all day, didn't he? He was a busy man. He's a good fielder. He's a good athlete, is Barnwell. He covers the ground very well. But he did get a bowl in the second game against Gloucestershire. None for 38 of his 10 overs. So didn't get the reward of a wicket, but was more than economical going at none for 38.
Yeah, and the sort of way he bowls as well with short boundaries tries beginning to get a little frustrated here. I think Taylor just keeps plugging away on that line and length to Tribe. He looks to me like he's trying to manufacture something at the moment. It's exactly what you were talking about He hasn't seen a lot of the strike. He's timed a couple of drives straight to fielders. And with that one, he was just trying to open up the face of the bat to get it away through the covers. Now we've seen him inside edge one onto his front leg. On these occasions, dragging the ball onto your stumps can come into play. Again, nicely bowled by Taylor. So we've got a ball to go. There's RJ Burns doing the fielding. So we could have a maiden over. I don't quite know what RJ Burns was doing there after that fielding, but there we are.
Yeah, the camera cut away.
Yes, it did.
Either the wrong or the right.
Thankfully.
Yeah, the wrong or right time, depending on your
Yes.
perspective.
Well, it's his testimonial this year, of course. So he's had a number of events. He's had to make a number of speeches. Oh, there you go. Drives, thick edge, flies away down towards third man. Understandably, there's no slip in there, but that's been a really good over from James Taylor. And it's a single off the last ball of the over, so just one off it, but he definitely was just getting tried, frustrated there. Was Taylor, good over. End of it, 9 gone. As you can see on the Surrey live stream, 65 for 1, all sorts of hats being worn. Gentleman there in a very floral flat cap. Up there again in the members' pavilion. Nice place to sit and watch cricket, that.
You're approving more of that choice of hat than you were of the young men with the baseball caps.
Oh no, I was just saying that
a few minutes ago.
It's your standard. We're going to go and watch the cricket and then possibly move on, and make sure we got the right clothing for moving on. And you can always turn that cap round again, can't you? As French starts his 5th over. So Tribe now 20 balls for his 13.
Yeah, I know Taylor would have liked to keep the maiden just to have that confidence after what has been an expensive start. But that fact that Tribe did get that single for final ball, the last over, not the worst result in the world for Surrey. As you said, he's just struggling to, not for timing, but for gaps.
That's better. He'll get a single. And there is Yusuf Majid to do the fielding. Whoop. That throw's gone straight over the top of Blake, so the backing up done by Nathan Barnwell. And that will bring Sam Northeast back onto strike. He's just wandered down to have a quick word with Asa Tribe. Yeah, as you say, French's figures now, they look very healthy. But then he had that horrible first over, which I think went for 20, was it? And a lot of those were extras. Then he gets the wicket of Byram in his second over, and since then, he's been right on the money. Into his 5th over now. Oh, and Northeast has had a nibble outside his off stump. Just trying to open up the face there and run it away down through backward point. Oh, he'd have been annoyed with himself if he'd got a nick on that. He's shaking his head there, is Sam Northeast.
Yeah, he's already pretty annoyed. He's just kicked the ground in front of him as well as the camera panned away. Good bit of bowling. This pitch is still nibbling around.
I think he said, "Oh goodness," after that shot. Did Mr. Northeast? You silly boy. Yes, naughty shot, I think you would describe that as. Now he's solidly forward here.
Yeah, look at French. His confidence is up. Look at that follow through. He's just getting closer and closer to Northeast after each delivery.
Well, it's
on his
lovely
follow
to
through.
see, isn't it? And I think Folks takes a lot of credit for that. And I think Burns ran up to have a natter with him before the start of his second over. So I think they got him through it, which is the most important thing. And you can see in his body language now. His shoulders are back, his head's up. Good stuff from Alex French. Oh, well bowled. And hand up there from Sam Northeast. Just got a bit of extra bounce as Northeast got right in behind that and played it away into the offside. Yeah, it's been an interesting start here. But as I say, it does look a good surface. I think Surrey did the right thing saying they'd have a chase today.
Yeah, they pulled things back nicely. So just the one run off the previous over, one so far off this. This after both bowlers were going at 8 and over at one stage. It's a good fight back.
It is very much so. Oh, and I tell you what, North East is very close to pushing that one straight back to French. So French backs up the over from Taylor with just a single off that over. Very good from Taylor and French. Excellent from those two. So that's 10 overs gone. 66 for 1. Now they were at one point going at 12 and over. So Surrey have pulled that back very, very well with Messrs French and Taylor. And I think we're going to get some spin into the attack now. So Yusuf Majid out of the power play. He's bowled tidily in the first 2 games, hasn't he?
He has. He got a bit of assistance from the pitch down at Guildford. It was spinning quite a bit down there, wasn't it? And bouncing as well, crucially. He beat the outside edge of the right-hander quite often. He got 3 wickets across the 2 games. 2 for 54 against Leicestershire and then 1 for 56 against Gloucestershire. I would suspect he's not going to get as much assistance from this surface, but it's an interesting move to bring him on straight away. With Tribe struggling, he does have a short leg side boundary here if he wants to take it on, but it is going to be against the spin of the left-hander. 2 men back on that leg side fence, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on as well, so 3 men back. Sorry, long on, just had to stick my head over the window here. Couldn't see him from our position. So 3 men back on the leg side and a deep cover as well. So all 4 men that are allowed at this stage of the game are back.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Tribe plays this.
But even there, straight away, he's trying to hit that through mid-on, but it's against the spin and it's just squirted off the outer half of the bat into the offside.
You get the impression with Tribe, something's going to give in a sec. Might saw one to the boundary rope. That's nicely clipped. Here comes Ollie Sykes to do the fielding. That's the other thing I like about Ollie Sykes. He's one of those cricketers that is always in the game, isn't he? He's always in the game when it's in the field, because he's a very, very good fielder. And yeah, we saw what we've seen in this competition so far, what he can do with the bat as well. He's been impressing a few again. Nicely bowled by Yusuf Majid and just pushed away by North East.
Yeah, he's bowled quick and flat here, whereas in Guildford it was much more, you could take the pace off and let the surface do the work. Already a sign that Surrey are expecting this pitch to not spin much.
Well, that's a full toss down the leg side. North East got nothing on it, and Blake's got nothing on it. And Taylor goes back. And this, I think, will be all leg buys.
Yeah, it went through his legs.
Yeah.
Little flick off the shin and nutmegged him.
Well, nutmegged everybody. Nutmegged North East, nutmegged Blake. 2 leg buys. Mr. Cameron Ponsonby is here. He will be taking over from me at the end of this over. North East again. Nice and quietly playing that one straight back up the pitch. A nice tidy start this from Yusuf Majid. Last ball of this 11th over. And just pushed away quietly again by North East. Burns does the fielding. End of the over, 11 gone. And a few more thoughts from you from what we've seen so far, Nathan Johnson. Then you will be joined, I am delighted to say, he's looking resplendent today, isn't he? We've seen some nice shirts in the crowd, but that one's right up there. Linen shirt. Yeah, it's that sort of heat, isn't it? Cameron Ponsonby is here, everybody.
Thanks, Churchy. Surrey really have pulled this back. The last 3 overs have gone for just 5 runs, and 2 of them were actually leg buys. So I think North East there was nutmegged by Majid. So after the difficult start, Alex French in danger of yipping up in the first over, they've managed to pull things back. Is it good afternoon yet? No, still good morning, Cam.
Oh, good morning, Nathan.
How are you?
I'm very well.
It is a nice shirt, but you could have run the iron over it before.
No,
you
don't do this stuff to me. I think that leaves. I like to lean into the more casual look. Come on, we're both wearing shirts, so we both could have ironed them, but it's fine. I quite enjoy ironing. I find it quite therapeutic, but I'm quite prejudiced against heating up my clothes before I wear them. It's quite a bizarre process we have to go through. But what can you do? Clipped away into the leg side. Nathan Barnwell to do the fielding. Full credit to Alex French this morning. He had an incredibly difficult opening over. Conceded 16 runs. It was a 12 or 13 ball over. And full credit also to Ben Folkes, standing in as captain today, who backed his young seamer. And French has bowled exceptionally well from that point onwards. Backed up by his teammate Adam Thomas out on the boundary. Took an excellent catch. He's been putting together a fine spell of bowling. That's quick, and he might have his second. He does have his second. Brilliantly bowled, Alex French. Congratulations to him, and he's got Surrey's second wicket of the morning. And in a match and a morning which threatened to really get away from the home team, well, they're continuing to reel it back in.
Well, Mark Church just said before you came on, Cam, that something was ticking with Asa Tribe. Something was going to give. He was timing the ball nicely, but picking out fielders. Then Surrey dragged their length back to him, and he wasn't just getting... He was nipping around, beating the outside edge, beating the inside edge. It's a good fight back from Surrey. They offered plenty of extras and drive balls in the first 7 or 8 overs, but they've dragged their length back. They've said, right, bit of grass on the pitch, we're going to hit the deck, get a bit of bounce. And sure enough, for the second time today, French has taken a wicket with a shorter ball.
And one of the lesser seen Ben Folkes outfield catches. He'd have done well to drop it, but we were musing next doors. I don't think I've ever seen Ben Folkes' hands.
He's either way wearing keeping
It's
gloves or
always
batting
gloves,
gloves.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was a topic of conversation earlier before you came on, was when do you reckon the last time he didn't wicket keep in a game of cricket was? Churchy's suggestion was it was back when he first came over and Gary Wilson would have had the gloves for Surrey.
I've got a sneaking suspicion he didn't keep in one of these Metro Bank games a few years ago, because Josh Blake is often given Josh Blake's opportunity to keep wicket. So I wonder if it's one of those records which isn't as long ago as we may think. Coming to the crease for Glamorgan, Kieran Carlson. He's a wonderfully watchable player. Kind of got the fastest hands in Wales, I'd wager. He has an amazing kind of ball striking ability. And if you are tuning in for the first time this morning, stay with us, because you'll be in for a treat with Kieran Carlson at the crease.
Yeah, a man in nick as well, 135 versus Hampshire in Glamorgan's one game of this Metro Bank campaign that did take place. Of course, they were rained out in Neath when welcoming Derby across the Severn. But yeah, he's a good player, is Carlson. He's one of those classic, well, I don't want to do him a disservice here, but a shorter player he's bustling at the crease, very busy, likes to get off strike, likes to hit square of the wicket, fast hands through backward point. Actually, I watched him, I think it was last year, in the blast down in Glamorgan in Cardiff. He had 100 against Somerset. It's one of the better T20 innings I've seen live. He's a good player.
Here he is facing Alex French. Just tucked down to fine leg. It's James Taylor who will do the fielding. They get back for 2, so well run by Kieran Carlson.
See what I mean? Bustles through, comes back for 2 straight away. That's actually an interesting ploy to watch here, because Carlson loves to go back and across and end up on his off stump when bowlers are banging it in. And you actually see occasionally teams put in a leg slip or a leg gully to him, because he gets so far across that it just instinctively flicks it around the corner without thinking about it. And I've actually, even in T20 games, I've seen teams try that. So I wonder if Surrey think about that fielding position.
This time it flies off the outside edge. It goes down to Yusuf Majid at third. So Carlson's up and away. He's on 3 off 2. The ball gets tossed around the field. You're right. Bustling Kieran Carlson. I feel like tall players are never described as bustling. It's kind of reserved for those sub 6 foot as an adjective.
You'd be a bustler.
I'll be bustling, yeah, that's fine.
Is that a word, bustler? I think it is. I'm gonna christen it.
All 5'10" of me. Here we go, Alex French to finish his over. Well bowled, and Alex French's very fine recovery continues. His first over, he conceded 16 runs. He's 2 for 16 off his following 5 overs. And well, he's got his team into a pretty, if not strong, then level pegging position in this match. You can see the bowling figures on screen there. Taylor, his 5 overs have gone for 35. Yusuf Majid, just the 1 run off his opening over. He'll continue from the Vauxhall end. And it'll be interesting to see where Surrey turn to today. We've got Nathan Barnwell, who bowled very well at Guildford in Surrey's last match. You've got the leg spin of Cameron Steele. Some part-time off-spin from Ollie Sykes. There's lots of options for Ben Folkes to call upon. We've got a healthy crowd in here at the Kia Oval. I think last count it was already above 3,500. And they'll continue to come in throughout the day. It's clipped into the leg side by Carlson. Takes a comfortable single out to Adam Thomas.
A little bit of spin there. Nothing drastic, but that's the first one that I've noticed this morning that actually has gone sideways off the pitch. Not massively so. No extra bounce or anything like that. Carlson's still able to find the middle of his bat, but an encouraging sign for Majid.
Again, Glamorgan's batters leap onto the back foot. It's such a difference between kind of the game we watch as fans and attempt to play as kind of club players and recreational part-timers. Once again, cut away into the offside, but well fielded at backward points. It's how quickly these batters pick up length and are able to get onto that back foot and give themselves as much time as possible. This time Majid just gives it a little bit more air. It drifts down the leg side. Northeast is able to take a comfortable single.
Yeah, it's interesting. When he's gone for the floated delivery, his radar is gone. It's gone straight. We saw in the previous over, he bowled one that ended up not making try, but it was too straight and down the leg side. But when he bowls flatter, he bowls much straighter. Just like that. Kind of that middle and off stump line, spinning it from middle or if not middle and leg. So his line radar seems to be much better calibrated when he bowls quick and flat into the surface. It's when he tosses it up so far in this, albeit short spell, that he veers from that. Time it's a tiny bit flatter once again, and Carlson rocks onto the back foot. Takes another single, 3 off the over. It's a good start from Majid, who has done exactly as his captain would have wanted from him. Just to hold up an end throughout these kind of the early stages of these middle overs and try and keep that run rate down. The score's 77 for 2 after 30, and you're watching and listening to the Surrey live stream. I'm Cameron Punsonby. I'm joined by Nathan Johns, and I'm going to be left by Nathan Johns. And I was going to say I'm delighted, but that sounds bad if I say I'm delighted that he's going. I'm not delighted that he's going. I'm delighted that Kirstie White is joining me. I'll never be sad to see the back of Nathan Johns. And we are going to have a bowling change as I hand the microphone over to Kirstie. Bowling changes for Surrey, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. And we're going to have an early look at Nathan Barnwell. He bowled very well at Guildford, well, less than a week ago. And he's been backed by his captain here, Ben Folkes, today with an early spell from the pavilion end. That's full and driven down the ground. Missed by Ben Folkes, and that'll go away for 4. A frustrating boundary for Surrey. It was just a little bit floaty from Nathan Barnwell there. Quite full. Punched down the ground. Be disappointed not to have stopped that ball at mid-on. Kirstie, welcome back.
Thanks for having me back. It's been a while.
Well, whilst we have one eye on the replay, Kirstie's been sunning herself in Corfu and leaving us to do all the commentary ourselves, which has been a great disappointment to me, but delighted to have the team back together. Full again, this time a swing and a miss and a no ball. So Barnwell oversteps. And so we had a pretty erratic first over from Alex French. And now we're hoping, well, Barnwell, a bit of an erratic start from him as well.
Fair speeds though coming through, 83.6 miles per hour that delivery, so he's not taking his time to warm into his spell.
So mid-on and mid-off in the ring. Will we see Carlson looking to go straight? He hoiks that into the leg side and he will get 4. It's not the prettiest shot, but he got the result he intended. And a difficult start for Nathan Barnwell here. 2 legal deliveries bowled, 10 runs conceded. And just that pressure that Surrey had been building is just starting to eke away.
Yeah, not fully picked up there. But Surrey opted in. Obviously, they couldn't change the field. No run was scored. So just with the 4 fielders out side of the ring. So deep. They've got a deep cover point. Third man, fine leg. And deep square leg at the moment for Nathan Barnwell as he has a bit of a false start there.
The field suggests kind of Barnwell's going to hammer away at a hard length. A bit like that. Gets chopped down to backward point where Ollie Sykes does the fielding.
Bumped into Nathan Barnwell in the concourse back before the summer starts. And, well, I say the summer starts, but it was kind of June time, so summer holidays in my language. And he is an absolute athlete. Absolute athlete.
Full this time skews off the outside edge for a single to deep point. He's a very good fielder, Nathan Barnwell. Took an excellent catch at Guildford to dismiss Hector, I believe, which he made look very easy. And Surrey have long been a fan of him. He's got the most kind of beautiful, languid action where he runs in and everything looks excellent, and he's able to bowl at high pace as well. He's had a number of opportunities in this competition over the years. Plays his cricket at Banstead Cricket Club in Surrey. Well bowled. Appeal, caught behind. Yes! No one was too sure about it. Not least Nathan Barnwell, but he has a wicket. He has the potential to bowl excellent wicket-taking deliveries and dismiss good batters, and he's proven that exactly there. It's another erratic over for Surrey. 11 runs conceded, but the big wicket of Sam Northeast taken. Well, 88 for 3 after 13.5 overs. It's even Stevens-ish at the moment, Kirstie.
Yeah, I think Surrey will be delighted, actually. I mean, quite a few runs on the board, run rate at obviously 6.36. So Glamorgan going nicely, but that wicket column certainly favours Surrey at the moment. And if Surrey can continue to take regular wickets, then they'll certainly feel the better of the two here.
Well, let's have a look at this.
Ooh.
That's a very fine delivery from Barnwell, whose hands went to his head. Then he saw Josh Blake celebrating, so he changed his mind that he would celebrate as well. Look at that. It's cut Sam Northeast in half.
Yeah, wow. And like you said, he was going to bowl a hard length, full hard length, and that's nipped off the seam and taken the inside edge. It's actually a very good take by Blake behind the stumps. Low diving to his left to gather. That could quite easily have just bumped in front of him.
Well, it's a wonderful array of reactions from Surrey fielders. Barnwell wasn't sure what had happened. You saw Alex French out mid-off in the background, running in, just celebrating, not bothering to appeal. Josh Blake didn't appeal to begin with and then started celebrating. And all in all, it's a very big wicket in the context of the match. It's Sam Northeast who scored thousands of runs and is so important to this Glamorgan team. Well, Nathan Barnwell, he's on the board. It was his first wicket of the competition, his third match. He didn't get a bowl in the opening fixture against Leicestershire. He did bowl well, but without reward against Glamorgan. And now, with the new batter, Will Smale in, they've stuck a slip in. So Rory Burns is at first slip. There's a gap at cover. Let's see what happens next. Well bowled. And this frenetic start here at the Kia Oval continues. After 14 overs, the score is 88 for 3.
Sorry, I thought we'd missed a delivery there for the no ball, but I can't count. I've been away for too long.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, it is hard. Will Smale, brother of Sophia Smale, currently playing for Oval Invincibles.
This cricketing family, there's got to be a few kicking about. It feels like there's a growing number of cricketing families. So across the men's and women's games, we've got the Smales. We've also got Danny and Emma Lamb. We've got James and Thomas Rue at Somerset. Rayan and Farhan Ahmed. They're everywhere.
Not least the Currans.
Of course. Majid continues. This time pushed into the offside for a single. And this feels like a good blueprint for Surrey over the next 10 overs. You're going to have control from Majid at this end. And you're going to have a bit of X-factor from the pavilion end in Barnwell. That over was a perfect encapsulation of Barnwell. We had a no ball, an overstep. We had one that was too full. A couple of loose deliveries, but then we had an unplayable delivery to Sam Northeast. There's going to be all action here on the Surrey live stream, so stay with us. 100 is, of course, in action at the moment, and I was checking you hadn't made a mistake, Kirstie. There's so many smails kicking about the place. That's behind square, swept and 4 runs. Majid's just missed his line there and was able to be helped along.
Yeah, Smails picked that up really quickly. Picked that length, picked the line, got down and swept that hard beating short fine leg. In my opinion, I think short fine leg probably should be a little bit squarer. Would have been hard task to stop that though. Goes again.
Rinse, repeat, and that is brilliantly fielded by Garantler in the deep. Just his second professional match, but he's already proven himself to be a wonderful fielder. So he's just hurt his elbows a little bit, but a really piece of athletic and dramatic work in the deep. Majid back on the mark. So, there are 3 Smails kicking about in international and professional cricket. You've got Will and Sophia Smell, who are siblings. And you've also got Seren Smell. And Seren Smell and Sophia Smell are both 20. They're both born 5 days apart, both from Wales. They must, that feels a coincidence.
No, they're best mates, I believe.
I'd hope so too.
I think they are, yeah. I think they're the best mates, so destined to be best friends, almost 5 days apart.
95 for 3 after 15 here. How do you find, because obviously you played a lot for Surrey and South East Stars, but you also were at Oval Invincibles. Is there that team spirit and morale that is created in a tournament that's so short? Do you still feel an affinity to the Invincibles now when you watch on the TV?
Yeah, it's interesting. It completely encapsulates you the minute you walk into the change room, especially at the Oval Invincibles. We had a big thing around culture on our first days meeting up.
Well bowled. Nathan Barnwell beats Carlson on the outside edge and goes through to Josh Blake.
Obviously Jonathan Batty, head coach, did a huge slot around how we want to play our cricket, what style we kind of want to play with, how we're going to unite and have each other's backs. We also did a bit at the Stars actually before we left and went away to our competitions around actually how do we go from being a team at Stars to now separating and going and playing against each other, and how we're going to look after each other in those situations as well.
Well bowled again. That's quick from Barnwell. Wraps Carlson on the gloves.
But you're with each other at pretty much every minute of every day. Travelling, training, you're obviously in the team hotel, on the coaches. So you kind of form a family really, really quickly. And we certainly did it at the Ovals, at the Invincibles. And, you have a team song and, it just kind of becomes everything while you're in it. I loved every minute of it. It was probably the best, some of the best cricketing experiences I've ever had.
Driven out to that offside sweeper. It's just 1 run. Who decides the team songs? That's a decision to be made if the team's new.
Yeah, I think. It was already in place. Obviously, I came in 2022. 2021 was the first year, so they'd created a team song. I don't know who had created it. I'm sure Tash Farrant had something to do with it. She tends to with all of these songs. She definitely built the Stars one. And I imagine probably has had a big say in the Surrey one as well. So, yeah, it's quite interesting workshopping all of these team songs.
Quick again from Barnwell. That slip back in place for the new batter, Smell. That was a good carry through to the keeper as well. Josh Blake with his fingers pointing to the sky. Finding a little bit of rhythm here, Nathan Barnwell. So even now, so 2022 was your year. I imagine you guys won that year as well, because there isn't a year that the Oval Invincibles haven't won the competition yet. There was 2 back-to-back from the women in the first 2 years, and the men have won it in 2 consecutive years as well. Slight confusion in the middle, and they decide against taking a run. But I always wondered whether I'd get a kind of and a bit fit of jealousy, like them watching on the following year, where you go, like, I want to be involved again. Like, it is a different. You're not in the WhatsApp group chat. You're not kind of in all the inside jokes. Did you find that part difficult at all, or?
I did. I was injured, so that kind of made it a little bit easier, knowing that I wouldn't have been available for kind of selection and to go into the draft anyway. But yeah, it does make it hard, but also you feel like you're part of that still. So, for example, in the 2023 campaign, I came and watched a game, and we were actually in the committee room watching. And after the women's game, JB, Jonathan Batty, heard that I was here and watching, so he came up into the committee room and sat down and had a chat with me and asked how everything was. And yeah, you still feel very much, they are my team. I've kind of got a little bit of an allegiance with London Spirit this year as well. I've got quite a few friends playing for them, so Oberlin Invincibles are my number one team, but I want the Spirit to do well, which
Both sides of the river.
Yeah, I know. It's a little bit like supporting Chelsea and Arsenal, isn't it?
Well, 16 overs gone. That was a very fine set of 6 from Barnwell. Just 1 run conceded. The score's 96 for 3. You're watching and listening to the Surrey live stream. I'm Cameron Puntsme, and joined by former Surrey and Oberlin Invincibles player Kirstie White. I'm looking up scorecards, Kirstie. Ice in your veins. Coming with three of 3 to win against Trent Rockets. Down the track from Kieran Carlson. Gets, to be honest, none of it. And it trickles along between mid-off and long-on for 2 runs. Do you remember this?
Yes.
Where Trent Bridge.
Yeah, that was stressful.
Oh no! Hang about. We've got a collapse happening here. So you needed 5 off 10.
Yep.
You're home and hosed. You're 3 down. What's the problem?
Yeah.
Then with 6 consecutive dot balls, 7 even. Hang on, that can't be right. No, 1 single, 2 singles, single out there in the middle as well. So you need 3 off 8, and then we have wicket, dot, wicket. So all of a sudden it's 3 off 3.
Yeah.
Talk me through it.
Yeah, I remember I was sitting, I had my pads on and I was ready to go in, and I think Kira Chatley went in before me, and I was kind of sitting there thinking, just send me in, I'm ready for this.
Well bowled by Majine. That's just pushed into the offside for 1.
And yeah, so obviously we need, how many did we need?
Needed 3 off 3.
3 off 3. So came to the crease, and I think it was the start of a new set actually, and Bryony Smith was bowling. And she thought she knew what I was going to do. We kind of were second guessing each other. Obviously we'd been we're playing together at the Stars, so she knows that to spin I like to come down and play down the ground. So she kind of set me up to think that I was going to do that, and I knew that she thought that that's what I was going to do. So anyway, I cut really hard to point. I couldn't have hit it any better. It went straight to the fielder, and I look up and Marizanne Cap's halfway down the track. And I'm like, oh God, we're running. Okay, cool. Obviously needed to get her back on strike. And yeah, so made my way to the other end. And so we have a little bit of a conflab at the end of that delivery. And she's like, right, okay, I'm just going to hit it for 4. And I was like, right, sure. Yeah, that's fine by me. And so, yeah, Bryony Smith comes into bowl. She's hit it over mid-wicket into the pocket. And I'm just running. I have no idea that it's gone for 4, and I'm just running. And then I turn around, and the next thing I see, obviously, Marizanne's just kind of like on the floor, just saying a little prayer. And I was like, "All right, we won then, cool, yeah." And I was just standing in the middle like an absolute plum. Like, what do we do now?
Barnwell to continue from the pavilion end. That's quick again. Wraps Carlson on the thigh pad. It's 101 for 3 after 17. We'll go to 102 for 3. And in that moment, I think if I'd got off the mark first ball, because at the moment it's not a no-win situation, because you can quite literally win the game. But it's 3 off 3. If you guys don't win from that position, something's gone wrong, basically. So you get yourself off strike, and that moment you relieved, kind of like, Marizanne, you take it from here, or you going, take 1, and I'll back myself to get 1 off the last ball. It was the last thing you want to be facing another delivery. Oh, that's a big wide. Ooh. And it's going to be 5 of them. That's a shame for Nathan Barnwell, because he just really been zoning in his last over. It was a fantastic last over that he bowled. He with high pace, only conceded 1 run, and this time the ball slips down the leg side and beats Josh Blake as well. But big swing once it gets past the batter.
Yeah, I think Josh Blake will think you probably should have done better and actually gathered that. It's gone with one hand. I think it might have dipped on him last minute, but I'm disappointed that that's gone for 5 wides.
Back on the money from Barnwell. So are you backing yourself? Do you want 1 off 1?
Yeah, well, no. Obviously, I'd like us to get the game done with a ball to spare. But no, if I had to face the last delivery and score off it, I think you back yourself to at least pick up 1. I was so frustrated that the fielder had the audacity to stop one of the hardest cut shots I've ever hit in my life. I couldn't have hit it more out of the screws if I tried.
The glory.
Honestly, the power. I just thought, how dare you? Yeah, so I'd have loved to have won the match in that shot, but ultimately we went on to win the game, so it was great being in the middle and experiencing that. It was a must-win game for us as well, so I think we'd played at the Oval and we'd lost to Southern Brave, so we had to win to then, have a chance of either being in the eliminator or going. That year we actually went straight through to the final. But yeah, so it was that was the game that kind of just continued. We picked up the momentum from and carried on.
Well, Nathan Barnwell bowling at high pace here at the Kia Oval. That's quick again. This time navigated by Smale out to deep backward point. Will Smale's sister, Sophia Smale, currently playing at the Oval Invincibles. That's one of. Well, would you have overlapped at all with?
Yeah,
Sophia
no. We both played. It was our first year, on the 2022. So she came in and she's had a bit of a breakout season for Western Storm, and Jonathan Batty had picked her up in the last round of the wildcard picks, along with myself. And yeah, she came in. I think she opened the bowling in the power play quite a few times.
That's down leg side again. That's a wide ball. Getting a bit fast and loose here from Barnwell, but emphasis on the word fast as well there, because it's a good watch here at the Kia Oval. Nelson on the board, 111 for 3. We've got this. Are you a believer in those types of things?
Well, no, not really. I'll entertain it. I'll stand on one leg if I need to.
We've got 4.
It's definitely a club cricket kind of tradition, isn't it?
They think about a single. Carlson sends him back. 1 ball remaining this over. The field is out on the boundary yard. Deep square leg, deep point. 3rd and fine. That tells you that Barnwell's bowling kind of that hard length, back of a length. He's challenging the batter's armpits. It doesn't look particularly pleasant to face out there at the moment. See if Barnwell can produce one of those beauties again that got Sam Northeast.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of bounce in this wicket too, isn't there? Even back of a length is high up on the splice.
This time pushed out to Adam Thomas at deep point. And another entertaining over from Nathan Barnwell comes to an end. 18 overs gone here at the Kia Oval. The score's 112 for 3. I just think Glamorgan are probably going to be the more content of the two sides here, because they can go into a bit of an autopilot mode for the next, 12 to 15 overs, tick the scoreboard along, and they can feel confident knowing with that run rate above 6 and over, they'll be edging their way towards a good total. Families in here today at the Kia Oval. I think we're pushing towards 4,000 in the stands already, with more expected to filter through the day. You can just see the bowling figures on screen there as well. Yusuf Majid to continue. His 4 overs have conceded just 16 runs so far. That's short and easily cut out to the offside by Carlson.
I think the frustration here for Surrey is just a slight lack of consistency. Nathan Barnwell didn't start very well his very first over. Picked up a wicket. His second over, he brought it back in. He was loose again in that 3rd over. So bowlers aren't really backing each other up at each end. And if if Surrey let Carlson settle too much here, there could be an opportunity for him to really pile some runs on.
Cut again. This time by Smell. It's a bit rinse-repeat at the moment. I wonder... Well, it's a kind of a catch-22 for Yusuf Majid here, because he might not want to get that much fuller. You might look at this and go, oh, you're being quite easily cut here, so maybe he needs to be bowled a bit fuller. But then he risks being hit for a boundary. Now we see long on go out, so we're probably going to see Majid take that bit more of a risk and try and get the batters to push the ball off the front foot.
And he can't bowl too straight here, because this leg side boundary is so small that if he's too straight, the boundaries through the leg side are really a gift.
So we do have this slight shift in the field where long on is out now. It might just give Majid that confidence to pitch it up. There we go, he does pitch it up, and that's well bowled. Nathan Barnwell does the fielding at mid-wicket. A rare time that we don't see Barnwell on the boundary. He's kind of cursed himself by having a very good throw, being quick and good at boundary fielding, which I always think is a thing you want to not let people know about. Swept behind square, and Grantler, another fine fielder, does the work. I'll rephrase that. I think if you're out at deep mid-wicket or long on, that's great fun. But Barnwell, he's always square of the wicket. I'm doing deep cover point for the day. That's boring. Now we do fall back into that rinse-repeat pattern of play where Majid drops slightly short and an easy single is taken. So 5 singles off the over. After 19 overs, the score is 117 for 3. How did you find as a wicketkeeper fielding when you didn't have the gloves on?
I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
I'd have assumed it would have been the opposite.
No, I loved it. I really enjoyed it. I love fielding, actually, to be honest. I think it's the only opportunity you get to be the whole team out on the field. So you can you get the buzz, don't you? You can bring lots of energy, you can have some good conversations. Obviously, being a wicket-keeper, I was naturally a little bit gobby. In a nice way.
That was slower from Barnwell there. He slipped over trying to field the ball. I don't know if that was a change-up or it's just come out a bit funny, but it's a dot ball. Of course, your kind of chatter to the batters was always very witty and kind of highbrow and intellectual is the main reputation I've heard come through.
I'd never crossed the line. There are people that obviously will, and in the modern game it's harder to now. Obviously, you have stump microphones around, but no, it was all fun. A lot of nonsense. Oh.
Well, is that out as well? Yes! Nathan Barnwell has done it again. He got Sam Northeast by taking his inside edge, and he's got Kieran Carlson by taking the outside edge. And that is 2 massive wickets, both for Barnwell and for Surrey. He has a reputation of bowling some erratic deliveries, but bowling some beauties that dismiss good players, and he is proving the latter of that equation today. 2 massive wickets for Surrey, and for the first time this afternoon, you could argue they might be slightly ahead.
Yeah, it was really interesting, actually. He kind of just wafted the bat in. Not a lot of foot movement. I think he was almost taken by surprise. Let's have a look at this again.
Ooh, that's jagged in.
Yeah, it has. It's kind of really cramped him for room, and instead of maybe just dropping his hands and letting it go over the top of the stumps, which he could comfortably, he's got stuck on the crease, feet haven't moved, and he's almost, actually, when you're doing your wicket-keeping drills, that's a nice little nick-off practice for the keeper.
I tell you what, in live time...
Oh, and it's dipped on the keeper as well. Have you seen that just dip at the bottom where Blake's kind of expecting it to come through a little bit higher?
In live time, we did not do that ball justice. It looked like the ball had just raced through, kind of beaten Carlson for pace a little bit. But actually, upon seeing the replay, that's both seamed and swung in. And keep an eye on this ball dipping right on the end on Josh Blake, which Kirstie's realised, like all good wicket keepers, the biggest enemy is wobble right at the end when there's not much you can really do and you're a bit of a passenger.
Yeah, Blake's ended up taking that almost Jack Russell style there in front of the pads. Yeah, very well bowled. And I think this is the danger that comes when bowlers bowl erratically. As a batter, is you have absolutely no idea what is going to come out. So his previous over he'd bowled some wides, a bit of width, and then this over he's been back on the money straight away. So batters haven't really been able to settle into Barnwell's rhythm.
Well, his first ball of this over was kind of a slightly... What was the word? It basically, the ball came out wrong. Released it wrong. It was a change up. It was a bit floaty. It was a bit full. And then when you combine that with then a really high pace back of the length delivery that seams and swings in, well, it's a hell of a combination. Barnwell to Zain ul Hassan for his first ball. Driven down the ground. A left hander now for Surrey to contend with. The slip is in place.
Yeah, slip in place for that movement away off the seam. Burns just sitting in, and then second slip.
Well, this has been a very entertaining spell from Nathan Barnwell. It's been a very entertaining set of bowling from the pavilion end today. We've had Alex French, who did exceptionally well to come back from an unfortunate first over. That's short and whistles past Ul Hassan's shoulder. Nathan Barnwell conceded 10 runs from his opening 2 legal deliveries. He had one that snuck down the leg side for 5 wides, which you could argue might have had a slight word with Josh Blake about. And so after his first 2 balls here, he's 2 for 12 off, well, the best part of, 3.2 overs. It's been good stuff from the young seamer. This time it takes the inside half of the bat. Batters haven't quite been able to line up Barnwell as of yet.
Yeah, I think that movement off the seam is just planting a seed of doubt in the batters' minds as to, do I go hard with hard hands? Do I sit and play late? Do I commit to my shot?
It's a good opportunity for Barnwell. He's often been used kind of in the middle overs by Surrey across his opportunities in this competition over the years. Dropped into the offside, and that's a dot ball. So a wicket maiden for Barnwell. Glamorgan 117 for 4 after 20. Whereas Barnwell now bowling a little bit earlier on in the innings. He only had 2 wickets across his List A career in the 8 matches he'd bowled in. Now he's got 2 across the 5 overs he's sent down here. I'm going to make way for Nathan Johns, who is coming in. And until then, a few more thoughts from Kirstie White.
Yeah, so at the 20 over mark here, Glamorgan 117 for 4. I think Surrey will be slightly happier with that total than Glamorgan will be. This has been an interesting passage of play for the last 5 or 6 overs. A little bit of inconsistency with the ball, but again, Surrey being able to pick up almost regular wickets. Nathan, hello.
Hello, Kirstie. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you.
He got big wicket that, Kieran Carlson. He's a good
wicket.
player, 100 in his last game. Big player for Glamorgan, the captain always. But he sets the tone, doesn't he? He's a very busy player, creates a lot of energy for the team. And yeah, Barnwell's bowling very well from the pavilion end. Cam Steele into the attack. His first ball is punched nicely by Will Smale out deep cover. But
Yeah, I thought Carlson was in a position where he could have caused a bit of damage actually for Surrey, so it was a very big wicket to take. He just started looking like he was settling and starting to get going, but Barnwell's delivery made sure that they saw the back of him quite quickly.
I wonder if the left and right hand is influenced the decision to go from left arm spin to leg spin here. Of course, Cam Steele can, in theory, as a leg spinner, turn the ball both ways. And the pitch, as much as Surrey have done a good job here, 118 for 4, this pitch does look very good. So get the leggy on with the lefty in. Mid on up inside the circle. That's his mid off, just dangling the carrot here for Ul Hassan early in his innings. Does he want to go over the top downtown? Oh, he's missed out there. That's a very good dot for Surrey.
Yes, it's a good opportunity here for Cam Steele to come into the attack, particularly the left-hander. This large boundary out on the leg side. There's big differences between the leg side and the offside boundary at the moment. Managing that will be interesting. with the left-hand, right-hand combination.
As a batter, is that, do you think that's something that can maybe play on your mind a bit too much? You almost think you have to go towards the shorter side, and it can influence things a bit negatively.
Yeah, I think if you allow it to consume your thoughts in terms of I can clear that boundary, it actually can work against you.
Smale hits towards that shorter leg side boundary. Mid-wicket for a second. Thought he could have cut off the single, but he can't. So that's the end of the 21st over. Surrey's fight back continues. They regularly pick up wickets, and they've... one delivery remaining. But this has been a good little passage from Surrey. Change of field with the left-hander on strike. 2 men out for the sweep. So they obviously think that is Ul Hassan's go-to stroke. Well, there's also protection for the drag down, which is sometimes helpful when the leg spinner is on. This time, it is the end of the 21st. Surrey continue to tick along nicely here.
Yeah, I think just going back to that point about the short boundary, I mean, it's very short, and you can kind of get into that mindset of, okay, so, you know, from this end I'm just going to look to rotate, but when I'm on strike at the pavilion end, if I'm right-handed, then actually I'm just going to look to anything loose. I'm going to look to dispatch into the stands, and that can kind of land you in all sorts of bother then, really, because it works in the bowler's favour sometimes. If they know that you're just trying to clear ropes, then they think, right, okay, I'm just going to bowl my change-ups here, I'm going to take pace off. So it can be, it's better just to play each ball on its merit.
Barnwell continues, but he'll have to bowl that one again. The field is set for short-pitched bowling. 2 men back on the hook. It's a shorter leg side boundary. It's an interesting ploy here if he is going to drop in the occasional short ball, because Zain Ul Hassan won't need to get a lot of bat on it to clear this leg side fence. So there again, just dangling the carrot, seeing if he wants to take it on. Slip in play as well, so he will try and target the outside edge occasionally. Also, changing the field, extra cover or mid-wicket is going to come across into extra cover, and he's going to come over the wicket as well. So a sign that the plan might change here. Might try and push it across the left-hander instead of bowling straight. Deep point also goes back. Oh, and he goes straight, but too straight. They're going to be working the deep. He can't get there, can Ollie Sykes at deep square. Nice shot off the pads. First boundary for Zain Ul Hassan.
Yeah, I like this move from Barnwell, because he immediately came around the wicket to the left-hander when they came to the crease. And actually, I can see why he's done this. So I think what he's trying to do is pitch on middle and seam away. And that's just obviously just held its line there. Ul Hassan's picked that up really nicely and sent that through mid-wicket. Another field change as a slip comes out into mid-wicket here.
Yeah, does that suggest maybe that after that one held its line, they don't think it's going to nip away, so just give the extra protection? Better line this time, but
yeah, it's an interesting one, because the first ball was a wide coming from around the wicket. A completely different delivery to the second ball he's bowled. So I'm not quite sure why, unless Barnwell's decided very quickly, look, it's not seaming anymore, it's not doing what I want it to, so actually let's protect the over. We've had a good passage of play the last 3, so let's see if we can just squeeze a bit more here.
Yeah, but he's got the right-hander back on strike in Will Smale. He's bowled well to right-hander so far today. He's Barnwell nicked off a few for his 2 wickets so far. Strong shot on top of the bounce. He's a tall man, is Smale, able to ride that back of a length delivery and take his single. Yeah, plenty of movement as always from the left and right hand changes. Interestingly, the umpire didn't move across for the right hander, so he was at point rather than square leg. Sometimes they try and blame the sun, isn't it? Oh, the sun's on this side. I don't think you can do that today.
Not today. I mean, it's quite humid. Maybe it's it's a bit warm. Don't want to work up too much of a sweat going back and forth.
Soft hands from Ul Hassan. Morgan just happy after the recent wicket of Kieran Carlson, just to tick things along here. They have picked up a boundary earlier in this over, of course. Al Hassan with his first, a beautiful shot off his pads through mid-wicket. Do Surrey make any changes here to the field for Smail? No, pretty regulation. Deep point, third, fine leg, deep backward square. Standard procedure for the seam bowler at this point in the innings. He's played that shot well, his Smail. Just that forward defensive that still finds the gap at cover. Means that Surrey aren't really able to build much pressure.
This feels like a really long over, but I think it's just the left-hand, right-hand combination with lots of kind of admin in between balls to make sure everyone's in the right position.
Yeah, it's not good for the over rate, is it?
No, it's not. No.
The wide, the first delivery as well, that didn't help. Yeah, Barnwell does have one delivery to go in his 5th of this spell. He's bowled well. Picked up 2 wickets so far, 2 big wickets as well. Good finish. Banging delivery. Straight. So Al Hassan can't pick out one of the either gaps on the leg or offside. 130 for 4. 22 overs gone. Glamorgan, they probably take this run rate going at just under 6s. Maybe given the start they had, at one point they were going at 11, I think, after 2 or 3 overs. They might like to be a bit more on top. But that wickets column is what's going to frustrate them. Surrey have been at times expensive today, albeit they've pulled it back nicely, but they've been able to pick up regular wickets. Just keep this game in check.
Yeah, I think this partnership here now between Smail and Al Hassan is going to be really important for Glamorgan.
Goes to the reverse sweep, and he has beaten short third. Bit of a chase here for Alex French, and ball just holds up inside the fence. Didn't get all of that, Smail, but can see why he's taking that option. There's only one man behind square on the offside.
I think Glamorgan need a partnership now, a solid one that will probably get them through a good 15-20 overs, bearing in mind they're 4 wickets down now. So I think ideally if they want a big total, they'll want one of these two to be in the last 40.
Another full toss from Steele. He's bowled a couple of those so far in his spell. Sykes at long on keeps it to just a single. Brings the left-hander on strike. Again, changing the field. 2 men back on that square leg boundary. Picks that gap nicely, does Al Hassan. Just turns his wrist, playing with the spin. You are right. It is a lot of admin between deliveries. I like that phrase. I've not heard that one before. I might have to steal it from you. Just changing the field with the left and right hand. I can see why it's a pain for the bowler. Not for the first time. Smail just leans on one and picks the gap at cover. Reasonably straight delivery. Would have driven that from off stump, but able to open the face nicely. It's a very valuable shot, that. Right, the 2 straight men are still up. Oh no, sorry, long on's gone back. The screen here is blocking me. Oh, another missed out on the full toss, Al Hassan. He's faced 2 full tosses from Cam Steele so far in this spell, and both times he's hit it straight to a fielder. Gets away with that one as well. Bit of a drag down, but it's the larger side of the ground and there is plenty of protection out there. So 136 for 4, 23 overs gone. Glamorgan continue just to keep the scoreboard ticking over in this middle overs period. Not taking too many risks, probably because of that number 4 in the wickets column.
Yeah, I think if Surrey can continue to bowl overs like that, that's going to build the pressure on these two here. You could almost feel the frustration from Al Hassan for missing out on that boundary option, really. That drag down from Cam Steele. As it's a change of bowling now at the pavilion end.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Barnwell's bowled well, but they're going to bring young Alex French back in. Of course, he had that nightmare start to his day. The first over went for nearly 20, and it was almost exclusively extras, leg buys, and I think think it was 3 sets of 5 wides, but he's pulled things back nicely. 2 wickets so far. And he's been hitting that heavy length well since that first over. And for his figures to read 2 for 33 on the first ball of his 7th over is some comeback after whatever about the economic damage of that first set of 6, but the psychological damage. He gave him the new ball. It's just his 2nd game. He debuted last week in Guildford in the first game of this competition. Got left out on the Friday against Gloucestershire, but come back in, new ball. Didn't go very well for him, but he's rebounded beautifully. 2 wickets with shorter deliveries as well today. Both batters getting out trying to pull, which is a good sign from the tall fast bowler. Well, that was very full, and Smell's nearly fallen over it. I don't think he was expecting the near Yorker length there. He's done well in the end to keep it out.
Yeah, I think he feared for his big toe there. Now, I think going back to that point on French's first over, you've got to give a bit of credit to Folkes as the captain as well to say, do you know what, no, park it, it's fine, have another one, just relax into it, and I back you, it's fine.
Nice soft hands from Smell. He's got that in his game, doesn't he? He's just able to manipulate the bat face. We talked about him opening the face to get the ball through straighter deliveries through cover, but that one as well, it's only brought him singles, but it's been effective in a game like this. Just get down the other end.
Yeah, I always found when I was playing that actually those were the shots that really played me in and got me into my innings really nicely. If I could play late, almost behind the stumps and just run it off the face, I knew that I was watching the ball and I knew that I was seeing it really well. So it's the sign of a good start there.
It's a sign of a good pitch as well, because you have to trust the pitch to be able to confidently play behind square. Ul Hassan, well, he trusted the bounce on that occasion with that pull shot, but not for the first time. French is testing out the middle portion of this surface. Do you think it would have been much of a deliberation for Ben Folkes? Like, was there any part of him, do you think, that said, God, young man, teenager, it's gone so badly the first time he's taken the new ball, just protect him. Bring him, throw him down to fine leg for 10 overs and bring him back when the ball is older, and because the issue was it was swinging too much, wasn't it? So Smale plays that shot again, once again opening the face. But do you think there would have been that temptation at all, or do you think it was straightforward? No, it's a 50 over game, probably not as big a spotlight as maybe a Blast or a championship game. Keep him going, give him the confidence that we back him.
Yeah, I think maybe 5 or 6 years ago there would have been that, oh no, let's protect him, he's young, and actually that can do more damage than good, can't it? Because the next time he comes to take the new ball, he's always going to have that in the back of his mind.
That's interesting. Okay, so you think that the psychological point of player management has changed as recently as that?
Yeah, definitely. And there might have even been a point where French may have even said to Folkesy, you never know what's been said out there, but he might say, oh, just take me off, and Folkesy would say, no, just park it and let's go. And, it's a testament to his resilience, but it's also a testament to how Ben Folkes probably sees how he can manage that player in that time, because you've got to trade off the long term versus the short term, haven't you? The long term impact, if he took him off, could have been really bad on his career. He could have had to have done a lot of work to then be able to take that new ball again. Steele
continues. Smale continues to sweep, and he's hit it straight to Grantler out there. He's been busy at deep square, has Grantler. Smale likes a sweep shot. There was that stunning piece of fielding a couple of overs ago, wasn't there, from Nikhil Grantler diving to his right hand side. He's a very athletic young man.
Yeah, it's such a short boundary out there. That piece of fielding was spectacular to save that boundary.
Half an appeal. Well, I think Blake was more interested. Steele initially wasn't, but then decided to give it more of a vociferous appeal. I think that might have been the googly. It was, but it's pitched well outside leg. Height an issue as well, hitting him in the midriff. Well, a positive sign for Cam Steele, because it did not look like that Zain Hassan picked that.
No, and that turned a lot as well, that googly. Not an easy skill to execute, but he's pitched outside leg and it looked like it was turning to bounce over the top of middle.
Oh, Will Smale's going to delay the game here. He's got his shoelaces untied. And it's always a nightmare as a batter if you've got to do them up, because you've got to take your gloves off, you've got to stop the game.
I'd always ask the umpire to do mine.
Oh, that looks even worse, doesn't it? The umpire has to help you out. Another full toss. This time, Hassan is able to score off it, but once again, the potential boundary ball has not been cashed in on. That's 3 times now, inside 3 overs, that Cam Steele has offered a big, juicy full toss to the left-hander, and he hasn't been able to find the fence.
Yeah, Hassan is striking at well under 100 at the moment. So that pressure is going to start to build on him, and it's also going to put pressure on Will Smale to continue to rotate the strike, but also to look to score boundaries. It's been a while since Glamorgan have scored one.
Plenty of flight. Smale doesn't take the bait on this occasion. Interesting that with the right-hander on strike, they had a long on back instead of long off. So if Smale did want to go with the spin and go over the top, that option is available to him. But I just wonder, based on the way he's playing, he looks like more of a sweeper, hitting the ball behind square, than a stick your leg down the pitch and hit it over the top. Good bit of fielding off his own bowling, that. Cam Steele.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, actually, I think with Cam Steele turning the way he is, I think the sweep's probably the better option to actually smother the spin rather than be tempted to come down the wicket. We saw his googly really turn and bounce off of a length, so coming down the wicket is probably more high risk than actually sitting in and playing that sweep. So it's quite intelligent batting from Will Smale. It's the strength of his, clearly, the sweep.
Well, we're halfway through the Glamorgan innings now. 143 for 4 is the score. Will Smale, he's looked good for his 23. He's been patient, but he's been able to score. Zain Hassan has struggled a little bit. But we, I think, are just going to take a break for a minute or two as the players do so as well. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time for the second half of this Glamorgan innings.
The good cancer. Let me tell you about the good cancer. You'll die with prostate cancer, not from it. It's a pussycat, not a tiger. Here are some facts about the good cancer. My father died from prostate cancer. 12,000 of our dads, brothers, sons, and friends die from prostate cancer every single year. Is that good? It is the most common cancer in men. And 1 in 4 black men will get the stomach-churning news that I got. Is that good? Treatment can save your life, but can also cause some nasty side effects. For me, that meant constant hot and cold sweats. I'm constantly going back and forth to the toilet. Is that good? I was diagnosed at just 63. Mine was aggressive, incurable. Telling that to your sons, I promise you, this is not good. I'll tell you what is good. When my mate Tom comes up and hugs me and says, "Because of you, I caught it early." Now that's good. A reassuring nurse on the end of the phone after you hear those shocking words when you're making agonizing choices about treatment options. That's good. Thanks to our campaigns, over 1 million people checked their risk in 1 year, meaning many, many more like Tom. That's good. Seeing people across the country do all kinds of crazy things, raising money for life-saving research, and seeing the results of that research. New treatments funded by Prostate Cancer UK are giving me and thousands of men more time with their loved ones. That's good. Everyone at Prostate Cancer UK is working non-stop to get a world where no man dies from prostate cancer. And we all have the power to navigate it. My diagnosis came too late. But by the time my sons are my age, a doctor might say your screening caught it in time. And the treatments can sort this out without side effects. And that will be good.
Yes, very important cause that. We're delighted to be partnered with Prostate Cancer UK for this Metrobank 50 Over Cup game. But welcome back to the Kia Oval. We are halfway through the first innings here. Glamorgan, they were put into bat. Surrey won the toss, of course, and decided to have a chase. But 143 for 4. Alex French has the ball as we're going to get this game back underway. Dismissed by Will Smale. Talk about setting the tone after the drinks break. So often we can actually, there's that myth, isn't it, that the drinks break actually brings a wicket, but on this occasion it brings a drag down from French, and Smale cashes in through the leg side.
Yeah, that was really loose there from Alex French. And I was thinking to myself, he's into his 8th over here, so we clearly don't see him as a death bowler. They're probably just going to front load his overs here. But that's not a great way to start back after it. Well, it's never a great way to start an over, but especially after drinks.
Touch fuller this time. Gets a better result of a dot ball. Yeah, that's an interesting point, actually. I wonder if that's linked, the kind of front loading, and they're not going to give him clearly many at the death. Is that linked to the way he started his day? Very expensive over, a couple of sets of 5 wides. Just give him that he had to bowl the new ball and he had a bit of a difficult time with it. Just don't then overburden his lack of confidence with bowling at the death as well.
Yeah, it might be, and I think obviously bowling at the death is in the 50 over format. You want your best and most experienced bowlers to be able to, bowl under pressure at that time. We were speaking off air just now about how, if Glamorgan keep going at this rate, they're going to comfortably approach that 300 mark, which is quite a daunting total based on Surrey's performance with the bat the last few games as well. So trying to restrict in those final 10. That's a better short ball.
Yeah, up around that head height, that one, wasn't it? It's harder to control when it's up there. He's done well, has Smale, to keep that one on the ground.
Got on top of the bounce. Yeah, and I think trying to restrict in those final 10 as many as possible, or to Glamorgan to as few as possible, or even to potentially bowl them out, will be something that's playing into Ben Folkes' mind. I was thinking just now as well, how many games Ben Folkes has captained whilst not wicket keeping. It's a completely different angle for him.
Just beats backward point. It's been a fruitful area for Ul Hassan, actually. Both of these players have scored behind square with ease, really. Once again, we've said it a few times, but the sign of a good pitch. So go on. I think you're going to be leaving us in a minute, but before you do, go on then, tell us, what do you think, given this situation and given that Glamorgan are 4 down, what do you think is a good score for them at this stage?
I think anywhere between 280 and 300 is par on this deck. And I think if they finish the innings with 300, they'll probably think the game's dead and buried. But it's a cracking wicket. I'd want upwards of 320. I think if these two can stay and build this innings and build a partnership, 320 could be a total that Glamorgan comfortably reach.
Perfect. Well, thanks, Kirstie. We'll hear from you again later on. Hector Vickers is on his way, and he'll help us chat through what may well be a bit of a Glamorgan acceleration if they're going to get to Kirstie's desired total of 320 plus to try and put this game, maybe not to bed, but certainly into the ascendancy. But of course, they are 4 down. They don't have the luxury of wickets in hand, but Will Smale is looking good. Cam Steele to continue with his leg spin. Good afternoon for the first time today, but not for the first time in this Metrobank campaign. Hector Vickers, how are you?
Afternoon, Nathan. Very well, thanks. Good to be here.
Oh, Steele gives that some air off the inside edge. Who's and ahs, another googly from Cam Steele. And I think that was another googly that wasn't picked by a Glamorgan batter. We saw Ul Hassan go for a big sweep and get hit in the stomach by one that spun away from the left-hander. He didn't pick it. There's so much air given on that. I think Steele has recognised that Glamorgan are not going to take many risks here, given they are 4 down with pretty much half their innings still to go. So he's more than happy just to toss it up, see if they go after him.
Yeah, if they're going to have any chance of reaching a defendable total, you think it would be about 270, 280. Hopefully more. These two are going to have to do the bulk of the scoring and just see off this middle over phase.
shorter this time from Steele, but it is spinning. Just cramped Al Hassan for room. He couldn't pick the gap through the offside. Oh, he's gone after that. It's a good, strong shot. Work to do for Adam Thomas, and that's a good bit of fielding.
Yeah, Adam Thomas again out there in the deep. He's such a fantastic fielder out there for Surrey. We've seen some brilliant catches, one today, one at Guildford last week. And he covers ground very quickly. He's great to have out there sweeping. Restricts them to 2.
Final delivery of Steele's 4th over. Plenty of air. Glamorgan are not taking the bait for now. They haven't looked to take on Steele really down the ground. Smale has played a couple of nice sweeps, but apart from that, he's been allowed to really toss the ball up, take the pace off. And it's been an intriguing game of cat and mouse. 154 for 4, 27 gone. I think there's going to be another change of bowling. It's going to be the man who did the fielding out there that we were just talking about in the deep. It's going to be Adam Thomas coming into the attack. Now this is interesting.
Well, we haven't seen him before this competition. Looks as if he's lining up to bowl. Looks bit of right arm medium here. Josh Blake standing up. Nathan Barnwell out there at deep square for Zain Al Hassan.
Yeah, his quick info page lists him as right arm medium. He has yet to bowl in any of his 4 list A games as the 19-year-old. So this is a big moment. First time he's going to have a trundle at this level. Keeper's up, so it's not going to be rapid pace, but this is very interesting. Just, I guess maybe he's going to play the Ryan Patel role, isn't he? Just a few tidy overs, both stump to stump, keeper up. Patel, of course, injured. He was supposed to play today in captain, but he injured his ankle in the warm-up. Well, that is a loosener, if ever I saw one. Dragged down the leg side, fine leg up inside the ring. Zain Al Hassan says thank you very much.
Yeah, just missed both his line and length there, and Zain Al Hassan, who hasn't had to play many shots today. He's been cautious, but he'll cash in on that for sure. Ben Folkes, we were speaking about this earlier. He was going to have to, we thought it might have been Rory Burns just to fill a few overs, but he's gone to Adam Thomas here.
That's a better delivery. Fuller, and not timed particularly well by Zain Al Hassan. He's just going to pop down and do some gardening with that pitched. I think replacing a bit of a divot. A bit of green grass came up off the pitch there. Short again. 4 again. This is a sloppy start from Adam Thomas. This is his first time he's bowled in List A cricket, and he's bowled 2 drag downs that have both been pulled to the fence.
Yeah, Nathan Barnwell out there at deep square, but he's very much in line with the wicket. You'd think that Ben Folkes might look to push him a little bit finer backward of square, but he stays there for now.
Change of angle for Thomas after bowling maybe around the wicket and into the arc of the left-hander. He's going to come over. Short again. Oh, is that just taking a little under edge and hit the body? Not quite sure, but Zain Al Hassan was through the shot too early on that occasion. I think you could see his eyes light up by another short ball, but he's not been able to put this one away. Oh, it's just missed everything. Kept low. That's better from Thomas. Just come over the wicket, push it across him, see if he wants to go over the top. I think if he's driving you off a length over the top, fair play to him, given the game stage. But if you're just giving him boundary balls on leg stump, that is not ideal. I think he's given him another one. Short fine, will chase, but it's timed beautifully. Just a little flick off the hip from Al Hassan. It's an expensive first over ever in List A cricket for Adam Thomas. 3 boundaries, all behind square on the leg side. 12 runs off that set of 6.
Yeah, it's a quick output out there and just races away to the boundary. It's an interesting call from Ben Folkes. Adam Thomas hasn't bowled for either the England under-19s or Surrey, and yet to bowl on the second 11. Goes for 12 in his first over and just gives Glamorgan a bit of release. All that built-up pressure. 12 from the over, and Zain Al Hassan, more importantly, moves to 29 after being quite cautious early on.
Yeah, I wonder if that just was the kickstart he needed for this innings. Decision time for folks. We saw one youngster struggle earlier on when Alex French's first over was very expensive, but he backed him, kept him on, and he's rewarded him with 2 wickets. Does he do the same thing for Adam Thomas here, or given he's not a frontline bowler, maybe there isn't that pressure? Strong drive through the offside from Smale. That will be interesting. I suspect because Thomas's bowling career is not as important to his future endeavours as it is for French, it's not as big a psychological blow to take him off. But 50 partnership between these two. They've scored. They've managed to go at 50 of 53 without taking many risks. Probably exactly what Glamorgan need at this stage of the game. Oh, he's dropped it. It's almost identical to the caught and bowled he took last week in Guildford, wasn't it? Off his own bowling, diving to his left on side. Last time, Steele plucked it out of the air. This was hit hard by Ul Hassan. Too hard. Burst through the hands.
Yeah, he got a good solid hand to it there to Cam Steele, but it shows that Ul Hassan's just looking to hit out a little bit more, kick on into the second phase of his innings.
Smale takes it on. Is it in the gap? Yes, it is. A dive in vain from Ollie Sykes at long on. 1 ball after the drop. Smale comes on strike and he sweeps him authoritatively through the leg side.
That's a nice take from the man in the crowd. One-handed to his right, Ollie Sykes. Cannot get there, yeah. Good take.
Oh, and he just shows his two sons next to him. He's very proud of himself there. Steele responds by not giving that slot sweeping. Oh, mix up, this could be out. Oh God, Zain Al Hassan just got back. He wanted a second run. Will Smale showed absolutely no interest at all. Sent him back quickly, and it's a good thing he did, because if he'd been any later turning there, Al Hassan was a goner. Well, it was a reasonably tight single in the first place, but once it beat deep point, I think Al Hassan just was convinced he was going to get a second run, and well, no dive, but decision not given in Surrey's favour.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we see Ollie Sykes come on in place of Adam Thomas. You've got 2 youngsters there, and Ollie Sykes, you'd feel, is more valuable as a bowler for Surrey than Thomas. We'll have a look at the end of this over.
Take on the quick single. There is that man Sykes. It hits the stumps and ricochets off, but Blake tidies it up. So 8 runs off that over. Zain Al Hassan continues to struggle to put away Cam Steele's full tosses. I make that 4 times that he's got a ball that has not used the facilities, and he's only scored 2 runs off those 4 full tosses. So when Zain Al Hassan looks back at this innings, I think the first place of analysis is relatively straightforward. But end of the over, 174-4-4, and I don't think there's going to be a bowling change. I think the young man Thomas is going to get another go.
Yeah, it looks like Thomas is set to continue here from the pavilion end. Surrey still well on top after dragging it back. Glamorgan was 66 for 1 after the power play, so Surrey have done well here. Let's look to see if Thomas can continue the momentum.
Ooh, good bit of glove work that from Josh Blake. Never easy standing up to the medium pacers, taking it down the leg side. It is a wide, of course.
Yeah, and there it is. They've fielded James Taylor heading out to fine leg. Barnwell stays at square leg. They've just got that extra level of protection.
Yeah, that was where Ul Hassan scored those boundaries in the previous over off Thomas, wasn't it? Just behind square on that leg side. So, yeah. Ben Folks giving his youngster the extra protection down there.
Yeah, that's wise. Would have saved a few runs the over before. Folks there just pulling himself out to long on for Will Smale.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how Thomas goes against the right-hander. He hasn't bowled to him yet in the 7 legal deliveries. He's fired down. Bang in delivery. Smale can't pierce that gap. think if you're Glamorgan, this is the bowler you want to take down, isn't it? Get him out of the attack and force someone else to come in and take those overs. And they've been able to do it reasonably comfortably so far. They haven't had to take any risks, such as the struggles of Thomas so far. But we'll see if Smale decides to go after him. Not on this occasion.
Absolutely. Slightly caught you off guard seeing Thomas come on at the pavilion end. Wasn't an expected change. Hasn't bowled yet in his professional career.
Yeah, caught me completely off guard. No one's ever seen him bowl before. For a second, I didn't know what he was going to come down with. Ooh, a bit of bounce there. Oh, it's still wide outside off. Took a second to think about that, did the umpire, but just decides that it was outside that blue line. That's been a regular feature of this pitch. It is very good in terms of a batting perspective, but there has always been that little bit of extra bounce. First time in his innings that Will Smale has just been dotted up, hasn't it? He's been very good. We were talking about this with Kirstie before he came on, Hector. He's been very good at just opening the face, so hitting straight balls through the gap at cover and hitting wide balls down to deep third. He's been able to rotate the strike and avoid these dot balls, but he's faced 3 in this over. Make that 4.
Well, immediately it looks that Thomas is much more comfortable bowling to the right-hander. He's just getting his line spot on there, almost cramping up Smale just on his off stump, and he's failing to score off the last 4 deliveries, barring that wide.
Well, he finally breaks that run of dot balls. Couple of singles and a wide in that over. 30 overs gone. I'm going to take my leave of you, Hector, and a few thoughts from you. And then the next voice you hear after that will be the return of Mark Church.
Well, Glamorgan 178 for 4 now. Started well, 66 for 1 in the power play. They've still got batting to come, and Dan Douthwaite returned from London Spirit as the injury replacement for Ollie Pope. But at the moment, Surrey well on top. Will Smale and Zainul Hassan combining for a nice partnership here, but they're going to have to keep going. Afternoon, Churchy.
Hello, Hector. Yes, well, look, I think Surrey have done very well up to this point. They've kept them quiet. This partnership now worth 61. They've taken time over it. So these are a big old 20 overs really from here, because Glamorgan could still get up somewhere near 300 if they have a good 20 overs. It's not beyond the rounds a possibility. Surrey could keep them under 250. So big 20 overs coming up. Yusuf Majid is coming back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs, no maidens, none for 21 thus far. So they've kept a couple of overs back from Alex French. I wondered whether they might just bowl Alex French through and get his 10 overs done. Maybe they're keeping a couple up their sleeve for the end of the innings. As Smale just pushes this one off the back foot out into the offside. Rory Burns doing the fielding there, but yeah, good partnership from these two, but it's taking a bit of time, so they've really got to do the bulk of the work here now in this last 20. Smale reverse sweeping, that's nicely played, and he will get a single as Thomas gets round quickly to do the fielding. Looks a very good fielder as well, doesn't he, Thomas?
Yeah, he's got a strong arm out on the boundary. He's always the first to go. Him and Nathan Barnwell like to sweep out there on the boundary.
Took an excellent catch to get rid of Byram, the first wicket to fall off French for 9. Ul Hassan comes back on to strike. Just pushes this one away down towards backward point.
James Taylor, sort of a close fine leg. I wonder if they just brought him in just for the sweep from Ul Hassan, hoping for maybe a bit of a top edge.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to take it from outside his off stump if he's doing that. That's where Majid will be looking to bowl. Yeah, that's exactly right. And they'll get a single as that's cut out into the offside. Cam still gets round to do the fielding. Excellent crowd in today. I said earlier, at 11 o'clock, there were quite a few people in. Then I looked up at about 11:45 and the ground had really filled up. So tremendous crowd in. James Treadwell there umpiring from this Vauxhall end. This is cut by Smale, but straight down to backward point again. They've hit the field a lot today, Glamorgan. I think Ace of Tribe, that was just pure frustration where he got out because he hadn't seen a huge amount of the strike, and then he kept hitting the fielders when he was on strike. Here goes the sweep, straight down to short fine. There is James Taylor, and they'll get a single there. Taylor loses his sunglasses. Good running. Quick singles taken, but tidy over that from Yusuf Majid. So 19 left. Smale and Ul Hassan get together there for a bit of a natter. They've gone with the old bat. Not a fist pump or a bat knock. There was a fist onto the end of the bat there. That's not one I've seen before. Hector, you young men these days, with your ways of greeting each other in between overs, used to just be a handshake, actually.
It's quite formal.
Yeah, well, I think it's always good to show respect. We are now getting Nathan Barnwell into the attack, the changer bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions, here on the Surrey live stream. Now, he bowled very nicely his first 5, 2 for 31 so far, and 2 good ones. As I say that, though, his first delivery goes flying down the leg side, and poor old Josh Blake can't get across to that, so that's 4 wides to start off with. But the 2 he's picked up today have been genuine wickets. Sam North East caught it outside the off stump, and Kieran Carlson having a nibble outside his off stump as well. But that first delivery from Nathan Barnwell, radar off a touch there.
Yeah, that's wayward to say the least, but I agree. He's been very impressive throughout this competition. Last week against Gloucestershire, I thought he bowled amazingly well, and so far in his first spell.
Smale forward. They'll get a quick single here, just to the right of the backward point, Ollie Sykes.
Very rhythmic run up.
Yeah, he's got a bit about him as well as Nathan Barnwell. So, been around a couple of seasons now, but I thought he bowled very well in that second game at Guildford, and he's bowled very well today. Sort of got to mention that Extras is 40 at the moment, so Extras has gone very well today. So that could be, if you take those 40 out, sorry, you're in a great position. Left-handed Ul Hassan's letting this one go across him outside his off stump, and taken by Blake neatly and tidily away to his left-hand side. But yes, the members' pavilion. Lots of people sat in the members' pavilion. Ul Hassan's just shaking his head there as he went for a little walk towards square leg. Rather like the Glamorgan one-day kit as well. Barnwell just tosses himself a couple of catches, then he comes striding in, as you can see. Oh, now this is chipped uppishly and gone, and that's a really good time for a wicket for Surrey. And Ul Hassan goes. He was sort of in 2 minds, it seemed there. Am I going over the top, or am I just dinking this down to mid-on? And he sort of got caught in between and has chipped a really simple catch up to French at mid-on, and that's a 3rd wicket for Barnwell. That's a great time for Surrey to get that wicket, because it breaks the partnership that's taken a while to put on their runs. 70 between Smale and Ul Hassan, and 187 for 5.
Well, he hadn't had to play too many extravagant shots in that innings, but that'll break the 70 partnership between him and Will Smale. Alex French just had to steady himself down at mid-on, but takes a comfortable catch in the end. I think it'll bring out Dan Douthwaite back from his brief stint running the drinks at the 100.
I just wonder if he took a bit of pace off that as well, Nathan Barnwell. But I think it was more Ul Hassan was, if he'd tried to launch that over the dugout, look, you can see how frustrated he is as he makes his way through the gate and up the stairs. I think he probably would have launched it straight over the dugouts, but he didn't really do either. So yes, Dan Douthwaite makes his way out to the middle. Very busy, aggressive cricketer in everything he does is Dan Douthwaite. They need a bit of that now. They need a bit of Douthwaite knocking balls out the park at the moment, I think.
Well, they've got to be careful here. Glamorgan 187 for 5 could very easily slip. They have a fairish tail, so these two are going to have to sort of absorb a bit of the pressure at the moment and then maybe explode towards the back end of the innings. Still 19 overs to go.
There are. So Barnwell, third wicket for him. First ball for the right-handed Douthwaite, and it's down the leg side from Barnwell, and that'll be another wide. So 41 on the extras.
Yeah, just shuffled across his crease there, did Douthwaite. Look to work that into the leg side. You've got Adam Thomas, deep backward square, so it looks as if he's just going to be happy ticking around a few singles to start his innings. He's into it.
Yeah, I'm just checking the 4 out at the moment. Sweeper on the deep backward square on the leg side, and then the sweeper on the cover rope, third man, and a long leg, the 4 outside the circle. Douthwaite's forward. That just hops on him a touch. Nicely bowled from Nathan Barnwell. Just potters out into the offside. Douthwaite's down to do a bit of gardening.
He's one of those bowlers that it's quite hard to pick the balls that are going to bounce from his run-up. You can't really pick it out the action either, and we've seen it a few times this competition where he's just unsettled the batsman with, a shortish ball, but just rising up and sort of cramping the batsman for space. But Douthwaite did well to keep that down.
Yeah, and it's coming off a pretty good length as well. That's the other thing. Douthwaite is off the mark, just rides the bounce on this occasion, guides that one down to Taylor, and then we'll take a single. And that'll bring Smale back onto strike. He has to see this through to the end now. And that wicket of Ul Hassan just puts a little bit more pressure on the shoulders of Will Smale. Played very nicely for his 40. It's taken him, as you can see, 48 deliveries so far to get there. But he sort of has to be there at the end, you felt, from a Glamorgan perspective. As he's looking to work this one into the leg side, that hits him amidships. He ends up on his knees there, does Will Smale. I think he's okay, but it's a good over from Barnwell, and he gets a little pat from his captain, Ben Folkes. Last delivery again, just bouncing again and hitting the thigh guard. Just on the inside of that thigh guard, that can be painful. So there you are, you can see there's a few people dotted around in the JM Finn stand behind the scorecard at the moment. French with the first 2, and then Barnwell with both northeast. Carlson, and has just picked up that wicket of Ul Hassan. So nobody's gone past 50 as yet. In fact, I have to say our top scorer so far, extras, on 41. So extras at the moment. Top scorer, Yusuf Majid's not happy with something with the ball. So here comes the penknife. I tell you what, if you're ever lost in the woods, James Treadwell's a good man to be lost with his Swiss Army penknife there. Umpires have got all sorts of things in their pockets now, Hector.
I haven't seen that before.
Have you not? They've got every... You know that Bear Grylls fella who sort of, I don't know, takes a celebrity into the outback and then they drop them out of a helicopter and they have to survive for a week with a film crew in a catering van around the corner. No, I'm only joking. I would want to be dropped with an umpire because they have so many bits and pieces in their pockets now.
Maybe we can get James Treadwell on there,
well,
if it's still going.
They could whittle you a tree house, I'm sure, with all their bits and pieces. Tell you what the light's going to be like with their light meters. Douthwaite pushing this one from Yusuf Majid out into the offside. There's RJ Burns doing the fielding, moving round to his left. Very good this from Surrey at the moment. Keeping Glamorgan quiet. This is the sort of time that Glamorgan would have wanted to have been rollicking along, but they're not at the moment. Douthwaite very respectfully playing that one back up the pitch to Yusuf Majid. Very tidy figures for him as well. Douthwaite waits again. Quite an aggressive stance he has. And again, that's a very defiant defensive shot there.
Oh,
and Douthwaite.
hitting his line is Majid. He's got 2 men out in the sweep. Nathan Barnwell deep mid-wicket and looks like Nick Ilgarantler at deep backward square. So he's trying to entice him into the sweep here.
Short. Cut away for a single out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. It's Thomas out there doing the fielding. That'll take Delthwaite onto 4, brings Smale back onto strike. 140. Field changes for Smale. They are cutting out. He does like that little late cut, so they're cutting out that area with the backward point in the shape of Cameron Steele. He's got 3 back on the leg side boundary rope as Yusuf Majid. Around the wicket he goes, and Smale gets on his toes and just tucks this one away out towards the deep mid-wicket, which is Nathan Barnwell. But it's a good over again. The other thing I like about Yusuf Majid today is he gets through his overs quickly. He's whipping through his overs at the moment. There are 17 left for Glamorgan. There you can see the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. As I say, I think a few people have gone in to get their lunch now, because it was a little more packed than that. And then to the right, the dressing rooms, the very, very nice new dressing rooms. And then to the left of that, the SSE Energy Solutions stand, and one oval square as well. Lovely ground, the Kia Oval. Really is now. Barnwell to bowl his 7th over. Coming into Smale, we'll get a quick single. Just pushing that one out into the covers. Might get some overthrows as that was whipped in by Runtha. But just the single. One more to the total.
Yeah, Douthwaite there just almost switched off after getting in safe for the first. Smale wanted to come back for a second. Turned down.
Barnwell always flicks himself a couple of catches before he sets off. Solidly in behind this is Douthwaite. You can see Douthwaite there takes a big deep breath after that, because he knows at some point he's going to have to start playing a few more shots. He's just giving himself a bit of time at the moment. He's very capable of having 5 overs of carnage, of course. As you can see, he's a strong lad. He's got his chest guard on as well there. Probably having seen the bounce in this pitch. But he's a strong, strong fella. As I say, it's an aggressive stance that he has. Oh, he's trying to whip that one leg side. Oh, that's painful. That's hit him on the inner thigh. He'll go for a little wander here. Well, Douthwaite, he'll be delighted there that wasn't a little straighter. Oh, yes, look, he's pointing to his chest guard here. That's why he's wearing the chest guard.
Well, it's just a length ball from Barnwell that again just rises up. Completely
Ooh,
unawares.
Yes, you can see there that I thought that had hit his inner thigh, but actually I'd mentioned the chest guard. That's gone straight into the chest guard. So very sensible wearing one of those. Good over thus far from Barnwell. That's on his hip. He'll get a single, will Douthwaite. Just plays it straight out to deep backward square. Thomas is there again. He's been everywhere in the field today, Adam Thomas.
Won't be happy with that, Will Barnwell. Just built up a good bit of pressure against Douthwaite and just lost his line a little bit onto the hips. And comfortable single in the end.
Be interested to see. Obviously James Taylor's going to bowl at the end. And I'll be also very interested to see how Ben Folkes sort of manages his bowlers from here. And as that's on leg stump, and that'll be flicked away by Smale down towards Majid, who gets round to do the fielding. Another single. So just 3 off the over with the ball to go. So good stuff from Nathan Barnwell. No sun today. Well, obviously there is sun because we can see what's going on out there in the middle. But we've had cloud cover all day, haven't we?
I was going to say, it looks by all measures to be quite a chilly, frosty day, but it's hot out there as well. It's just, just a bit of cloud.
Yeah. I think the sun's coming back tomorrow from what I read. Last ball of the over. Oh, this is chipped just over the top of short extra cover from Douthwaite. He almost had his fourth there, Barbob. They're going to get two. But again, first sign of aggression from Douthwaite. But it came off the toe end of his bat and sort of hung in the air. And, it wasn't too far away from the short extra. That was Garantha there, hanging in the air. There's the Glamorgan players on their balcony, having a bit of a chat about everything. And the other thing here is that they've sort of seen the way that Surrey go about it with the ball. Always gives you a sort of blueprint. 198 for 5, 16 overs remaining. Yusuf Majid to bowl his 8th. Suppose it would be logical to see him bowl through here and bowl his 10. Slog sweeping, big shout for LBW going down. So missed it completely, hit the bat leg, but on the angle, left arm around the wicket. Umpire Treadwell saying that's going to miss leg stump, and I think that's pretty fair from umpire Treadwell. But again, Smale there, you can just feel he's beginning to feel a bit of pressure here now. Driving, doesn't get a run. Burns does the fielding.
And that was the plan from Majid to Douthwaite. The over before, again the two sweepers out there, deep mid wicket and deep backward square, but Smale, he's had a lot of time at the crease and is willing to take that one on.
Yeah, again, this is a period where you think something's going to give. He's trying to slog sweep again. I think he may have got a little bottom edge onto that. And it rolls to backward point, but you just get that build up now. And Smale may try something here. Two slog sweeps that haven't come off now against Yusuf Majid. He'll get a single. Just turns this one into the leg side. Up comes Barnwell to do the fielding. Smells 44 from 56. He's still rehearsing that sweep shot. Douthwaite comes back onto strike. Now if he gets hold of a slog sweep, be careful if you're sat on the Harleford Road side of the ground, because it'll be coming towards you. As it is, he just plays a very solid looking defensive shot straight back up the pitch. He's trying to just find a single down the ground, but Yusuf Majid diving away to his right, and again he's threw this over very quickly, just a single off it with one ball to go. Good stuff again. Does Douthwaite take a gamble? No, he can only push this out to Ben Folkes captaining Surrey in this game. Good over again, just a single off it through the over quickly. 15 to go.
Yeah, brilliant from Majid there. Just a one run from it. Glamorgan are going to start feeling pressure very soon. He feels something's got to give. They've got Alex Horton still to come, the wicket keeper. Can offer some handy runs. These two, Douthwaite, as you say, Churchy, he can clear the rope when he's in.
Yep.
Just taking his time here. Barnwell's going to continue. It's a good battle between him and Douthwaite. He's at the non-strikers end though.
Well, Rory Burns there's in conversation with Ben Folkes. So good fella for folks to have out there is Rory Burns. So, Folkes is in charge today, but he'll be just getting the opinion of Rory Burns. 36th over. Smale, here we go. It's flicking this uppishly. He's got quite a bit of this. It's a good shot from Smale into the leg side. There goes Folkes in hot pursuit. Cap comes off. Look at the hair again. And they'll pick up 3. He must be the only person, Ben Folkes, as those 3 bring up the 200 for Glamorgan, that can bat for 6 hours in intense heat and get to 100, take his helmet off, and his hair just falls perfectly. Everybody else looks a complete and utter mess. But there, when his cap came off after that chase, hair looked like he'd just stepped out of the salon. Oh, Douthwaite just opens the face, guides this one down towards James Taylor. Pick up another single.
Yeah, you don't see that often, folks giving chase to the boundary. Normally he's behind the stumps with gloves and cap on.
Yeah, the reason he's captaining today is Ryan Patel in the warm-up did something to himself. So Folkes I think it was all a bit last minute because there was a bit of a delay with the toss as well. Did the right thing though, won the toss, Ben Folkes. So tossed the coin well, did Ben Folkes. Smell on 47. Always having a hook at this. That wasn't the most convincing of shots from Smale. A bit more of an afterthought as much as anything. And good aggressive stuff from Barnwell. But again, Smale just indicating that probably bounced more than he was expecting. He was almost trying to hook that off the front third. And then it just got bigger on him than he was expecting. And as I say, it wasn't the most convincing of shots, really. I think the best he could have got there is a top edge straight over the keeper's head. What does Barnwell follow that up with? Well bowled, great delivery, and again he's just got that to bounce on Smale. It's been terrific stuff today from Nathan Barnwell, it really has. And this one, Smale, I think is looking just to run this away, and then it bounces on him. And you can just see the surprise there on Smell, but he's sort of just thinking, right, I'll just open the face, I'll guide this one down towards third man, and then all of a sudden the ball gets big on him. Good bowling from Barnwell. Couple of balls to go in this over. Oh, he's drifted onto leg stump. This is picked up by Smale. One bounce out towards deep backward square. Thomas does well because it's spun off the turf, but he got a hand on it. It's just a single for Smale. 2 away from 50 now.
Well, this ball, you feel something's coming here. Last ball of the over. Dan Southwaite on strike. He has 8 from 14 and he's got to look to go at some point.
I think I'm right in saying we haven't had a 6 in the innings, have we?
No.
I don't think we've had a maximum. Now, there's nothing wrong with that at all, but normally see 1 or 2 in a 50 over game.
Can see this going short.
Oh, he's gone slower ball. Well bowled, Nathan Barnwell. And all Southwaite can do is just play that back up the pitch to him. So 7 off the first couple of deliveries and then just the single. So another good over from Barnwell. Burns and Folkes are still in discussion out there in the middle. There you are, the London skyline for you. The surprise looking flats there that look like raised eyebrows in the distance. There's the captain. Done a pretty good job so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done well. It was clever of him to stick with Alex French as well after his first over. Got the rewards. Alex French 2 wickets so far today. He's got 2 overs to come.
9th over for Yusuf Majid. And Smale gets a short ball that he's cutting away, but again he'll just find the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Thomas there sensibly wearing the sort of tuber grip on his elbows, because when you're diving around and the wicket ends, you can really, well, you graze your elbows, so he's very, very sensibly wearing the tuber grips. Southwaite wristily cuts this one away, but you'll see it again now with Thomas on either arm, and that's really just to protect his elbows, because you can see there the wicket ends, all the pitches, and you slide in one of those on your elbows, it's going to be a bit like when you were little and you may have come off your bike or something along those lines. Another single here. That'll swing Thomas to his left, but he's round very quickly. He's got the throwaway, but they're getting back for 2. It's good running. Got to start pushing this now. And Smale will move to 50. So just raises his bat there towards his teammates to Smale. 51 from 62 deliveries. Good innings, but he's got to keep going, hasn't he, here?
Yeah, and that's his first 50 in this day cricket. High score previously of 48.
Yeah, and he's played nicely. You feel though he's got to be there somewhere near the end. He's playing a very nice looking defensive shot here. Majid does the fielding off his own bowling, but again, Majid in this over so far 4 off it with 2 balls to go. Getting through this over pretty quickly. Around the wicket he goes. Now he's sweeping Smale. He's got a fair amount of this, but it's straight out to Guruntha. Out there. Deep backward square, so just the single. He's got his fielders in just the right place. As Yusuf Majid. Impressive today. He's going to be... Well, he is already, but he's going to take a lot of wickets for Surrey, I always think. Yusuf Majid during his career. Single here for Douthwaite, down towards Ollie Sykes. One more to the total. End of another over. 13 remaining here on the Surrey live stream. And Surrey won the toss, decided to bowl first. And Glamorgan just haven't got away from Surrey. There we are. Magnificent moustache there from that gentleman. That's an absolute cracker.
And the hair as well.
Yeah, well,
he's got it all.
They're back in fashion. The old moustache. That's an absolute belter. Two young men with their bat getting ready for half time. Both got their bats with them. I wonder if Mum's going to have to bowl at them. My mum wasn't a bad bowler, actually.
What did she bowl?
Bowled dodgy off spin.
Okay.
Mm.
Right on.
Yeah, she had the Dusra as well, which was a real surprise. Barnwell starting his 9th over. Douthwaite plays this one off a good length.
Would you fancy a hit around at the break?
No.
On the outfield? No? Okay.
No.
It's going to chuck some down for you.
No, that's very kind of you, Hector, but you'd probably have to stretch me off afterwards. So, very nice of you. I'm sure Cameron would go down and have a hit with you during the break.
Good spinner, I've heard.
Yeah, well, he's a thinking man spinner, isn't he? He's always 2 balls ahead of the batsman. Also, I've been told. Douthwaite on the back foot this time, pushes to backward point. They'll take the single as Sykes has to come round to his right. Douthwaite's almost ended up with us there, isn't he? Sprinting through for the single. So he's 11 off 19 deliveries now. Yeah, you still just feel that this innings it's either going to be, after 50 overs, you're saying Surrey bowled really well there and they've kept Glamorgan quiet, or Glamorgan are going to suddenly light up. Smale doesn't look convincing with this short ball, does he? Again, he's saying that's bouncing on him, but he saw one of those in the last over. And again, he's trying to take that from way outside his off stump, and he's sort of playing it on the front foot. In many ways, with that sort of delivery, might be better just uppercutting it. Short boundary down towards third man. It's good bowling from Barnwell. 3 wickets for him today. And as I said, they've all been good ones. Single here. Just tucked away. Might look for 2. Yusuf Majid picks up one-handed. Gets the throw away quickly. Excellent work from Yusuf Majid. Got the ball in the air very quickly there. Key thing. It's funny as a batter. When you turn, if you see the ball in the air, it might be the worst throw of all time, but it does just stop you for a sec. But that was an excellent throw. Straight over the top of the stumps from Yusuf Majid.
It's been one of those innings where the first few overs we had Glamorgan very much in the driving seat, and all since then it's just been all Surrey, but these two doing nicely here.
Up on his toes goes Douthwaite. He will get a single. Just punching that one away past backward point. There's Cam Steele doing the fielding, but singles are fine at the moment from a Surrey point of view. Just got to Glamorgan in that last 10 find the boundary a bit more. And of course Surrey will get an extra fielder out. Still could get 300 here, Glamorgan, but could still be kept to probably 350 now. 250 now is beyond Surrey, keeping them under that. Oh, well bowled, Nathan Barnwell. It's great length. And Smale beats the edge again. Super bit of bowling from Nathan Barnwell. And again, you can see Smale there. He's trying to go over the top, but great length, and it's the length as much as anything there that's done Smale. It's good stuff from Barnwell. Really is. He's been impressive again today. 12 to go then. There's the Surrey flag. See how strong the breeze is as well. And the Union Jack up there on the middle. And then the other pole's naked, I'm afraid, everybody. So we have got the Surrey flag and the Union Jack.
Glamorgan must have forgot their flag.
Well, I don't know if they've forgotten it. Where were we earlier this season? Where the flag was taken, but there was no pole to put it up, unfortunately, which was a shame.
What do you do there?
Well, you either, I don't know,
Stick it on.
stick it on somewhere, I think, but they're heavy, these flags. They're big old things. Now, James Taylor back into the attack from this Vauxhall end to bowl our 39th over outside edge, and Douthwaite's gone. And Surrey have done this throughout this innings, and Douthwaite there is trying to run that down to third man. Good catch from Blake, and again, good time for a wicket for Surrey. And Douthwaite goes without really touching the blue paper there. Gone for 12, 213 for 6.
Yeah, brilliant from James Taylor. Hasn't bowled in a while, so that's an impressive delivery to start his spell. Just angled in, and Douthwaite just prods forward, steps forward, and just pokes at one. 12 for 21. He won't be happy with that innings, and it'll bring to the crease Alex Horton, the last sort of batter of any impetus here for Glamorgan.
I just thought for a second he might have whacked that bat somewhere, but this is a good catch from Blake as well. You can see he's just trying to run it down to third man, too close for that, and good catch from Blake. Flying away to his right hand side, and James Taylor wicket off his first delivery back into the attack, and very good again from Surrey. As I say, they've just held Glamorgan at bay today. And if you could take out and you can't now obviously, but the 41 extras, then it's an obvious thing to say. It'd be a very different looking scorecard from a Glamorgan perspective. But the way that Alex French came back from his first over was mightily impressive. But there are still 11.5 overs for Glamorgan.
And the new man, Alex Horton, the wicket-keeper, born in Newport, plays some cricket for the Wales minor counties and more recently for England under-19s. That's his 9th this day appearance. Needs some runs today. Averages 19 so far in the competition, but his highest score of 44 not out. Be much desired by Glamorgan.
Yeah, that would do, wouldn't it, if he beats that. His first ball, the right-handed Horton. Nice looking defensive shot, just plays it away into the offside. And Rory Burns gets round to his right to do the fielding. Yeah, there's a lot of talented youngsters in this 50 over competition. That's the great thing about the Metro Bank. Although I say that with Glamorgan, actually, they haven't lost too many to the 100, and of course they're defending the title that they won. So I think they've lost a couple to the 100. As Mason Crane, of course, is away somewhere in the 100.
Yeah, Mason Crane and Ben Kellaway, both at Welsh Fire, both the spinners, gives an opportunity to Romano Franco, coming in 11, but should offer some left-arm spin in the second innings. Of course, Dan Douthwaite was the replacement for Ollie Pope for the first couple games, but back now, so just the two missing for Glamorgan. Few rested, James Harris being rested for the county championship.
Kellaway's a cricketer to keep an eye on. He's another one that you hear a lot about. Nicely bowled again by Taylor. Mainly in the fact that he can bat hundreds in the championship and in the shorter form, but also he bowls left arm spin and right arm off spin. It's a handy trick to have up your sleeve, isn't it?
How many of those?
Not many. There aren't many out there. I suppose you've got Livingston who can bowl leggies and offies. But it is handy, if you get a left-hander in and you can switch to bowl offies and then you can take the ball away from the right-hander. Oh, that beats the edge. Nicely bowled again by Taylor.
Yeah, you can almost pick an extra batter if that's the case.
Yeah.
You've got two spin options there. It's sort of similar to sort of Marnus Labuschagne's bowling a bit of spin and a bit of pace as well. Wouldn't call it pace, medium pace maybe.
Oh, well, they've seen that at Glamorgan. Marnus bowling his leggies, of course. I was down in Cardiff only a couple of days ago.
For cricket?
No, my daughter was doing some shopping. I didn't do a lot. This is Horton getting off the mark with a single down towards third man. So French does the fielding down there. That's a great over from James Taylor at this stage. Just a single off it and the wicket. Thank you to Hector. Hector will be back with us in the second innings. Kirstie White is back alongside. And I was just saying to Hector there, I think Surrey have kept Glamorgan at bay here. And I think they've done it very well. Yes, could do without the 41 extras, but actually I think they bowled pretty well today.
Yeah, I agree. It's a cracking deck. You can't take that away. That's played a massive part in, Glamorgan being able to score at this rate. Obviously the extras as well. Take those out of the score column, and Surrey will be licking their lips at the opportunity to bat on here.
Barmile his final over, and Horton again looking just to pull that into the leg side. Didn't get a huge amount of bat on that, and it is a long single out towards deep mid wicket. The other thing they've done well is it's never, you always say it's never a bad time to pick up wickets, but actually there's always good times to pick up wickets, and they picked them up at just the right time, haven't they? Every time Glamorgan have looked to get on with it, or they've got a little partnership going, they've suddenly picked up a wicket. So Glamorgan's innings hasn't really got going as yet, and that's good bowling again from Barnwell.
Yeah, I agree, and I think had there been one solid partnership, which it looked like for a moment that Al Hassan and Smale could have built, I think that could have really put a nail in the coffin for Surrey, and they could have looked to score easily and comfortably in excess of 320. But Surrey have been great at taking wickets, like you said, when needed, and just limiting partnerships, and that's the name of the game, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've been good in the field as well. As well, we've just got some movement behind the bowler's arm, and Barmer will have to try again. Smale on this occasion can't get a run, and you can feel Smale's frustration just building as well, because he's been out there for 69 deliveries. He's played very nicely. But it's about this time. If you've been out there for 69 deliveries, you're thinking, right, let's go. Let's just put our foot down. But he's not being allowed to here by Barnwell. And we've seen Barnwell, a couple of short balls that have bounced on Smale. But you can see Smale wants to manufacture something here. Perfectly understandable. As on this occasion he gets a ball on his hip, and he'll be able just to turn this one out into the leg side.
Yeah, I think Smale's built his innings nicely. He needed to be here in this last 10 overs that they're just approaching now. So he's fulfilled his role, and it does kind of sit on his shoulders in terms of where Glamorgan finish. If they finish in that upper range of 280 to 300, or if they're bowled out for less than 250, we know what Surrey will be hoping for.
This one's down the leg side. This will be signal wide. That'll be one more to the extras column. 42 extras is on now. That's quite a lot.
How many overs extra is that?
Yeah, well,
7 extra overs.
7 extra overs.
Wow.
So
on paper it is. There were a lot of 5 wides.
Yeah, on paper it is. Yeah, it's hard enough bowling 50 overs, let alone 57. Horton, forward. Nice looking shot, but won't get a run. Good stuff from Barnwell. He's been very, very good again today, as Nathan Barnwell. Thought he bowled really nicely.
Surrey just need to Try and starve Smale of the strike here as well. That'll be something they'll be working towards doing. Bowling as many deliveries at Horton as they can. Starve Smale of the strike, and when he then has to face the bowler, he'll be looking to put his foot down.
Yeah. They've got to at some point soon. Well bowled again by Barnwell. Nicely played, quietly back up the pitch by Horton. Barnwell's bowled really well today. That's his 10 overs done, 3 for 55. So well bowled, Nathan Barnwell. 10 to go, last power play. And Kirstie, a few more thoughts from you. And then you are going to be joined to the end by Cameron Ponsonby.
Yeah, so it looks like James Taylor's going to be continuing from the Vauxhall end. He's bowled fairly well, picking up that wicket on his first delivery of his returning spell. Big phase here for Surrey now, 10 overs to go. And all pressure falls on Smale to see what total he can get Glamorgan to.
One more run taken into the offside. Well, they might even get back for 2 here. In fact, they do. So Smale rotates the strike. Having just recently gone to his half century. I'm Cameron Ponsonby. I'm joined by former Surrey player Kirstie White. I'm going to talk you through. Well, this competition has thrown up the same cricket match in numerous different ways currently. In that, no matter how you mix up the wickets and the runs, the teams batting first end up at around 290. And with Smale there, yes, Glamorgan are 6 down, but they only need 7 runs and over to get up to that total. So they're still, Glamorgan would absolutely shake hands on 300 at the moment, but does it feel realistic?
I think it's a belter of a deck, and I think 300 is probably par on this wicket. Will Surrey struggle to score 300 with the form that they've been in recently? Potentially, yes. Having played at Guildford, that notoriously produce excellent batting decks as well. So it's a double-edged sword, really.
All mix up. Horton sent back, well fielded by Adam Thomas at backward point.
It's a double-edged sword, really, isn't it? Because, for Glamorgan, they'll be happy if they get 290, 300. That's probably par on this wicket. And in any other situation, they probably need higher, but the recent run of form that Surrey have been in, they might be actually comfortable with 280.
Taylor into Horton. Down the track, and that's slashed out to deep cover point. He was on to 3. 10 balls faced from Horton. So he's just trying to get a little bit of a hurry on.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see how these two approach these final overs. We've not seen anything explosive. In fact, I don't even know if we've had a 6 in the entire innings so far, bearing in mind the short boundary on the leg side is probably around 60 yards, if that.
All beaten on the outside edge. That's a good delivery from Taylor. We've seen that a few times across the course of this innings. Ones where the seamers have just got the ball to stand up on the seam and either duck in or away from the batters. We saw Nathan Barnwell take 2 wickets through producing magic deliveries. We see the replay here. It just seems to have held its line ever so slightly, having ducked in towards Smale before pitching. Cut powerfully. Just the 1 run, well fielded by Yusuf Majid in the deep. So Surrey have used 6 bowlers. They've got 2 overs of grace, basically, because they had Adam Thomas send down a couple of overs of medium pace. The score is 222 for 6 after 41 overs. You can see the scorecard here. Everyone reaching double figures, apart from Byram at the top of the order. And all the wickets falling to catches as well, which I guess is not that unusual, is it? We just haven't had an LBW or a bowled, Kirstie.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's a team sport. Everyone's had a turn.
Seeing those bowlers figures here. And this is what we were talking about. So Thomas, because he's bowled 2 overs, it means that Ben Folkes doesn't need all of Cameron Steele, Yusuf Majid, Alex French and James Taylor to bowl out. And we are going to have a bowling change here. So Cameron Steele is going to start bowling. They do need 3 more from him if they're going to reach the end of this innings. So he's going to bowl from the pavilion end, which means he has that big leg side boundary to play with. He's got deep square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on out on the leg side. He's giving up a single into that leg side. He's more than happy if Glamorgan want to drop the ball into the leg side and Smale in particular and take 1. We'll see if they have a change of plan to Horton. Big sweep, big appeal, no dice. High? Ask Cameron Steele. Oh, It looks like he doesn't agree with the answer he's been given.
He was turning it an awful lot from the Vauxhall end. So he's going to straight in. He's changed his line. He's bowling to that big boundary, so he's going to have to bowl very straight here.
Bunted up to long on. Now this will be interesting. Horton's on 3 off 10. Do Surrey have a change of plan? And they do. Ben Folkes is taking it upon himself to trot across from backward point and position himself at mid wicket. So they're closing off a single opportunity to Horton, and they're going to try and keep the right hander on strike. Well, he goes for a reverse sweep of sorts, and he gets 4 runs for it. It's a wonderful shot from Horton. He flipped his legs over, kind of swapped his hands as well, and paddled that into the gap that had just been vacated by Ben Folkes. There had been 2 behind square on the offside. Well, look at that. Delicate.
Lovely. Reverse lap. Lovely. Really well played. Very intelligent. Forced a fielding change immediately. So you're not doing that again. You can have a single, but you can't have a boundary.
Well, now those 2 backward points are back in place. Here we go. This is when we look up Alex Horton, we find out he played hockey for Wales or something.
Well, I was actually just looking at how many boundaries have been scored the entire innings. No 6s so far.
Down the track, big full toss, and that's 4. That's a freebie from Cameron Steele. The umpires just check with one another. Is that a no ball? Was it too high? No, it's fine. Well, it's fine for Glamorgan, not fine for Surrey. That's 4 more runs to the total.
Yeah, slight trot down the wicket just saves Cam Steele for being penalised for a no ball. That takes the boundary count to 18. 18 4s have been scored so far.
Is that a lot? I don't really know.
I feel like it's not. It's 72 of these 231 runs.
Glamorgan been rotating the strike pretty well. They've also had a pretty generous helping hand in the extras column
42.
From Surrey. 42 extras, 33 wides and 2 no balls. End of the over, 42 gone. The score is 231 for 6. Run rate exactly 5.5.
Yeah, I think the boundaries column is, if I was Surrey and I hadn't bowled the extras that we had bowled, 42, I think I'd be quite happy. But if only 72 of the 231 runs have come from boundaries, minus the 42 from extras.
Big step across the offside, heaved over the leg side. That's 1 bounce and over the rope. So we're seeing the plan of action from Glamorgan here. Got the short leg side boundary in play. James Taylor is bowling. They're going to step across their stumps. They're going to target that short side.
Yeah, your move here, James Taylor. You can't avoid. Let me start.
Try again, Kirstie.
You can't afford to bowl short and straight with a boundary this short on the leg side.
Well, we do have an interesting field set because long on or mid on is in the ring, as it were. So the 3 fielders out on the leg side are from fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, which suggests that Taylor's going to go short that smell and try and keep the ball outside off stump. There we go.
It's a simple game, cricket.
We had a very enjoyable, and I'm going to be honest, good for the ego, match here last year when James Taylor was bowling to Jack Taylor. And we're probably on a similar-ish pitch. And when there is one side so short, the game kind of goes on to autopilot. Everyone knows what's trying to happen. And as the commentators, we were able to sound very knowledgeable because we were just predicting what was going to play out. Taylor in. Good length and guided down. Wide. Oh, there's a slip at the non-striker's end, so it'll just be one.
Yeah, Smale is going to want to face as many of these deliveries in this last 7.5 overs as possible. So he'll be disappointed to slip the non-striker's end there. There was an opportunity for 2. Yeah, when the boundary is this short, it can become a game of cat and mouse.
Well, we wait to see if Horton follows the example of Smale. Down the track, over the offside. It slices behind point. Yusuf Majid does the fielding. He's able to get 2. So Horton there trying to get down the track and create that length that Taylor is bowling to make it fuller, get closer to the pitch of the ball. Then it'll make it easier for him to hit straight over the fielders that are in the ring. Gets 2 runs for his troubles on this occasion.
Yeah, and even if he takes a little trot down the wicket, if he hits it hard, straight, all he needs to do is beat extra cover, and he's got 4. Extra cover is quite tight, saving 1 in the ring.
Clipped off his legs, deep square leg in the game, yes. Well, fielded on the bounce. And now we're going to have a change of field for the last ball of this over. Deep mid-wicket is dropping back out. So actually it seemed like the ball before we had an extra fielder in the ring, 1 more than was required. And they're kind of trying to keep Horton on strike. Smale is who Surrey are fearing at the moment. He only hit 4 boundaries in his 64. Stays still, and this time he drops the ball into the leg side. And they take 1. So Smale will keep the strike. 43 overs gone. The score's 240 for 6. And we're kind of just going punch for punch here at the moment. Neither side particularly wants to blink. Glamorgan don't want to take that extra risk and find themselves 7 down and potentially fall short of 280. And Surrey, on the other hand, aren't that desperate for wickets at the moment. If the game's in a kind of, we're kind of on the travelator. We're just moving slowly forward together. I don't think that makes sense, but that's okay.
Oh, I see where you're coming from, but I do think Glamorgan, if they don't put their foot on the accelerator, risk maybe leaving runs out there and still being 6 down at the end of play.
Down the track, Smale flashes that out to long off, and that's 1 run. And so which batter is it there? More emphasis on attacking here. Would you expect Smale? Is Smale the one who goes, right, I'll knock it about to the end. I'll make sure that we get up to 280. And it's the other batters who have to take the risks. Or we go for this little paddle again. Will it beat fine leg? Yes, it does. There's a bit of a false start from James Taylor there. And is he going to be able to haul the ball in? No, that's 4 runs. It was almost a bit of a glitch there. Taylor went to dive, then pulled out at the last second. And as he didn't dive, the ball then beat him and made its way to the boundary. So another deft touch from Horton. We'll see the replay here. This time he paddles down to the leg side.
If I was James Taylor there, I probably wouldn't be making eye contact with the bowler or the captain, because that looked like a straight up dive refusal there that's cost. It should have just been a 1 and has ended up being 4 and taking Horton to 18 from 17.
This time quicker. Horton onto the back foot and defends.
I think going back to your point about what Smale's role is here, he's been out here, he's faced 81 deliveries. I think he needs to be the aggressor. He needs to be the one to pick up the boundaries and face the most deliveries. And you can't face deliveries and pick up dots. He does need to be aiming to score a boundary off each delivery here.
Well, 4 balls of this over gone, 2 to go, 6 runs off the over so far. Will Smale be content with this, or will he target a boundary again? Down the track.
Oh, well fielded.
That's a handy dot ball. Cameron Steele doing the work himself of his own bowling. Rightio, 1 to go. Call this a score draw so far, 6 off 5. And a dot ball to finish. So a good over for Surrey, just 6 runs off it. 6 overs to go, 246 for 6.
Yeah, that was a really good over by Cam Steele. I think it unfortunately went for that boundary. I think had James Taylor been able to save that boundary at short fine leg, that would have been a fantastic over and really piled the pressure onto Glamorgan here. Smale obviously now at the non-striker's end, so interesting to see how Horton goes about this.
Oh, well, this is going to be an interesting over because Yusuf Majid has 1 over left. This is the only one he has. And so there are 6 balls where Glamorgan will have an opportunity to target the leg side boundary. This is that game of cat and mouse that Kirstie next to me was talking about. All bowling changes for Surrey, powered by SSE Energy Solutions, of course. So are we going to see Horton going for it? This is a big over in this match. Well bowled. Appeal for a stumping. No dice. Horton was just trying to turn the strike over there. Was lunging towards the ball.
Yeah, quicker delivery there from Majid as well. 55 miles an hour. So sliding past that bat. Beating the outside edge. Very quick hands from Josh Blake.
See the replay here. It's a great shot. Just Horton's back foot. Twitching ever so slightly. Here comes Majid again. This time he does go for it. And it beats Horton again. So far, so good for Surrey. They can bowl out Cameron Steele from the pavilion end if they so wish. And if they do want to do that, if that's the plan, they had to find overs from this end. And they decided to go with Yusuf Majid. Is that going to beat short fine leg? It is. Nothing James Taylor could do about this one. 4 runs. Takes Glamorgan to 250. And they're just ever so slowly, but ever so surely, creeping up to that 300 total.
Yeah, it just feels like this has been the tale of Surrey's bowling innings, actually. You know, building some pressure. The bowlers putting the pressure on the batters and then a little bit loose. And Glamorgan just released the valve. Pressure's lifted a little bit. That will have done Horton some good there.
Down the track again. This time, kind of squeezes it out to the leg side. Not a convincing shot, but it does the job. So, Smale is 2 balls at Yusuf Majid. Surrey will almost kind of be hoping he targets 2 sixes here because they want that opportunity to take his wicket. They want him to take a risk here. Majid's bowled well. He might not have a wicket, but he's played his role.
Does Majid stay flat here, or is he just going to float a little bit more?
Quick. And that's pulled flat down to long on. Probably the sensible option for Majid, not to give it some air, but the less exciting option for those of us watching, such as myself.
Yeah, that's a really intelligent option, isn't it? The boundary is so short on this side that he does need to bowl flat and into the deck to protect that boundary. Sometimes you might think, well, I'll just toss it up a little bit, just see if I can tempt him either to run past it or just float it up to long on.
Quick again, and this time it's cut and finds cover. So that's Yusuf Majid's 10 overs done. His figures are 0 for 41. He earns a pat on the back from his skipper, Ben Folkes, and he earns a round of applause from Kirstie White, stood next to me. Just 6 runs off that over. 12 runs off the last 2 overs, which Surrey will be very content with. I did say that they're going to be forcing their way up to 300. Well, they need to get a bit of a hurry on Glamorgan if they're going to do that. 48 runs required to reach 300. They've only got 5 overs to do it. You can see some fans perched up at the top of the SSE Solutions stand there.
It looks like a green screen, doesn't it? You've got the Shard in the background.
Oh, it's wonderful. Where is that? Oh, I can see them. I can see them with my own eyes. Right, Cameron Steele's going to continue from the pavilion end. Kirstie White looked in the wrong direction. That's fine. They're over there. 10 o'clock to us. Big sweep. And that's gone and joined those fans in the stands as well.
Who needs the short boundary?
That is a big sweep shot because although it might look on your screen, you've seen it land on the outfield. We're way over to one side here. We're much closer to the Harleyford roadside towards Vauxhall, if you're familiar with the Kier Oval. And Smale has stepped across his stumps and launched that a good 80-90 yards.
Yeah, I love this. Don't die wondering. I think maybe Will Smales realised that he could potentially get himself a century if he goes a bit hard.
Goes again. He finds a pocket. If Horton's quick, he'll be able to get 2, and he does. Nothing Nathan Barnwell could have done to prevent that. So 8 off the first 2 balls here. Good start to the 46th over for Glamorgan. I wonder if we'll see a reverse here. 2 backward points in place, but it's a short boundary. Big sweep again. Adam Thomas at deep mid-wicket does the necessary. So Horton, we haven't seen too much power from the wicketkeeper so far. Seen a couple of dabs, a couple of laps, both a reverse and a conventional. So have a look at the field. Alex French is at short third. He's come very fine. Will we see the reverse this ball? No. Hooked out to the leg side for 1. I really thought they were going to play a reverse.
Do you know what? It's not something I can play very well. I only mastered the sweep late in my career.
Just a cut shot for you.
Cut shots, dabs. Mastered the sweep late in my career, but when there's 2 backward points or there's 2 behind, I just don't favour the reverse.
Well, what's happened there? I think it's a big swing and a miss. Dot ball. We've got 1 ball to come. That was all much to do about nothing there. Have a look at the replay.
It's a bit messy, this, I think.
Big step across. Well, inside edge,
yeah.
onto boot, onto foot. Dot ball. Another dot ball. So, what threatened to be an excellent over for Glamorgan ends up as only a good one. 10 runs off it. Cameron Still would have been very content with that result after going for 8 runs off his first 2 balls. James Taylor's going to continue. Well, no. James Taylor comes back into the attack from the Vauxhall end. That bowling change will be powered by SSE Energy Solutions. And so there's 4 overs left. James Taylor has 2 left. Alex French has 2 left. I have confirmation of that change of bowling. So, if Surrey want to, they can now go to seam till the end. That'll be a decision for Ben Folkes to make.
Yeah, if Glamorgan go at 8s, they can get themselves just under 300 here. So if they go 8s and over, they can finish on 292, 294. Surrey will want to restrict that. I think they could be hard pressed to go anything less than 6 and over, if not more.
Well, we've got lots of fielders moving around here. This pair have batted very well. That last over brought up their 50 partnership. They came together in the 39th over, so it's just 7 overs to get those 50 runs. So who do we have out on the fence here? Well, mid-wicket has come in quite tight. We have backward square leg on the boundary. We have fine leg dropping out now. And we have long on. Interesting. So, the gap for Horton to target is over mid-wicket. There's no one at deep mid-wicket. He goes straight. Long on will be in the game there. Smell will think about 2 and says no. Not 100% sure kind of what the plan with this field is here. It seems quite split to me. You have 2 fielders out on the offside at deep cover point and deep third. And you have 3 on the legs. Well, Surrey going to have to do something about this here because they've got too many fielders out at the moment.
Now they're both coming in.
There are fielders running everywhere here at the Kier Oval. But now with Smale on strike, we have 3 out on the offside. So they're going to be bowling very wide to him. They have deep cover, deep backward point, deep third. And the 2 out on the leg side at deep mid-wicket and long on. It's an unusual field.
Yeah,
And he goes for the lap, and that's perfect. Excellent batting, 6 runs for Glamorgan, 6 runs for Smale. And well, you basically have 4 fielders that you're able to hit the ball over, and there's no one on the boundary, and he picks one of them, and he's executed successfully.
Smells read the situation really well here, because it looked like James Taylor with the field is going to try and hide the ball outside off stump, and Smells said, I know exactly what you're going to do. I'm going to short boundary over third, and I'm going to lap it up over short third, and did with great ease. Your move, James Taylor.
Well, let's see what happens next here. Taylor in again. And he goes for it again. Oh, that's a big full toss. No ball given? Yes. Now, I just wonder whether Smale has kind of lulled the umpires into that, because he's gone for the lap again, which means he's a little bit lower, and it becomes a lot more dramatic. It becomes a lot more dangerous. It's a reminder of the bravery of these players when they do play that shot. The result is a no ball. It is also a free hit. Smell. Wow, look at where he's standing in front of his stumps now. When the camera cuts back, he's way over past his stumps. Ouch. Well, he hammers that straight back past James Taylor, and that's 4 more. And he's got his foot down now. He moves on to 86. And the gallop that Glamorgan was threatening is now happening.
Yeah, I really enjoy this from Will Smell. He's both feet inside the crease, all the way back across off stump. No, he's going to hit straight back down the ground. Yeah, so hit that ball slightly on the up, straight back past James Taylor for 4. Really well struck.
I don't think I've ever seen this field before, where the 4 fielders you have in the ring are short fine leg square leg, and you kind of have this diagonal kind of bow tie effect. If you wanted to, you could draw a bow tie between the 4 fielders in the ring. They're kind of at diagonals to each other. I'm not really sure where.
There's only one channel that James Taylor can bowl here, and it's a 4th, 5th, 6th stump line full. That's all he can do.
He goes full, he goes wide. No wide given. That was very wide, close to the kind of the edge of the pitch line, let alone the wide line. But
No
because
idea.
Smell was so far across, James Treadwell says fair game.
Yeah, excellent umpiring, James Treadwell.
Let's have a look at this here. Well,
He's moved enough to put a seed of doubt in James Treadwell's mind. He's standing on off stump, and he's shuffled across. His toes are actually outside off stump for his back feet.
here we go again. 4 balls gone this over. He goes to the reverse again. Well, now it's given as a wide. Now, James Taylor doesn't much like that, and
He's
James
missed it.
Treadwell doesn't like the fact that James Taylor doesn't like it.
Yeah, that's a tough one as a bowler, definitely for the bowler. The batter knows that James Taylor is going to keep pushing outside off stump, like I said, trying to hide the ball outside off. And so he's following him, and he's just missed it, really. He's gone so far outside. He's then...
I think that's fair game from umpire James Treadwell, because the ball did pass the edge of the very, very wide line. That's a good slower ball from Taylor. Good change up, right up in the block hole. And all Smell can do on that occasion, scored just 1 run. So that's gives Horton the strike. Are we in free hit territory for Horton here? Because you probably want an even number if you are Glamorgan. You want Smell to have strike next over. You've got the leg side boundary in play. You've still got 4 wickets in hand. And we are seeing this change to the field. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders in the ring. The gap again is over mid-wicket. He goes over the other side. That's up over mid-off. Ben Folkes chases. Will he be able to stop the ball going to the boundary? No. So a very good over for Glamorgan. 3 boundaries come off it. They've now raced all the way to 281, and 300 looks more of an inevitability than a possibility at this stage. Horton again targeting that offside. Rather than going towards that short leg side boundary, he gives himself room and goes over the other way. This is very fine batting from this young Glamorgan pair.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Smell keeps the strike as well. So best outcome possible there from a Glamorgan perspective. Maximum off the final ball of the over. And your leading run scorer for the day on strike.
Well, Cameron Steele's going to continue. So he's probably going to finish from the pavilion end here. Smell's on strike. Career best 87 for him. It's his first ever half century in the List A format. That's high into the air. Adam Thomas gives chase, but he can't get there, and it's 6 runs. That's another enormous 6 over the leg side from Smell. He's used that sweep so well, and he's into the 90s now. He moves on to 93, and he takes his team on to 287.
Yeah, he's really picked that up. That was very wide outside off stump, and he's managed to send that to the cow corner boundary, if you will. Deep in that pocket. It's a very, very long boundary out there. Probably the longest on the pitch today.
Now he cuts, and he's got this in front of square. That could be 4 in the other direction. It is. Now that one will irritate Surrey. When Smell is taking on the enormous leg side boundary and succeeding, at that point you've kind of got to go fair cop. Brilliant batting. But Cameron still will be irritated here. He went for the googly. He's dropped it short. And because of the lack of pace on the ball, Smell's able to get it well in front of square, away from Grant on the boundary. 4 more. Now he's in touching distance of a first professional century. Goes again. This time Adam Thomas will do the fielding. They'll just get 1 run. He moves on to 98. Glamorgan on 292. It's been a fantastic finish to this innings from the away team.
Yeah, and I think just going back to that 4 that came after Will Smell's 6, when you're sweeping and you're sweeping so well, that is what it can do.
Oh, that could be 4 more. Well, what a shot that is from Horton. He's split the gap there, a gap that shouldn't really exist. He's got it to the right-hand side of cover, but beaten long off to their left. And it's more just the power with which he struck the ball. Again, it's the same type of delivery which Smell cut for 4 earlier, the googly which dropped short. And the runs are really, really flowing for Glamorgan here. Now pulled. Adam Thomas is a busy boy out there at deep mid-wicket. Well fielded. He keeps it only to 1.
Yeah, so just going back to that point where batters are sweeping, and they're sweeping hard, and they're really kind of challenging your length. I think Smell's picked up his length so well that he's forced Steele to then drag 1 short, and he's picked up the 4 off the back foot, and that's exactly what Horton had done as well. He wasn't sweeping, but they've just disrupted his length.
Well, with 1 ball of the over to go, Smell decided to take a single, take himself to 99, and after 48 overs, just 2 to go here, Glamorgan on 298 for 6. The partnership between this pair, 85 now and counting. Smell's 1 run away from his first ever professional century. And James Taylor is going to bowl the final over from the Vauxhall end. Cameron Steele will have to go again from the pavilion end, although whether he wants to, I'm not quite sure. A lot of runs in the last few overs.
Yeah, I wonder if Will's sister is in the house to witness this. There's lots of movement on the Glamorgan balcony.
Smell on 99. And there it is. A beautiful cover drive to bring it up. They'll think about turning for 2, but Smell has slipped from the highs to the lows in 1 single stretch of 22 yards. Well batted, Will Smell. A very, very fine innings that has given his team a potentially match-winning score. You can see it being appreciated by his teammates. And well, 99 balls for a very first professional 100.
Yeah, he's timed that to perfection. He's batted superbly today.
Taylor now into Horton. Down the track again, goes for it. Is that caught behind? Yes. A needed wicket for Surrey there, just to slightly apply the brakes on this innings. In the last 3 overs, 46 runs have been scored. And Horton's very fine cameo comes to an end. He makes 35 off 30. But when he came in, well, Glamorgan were only on 213, and they were at risk of potentially just kind of stuttering to the close here. First wicket, second wicket of the afternoon, beg your pardon, for James Taylor. And, well, Surrey will be hoping to keep them, I don't know, below 315, 320s. It doesn't make too much of a difference, really. You can see Andy Gorvin come to the crease.
Yeah, I think what's been interesting for me from a team perspective for Glamorgan is, I think you said earlier on in the few overs ago that all batters bar one reach double figures. Now, obviously, if you have every single batter in your team reaching around a 20 run mark, your opportunity to score and exceed in excess of 200, 250 immediately increases. Have a Centurion in the mix and throw in the extras from the opposition, and you've cruised 300. Will Smale has been striking at less than 100 until the last over, and has now obviously striking just over 100.
Well, Gorvin to face his first ball. He'll be looking to get off strike as quickly as possible, and he does so successfully. Tucks that around the corner. Barnwell does the fielding at fine leg. That's 300 up for Glamorgan. It seemed a long way away, only 6 or 7 overs ago, but such has been the kind of ferocity of the last 3 overs. They've got there with time to spare, with 9 balls to spare, and with Smale at the crease. Well, 320 feels a long way away, but you never know. You can dare to dream.
Yeah, and we've got the short boundary this over.
Here comes Taylor. Stabbed up towards mid-off, and Glamorgan turned down the run.
And what's important to note as well is that Glamorgan have cruised to 300 playing risk-free cricket. They had scored, I think, up until the 41st over. They'd only scored 16 boundaries in their entire innings. So they've got a Centurion. They've had 2 with scores around the 25 mark, 2 with scores around the 33-35 mark, and the rest have come from extras. They're going to prove costly.
Well bowled, James Taylor. Really good change-up, killing the pace on the delivery. Smale swings and misses.
So, for context, bearing in mind, Glamorgan are 300 for 7, with Will Smale 100 from 99 deliveries. 100 from 101, sorry. The second top scorer in this innings still is extras.
Really?
Yep.
And by quite some distance as well. 45 extras today. Another swing and a miss. Smale's angry with himself. And that brings to a close the 49th over. A very fine one at that from James Taylor. Just 2 runs conceded from the penultimate over of the innings. And the score after 49 with 6 balls left here in South London is 300 for 7. You can see here Smale's wagon wheel. I think it's only 9 boundaries across his innings, and that's kind of flown up in the last 2 or 3 overs. He really had been kind of knocking the ball around. And we are going to have a change of bowling just to round out this innings. Alex French is going to come back into the attack. That last over, I imagine the plan would have been for Cameron Steele to continue to the end, but Will Smale started to really kind of fancy the leg spinner in his last 2 overs, so that's all changed. Alex French, 2 wickets to his name this afternoon, had a very, very difficult opening over, but came back from that superbly well, and he's a chance to pick up some cheapies here and boost his figures. Gorvin on strike, gives himself room. That's well bowled. No, wide ball.
Oh,
That was a long think.
Oh, I feel for Alex French here, because Gorvin has basically taken guard at square leg there, and he's wandered off. Look at that. So that it was out. Okay, it was outside the wide line, but still, some grace would be nice. I'm
An
not
extra
even a bowler.
field. Goes again. They snab the single. They run a bye through to Josh Blake. That's good thinking from Will Smale. And now we'll see that extra fielder drop out to the circle. Surrey had brought a fielder up to try and keep Gorvin on strike, but unsuccessfully so. And so we're going to have a 5-ball thrash to finish the innings.
Yeah, Alex French has had a real test of what he's made of today. He had a really tough start the day and how he's been throwing the ball for the very final over to say, right, how can you finish this? This could define how he finishes the game.
Well, he's just having a chat with his skipper, and they want to bring up deep third into the ring. So 4 fielders out on the leg side boundary. So he'll be bowling straight and challenging Smell to hit it over the top. Well bowled. That leaves Smell on his backside. A really quick bouncer from French there. I imagine Smell was just trying to rise to the occasion and ramp that over short third.
Oh, it's just followed him, hasn't it? I think he's sniffed that as it's gone past his grill. He's done quite well to avoid wearing it. Very sharp bouncer there from French. Intelligent bowling. He knows he's got to bowl in and around that hip.
Short again. The umpire's happy with that? Yes. So that's another dot ball, and Smell is beside himself.
And that's the one for the over. So the ball before was not the one for the over. I suppose where he was kind of leaning back, may have just changed the angle ever so slightly. It came through, in the umpire's opinion, just below shoulder height.
Well, what a recovery this is from Surrey. And that was high. Smale not happy, gesticulating to both the standing and square leg umpire. Change up, and that's sliced over the top. He will get 4 for this, will he? Yes, just about. The ball's spin brought Ollie Sykes back into play ever so slightly. But even that, well bowled by Alex French and well played by Smale. On for the slower ball. Just been lifted up over backward points. But still, only 8 runs scored in the last 11 balls of this innings. So we have 2 balls remaining. Glamorgan do take the single. I thought they might have turned that down there to give Smell one more chance to strike a boundary. Surrey will be pretty pleased to have Gorvin back on strike. The score's 307 for 7 with just 1 ball of this innings remaining. And one last chat with his skipper between Alex French and Ben Folkes. Going to direct some traffic and work out where they want their fielders for this final delivery. They brought mid-on up into the ring. Third has dropped out to the boundary, so expect another short ball. We'll be testing out Andy Gorvin's chest guard on this delivery. Oh, there we go. They run the bye. It hits the batter. Are we all happy? Is that your lots? Yep, bye signalled by the umpire. They the batters are asking the question, is that not the second one for the over? It did go through quite high.
Very high.
Well, a bemused ending to the innings from a Glamorgan perspective. Ben Folkes and Ollie Sykes give their bowler a tap on the bum and go, well done. Let's get off this pitch as quickly as possible. And that is your lots. 308 for 7 after the first innings. A really fine innings from Will Smell, who made his first professional century. No one else made it past 35. Alex Horton was the second top scorer, aside from, of course, extras from Surrey. Will that prove costly for the home team? Now, we are going to be giving you some excellent content over the course of this innings break. We will, of course, be back live with commentary for the second innings. That will start in about 29 minutes' time. Well, at 3:05, so half an hour to be exact. We've got 3 episodes of Surrey's brilliant behind-the-scenes YouTube show, Second Glance, to show you. These episodes are focusing on the successful T20 Blast campaign that saw Surrey earn their home quarter-final against Northamptonshire, for which tickets are still available on the Kia Oval website. So, coming up for you now, those episodes of Second Glance.
And then I thought, from a bowling perspective, CJ, the way that you went about your business, my man, to keep things really simple, and that's not diluting the skill set, that's actually enhancing that skill set, to have the foresight just to go, I'm going to hold you at that length. It was working so well. It was quite magnificent. It really was. It was brilliant. And then, it's the call at the end.
Good. Getting pinned.
Turns it over the camera.
Oh, there it is.
He loves it.
day before the game, I try to make sure I focus on skills and maybe top up on a few sprints. But we obviously got a big week coming up as well, you know, so it's just a matter of managing that as well. I try to practice with the type of ball that I'll bowl with in the game as well. It's hardly ever new ball. Ball's always at least 5 to 6 overs all when I get it. So yeah, with your training and stuff, you're just trying to mimic as much as possible what you do in the game, you know. So. Sharp boy. You do that gym work so that actually you can work at a high intensity for a bit longer then, and then be in a position to make those gains as well, you know. So they both go hand in hand.
Is it on 0? Is it 0 though, or is it? What's that line for? What's this line for?
It's a bit of a line. Taking a day at a time and a game at a time, and almost not really looking at Friday.
Not done being followed around.
It's all good. Part and parcel of it, isn't it? Hopefully I don't get one to nip back or batting at the back end of an innings. Obviously, you don't get that many balls, but kind of to make all those balls count, or very little balls count, you have to kind of do the work in the nets, you know. So, yeah, so it's just drilling my basics. Maybe swing out a couple, we'll see. middle of the field to start, so. Not a bad one, that. Whee!
So you never trust a man with 2 first names?
Yeah, but you can do it with 4. Yeah, good. Follow on from just building consistency.
Every time you've got both feet still on the floor.
Yeah, much better.
You'd score around the ground.
It's not really about always banging out, it's just about having a good head position, good stable base, and just making good contact.
Full toss, clocked by Santner, caught brilliantly by Rogers. sure quite how CJ is going to play.
What you would say, obviously the card's in Surrey's favour at the moment, but this is an unusual situation for the last over. And there's the first dot ball. Lost up again, that's gone high up into the air, extra covers running round, and it's fallen in the gap. 5 off 2, Parkinson to Chris Jordan. Driven down the ground. Oh, brilliantly fielded again from Rogers.
It's had everything in with Chris Jordan's bowling performance. Would it be a more fitting boundary hitter?
Crowd roars them on. Parkinson to Jordan. 3 to win, 2 to tie. He's got it. It's the leg side. The leg side. Oh! Jordan does it. Hero in the ball. Hero in the bat. Sorry. Get over the line of the last ball of the game.
How did that feel? Great feeling, actually. I think this biggest crowd we've had so far this season, and probably kept it a little bit too close for them, but you know, sometimes in a season you have to have these kind of tight wins, so good to get up these ones. But sometimes, man, milk it a little bit.
A lot.
Nah, the crowd was up, man, so.
Got to do it, yeah. I was celebrating down here.
I probably should have finished it 2 balls early.
Yeah.
I want to create some drama. Yes, big star. What's happening?
I'm with the man of the moment here, Chris Jordan.
Laurie Evans, new look. We'll see how many buys he lets through tonight.
I came off, we won, and everyone's like, yeah, I was like, yeah, 4 buys.
Reel him in, Gaza, reel him in.
Hello, everyone. I'm Laurie Evans, Surrey right-hand batter, keeper. I've got that.
Talk us through it.
This is like one of those things where you're like, oh, what, this? Yeah, sorry, sorry, this is not meant to be out. Man of the match, Afghanistan Premier League.
Wow, that's
Look at that. That is. There's a man who doesn't have kids.
Yeah.
Having
all your time.
coffee at 4 o'clock. You're going to show him your cricket bat?
We're going to go play some golf cricket.
What does it say on the side?
Wow.
Who's that? LE32, and it's not my number, but it usually is. But Popey's not giving it to me yet. I still claim 32 as my number. I'm just waiting for Popey to decide to give it to me. Popey. This is obviously for TC. TC's told me I'm. Hey.
I'm going to do a double kick.
I tell you what, that is not bad.
Under pressure as well.
I'm happy with that.
And the things you're not showing.
Can you tell?
With some distraction.
I'm really happy with that. Started playing for Surrey when I was 15, give or take, and then I got into the academy, and then I started playing second team, and then you sign your first contract, and then all of a sudden you're thrusted into a adult environment. You know, I just found it a very difficult environment. It wasn't the most nurturing place in the world. It was very sort of old school, and you know, you would never speak up. But then coming back round, I think now it's a very nurturing environment. Oh, it's like my keeping.
Laurie with the gloves. Laurie with the throw the strapples. Right, he's got to go, I reckon, sleeveless, short sleeve, sorry. Pradas, no cap.
It's really keen for the opportunity, because I think having someone like Stewie there, you know, and Folksy, and James Smith, and Popey, I think there's this sort of thing that, you know, there's this long line of amazing keepers who have played for this great club, and how dare a part-timer ever don the gloves for this great club.
Nice. Awesome. Such a child.
The first time I'd kept was in the Big Bash. And I think I took a stumping and a caught. But it was COVID year, and both of our keepers in the bubble went down with COVID in the morning of the game. We had no one to keep. And the coach was like, have you ever kept before? And I was like, yeah, I have. And I hadn't. I rang Stewie and I just said, I bet you're like turning, you're like fuming. You're like, how dare this guy keep under my reign? So yeah, but I've enjoyed it. I honestly, yeah, I spoke to Josh Butler the other day and I was like, mate, this is the easiest gig in the world. He's like, don't tell anyone. I've gone long sleeve, short sleeve over the top, so I've dabbled. But then I think tonight is the night to really get up keepers out there and go, it's okay to wear short sleeves whilst keeping. All right, I'll be honest, I'm an absolute, like, I've not kept my word. I mean, my son's going to be disappointed in me. He's like, Dad, you say you're going to do something, you haven't done it. Didn't want to draw attention to myself on TV and wear the short sleeve shirt and then make a horrible mistake. And then everyone was like, he's obviously a part-timer, he's wearing a short sleeve t-shirt. I think I was most annoyed at Ben Geddes the other night because he smashed the cover off it, of Vickers Centre, and I obviously took the catch and then given not out, and he turned around to me and went, didn't hit it. I went, don't lie to me. Yeah, it was just a funny moment because Geddes is a good boy and obviously we miss him. Orla, you coming to field? Oh, good shot. Orla, go get the ball. Go get the ball. Field up. Go get the ball. It's over there. Yeah, I think it can work both ways, yeah. The bad days when you come home, they don't care whether you had a bad day or not. Well done, Orla. I think that's where the blast is brilliant in that, you know, you do have the nucleus of the Surrey dressing room. It's not like the other franchise teams where you turn up and you're sort of meeting everyone for the first time. You might see some familiar faces and you've got to really sort of connect straight away. But at the same time there, you're sort of relying on more individual performances, less on the team stuff. At Surrey, I think what we've been building on recently is more team stuff, and the individual stuff will take care of itself. Why we've got a gate? Why we've got a lock on our own gate? We can't even get into it. There's a save round the side. We don't know the padlock code to the side gate. I'll put on the record, this is a rental, but we're renting this house. I think, again, like just in keeping with the theme of like us as a team building, like I remember the game against Hampshire, I think I got like 30 or 40 not out, and I didn't fire, but it was a really nice place for me to just, I didn't feel at my best at all, but I had time in the middle, and I think I built a partnership with Sam in that game, and we were both, you know, we were both sort of like scratching around a little bit, weren't at our fluent best, and, you know, and I just think you forget those days where you might have faced 20, 30 balls, and okay, you might not have gone at a 200 strike rate, but those partnerships that you create in the middle and are so important, and the compound effect. And like you say, the next game was the Kent game. Is that barbecue on? Who's turned that on? I mean, maybe she's telling me something. Maybe she's like, Laurie, you're not providing food for your guests. All the way through, I think even the Hampshire game just down at the Utility Bowl, obviously like me and TC just came in at the end and put another little partnership together, and Sam was the same there. I came in and hit a couple of sixes with Sam, and you just develop that relationship with guys, and it just helps to build confidence within the group. Jaxie himself is just one of the best. He's one of the best in the world in white ball cricket. It's just plain and simple. It's not a bad place to be. He's got 2 97s against Middlesex. He probably quite enjoys playing against them. you know, when I suppose as an older guy, I've played a lot of cricket. It's you know, these guys are sort of developing right in front of your eyes. And look, if I've helped them at all, then great. I mean, most of the time it's just a chit chat about golf. What we've done well this year is I think we've been very consistent, and I think where Sam and Bats have tried to make a change is try and keep that consistency going and try and plan ahead, knowing who's going to come back, who's going to go out. There's been a maturity of the younger players coming up, and then you add in obviously myself, who's been around the world, and Sam is the same, TC's the same, J Roy is the same. I think but then there's also a trust from the leadership side to, you know, give the players a platform to then go and do what they do best.
There you go, mate. You're on camera. Sexy. Big sexy.
Sexy coffee. It's a great way to start the warm-up for the game.
It's another London derby, eh, tonight?
5 here. You're always 5 minutes late. Always. You're on time, you're late, mate.
3 this morning.
Playground.
See you.
Another short side.
Oh, I
I
literally watched them yesterday and I was just like slogging to the short side.
That's all they do. Walk across and play that pick up.
Yeah.
And you try like cut, we'll go to cut.
Scoops a bit as well.
Scoops a bit.
Who's this?
Okay. Like in test cricket, he just won't give you much. You'll just kind of, you go, and he just goes. Let me get my zone, man. Kiwis are just good pros because they're just nice guys.
Speak for yourself. Yeah, speak for yourself.
Hey!
I guess the riches they have here with all the players and the quality of players they have as well. So awesome to come in and learn off.
Who's the person you've learnt the most off?
Not this guy. He doesn't give me anything. Seeing this white ball team, it's pretty ridiculous. Guys have played franchise cricket and a lot of international cricket all the way down the lineup. So you're picking up bits and pieces all the way. You know, about 10 guys have played international cricket. So there's constantly things you're gaining from other people, which is cool.
A long black, flat wide.
Hampshire, like, ball was following me, and then I didn't touch it for like the whole, like, after the power play.
Jace was doing that.
Sneaky good mover, but it just looks not great. Just like eloping, that's what I like to call it.
Probably could have got a haircut, couldn't you? But
forgot it was a TV game, eh? Everyone usually gets the old haircuts for the TV games.
Everyone knows what great cricketer you are, and I think it's always spoken about the history of this club. It's something I'm sure you'll see over the next few weeks, and there's some pretty tight ship that class runs here as well, so I'm sure you'll love your time here. And more importantly, I think everyone's looking forward to seeing the Laurie Evans, Mitch Sandler do it out of the golf course. So.
Oh yeah!
Sign it!
We've got Let's go! Another little straw. Junior, you got anything? No. Alrighty, with Jimmer, let's go. Can we do our basic good skill, and using Sansi's words, can we find as bowlers where we're going to hit on that pitch and just stick to our best ball, knowing that they can't keep getting us?
Let's go! All right, boys, great football there at Shelby.
Great. But with us, I mean, if you want to whack balls off, whatever, leave. If you want to bowl all day, I know that's probably not where you're at in your career, but you know where I'm going. Our sentiment is to whatever you need, you got it.
Smudge. Same pitch, lovely. Although it's 50 metres over. Number 3 coffee. Probably end the day on about 8, I reckon.
Yeah, you normally just punch a wee double espresso out of the machine. Yeah. About 6 p.m.
It's probably not great for the rig, but I don't know. Just
not great for the sleep, mate.
Yeah, great for the sleep. Tell you what's not great for a sleep. 2-year-old. After a game.
And no aircon.
And no AC. What's it like having me in your team?
What's it like? Well,
apart from gun, obviously.
Obviously enjoyed playing with Santa all the time. Very relaxed, sort of calming individual. It's great to have around and bounce ideas off. So yeah, Really enjoy playing with you.
Thanks, man. Not many days off from the county circuit, is there?
There's not. there's even less when you've got a 2-year-old as well.
Oh, yeah. 0 days off. Surbiton's nice. A few of the other boys are out there, Burnsy and Folksy, and a couple of playgrounds and a couple of coffee shops. That's all my kind of days end up, and then try float a golf round a week in advance and keep chipping away, see if we can get that signed off.
Close to the golf courses, which is good for you.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, not many in boxing.
No, there's none. I could probably take a couple of wedges on the oval. I don't think Lee would be too happy with that, though. Take a few divots.
You get some spin off there, some nicely cut outfield, eh?
Yeah, nip a few.
Couple of real big divots, on the block.
It's good having Sammy at mid-off all the time. You know, he's just letting you know if this guy scoops or where his areas are, just to refresh him, because you're right, like, we don't play against these guys very often, so kind of going in a little bit blind apart from the scouting.
I think in the whole, the fielding on our team's been, it's nice. You go to some other franchise leagues and it's not some great fielding. So
yeah, obviously this team's amazing as well. A lot of international players, a lot of guys with good heads on their shoulders, and guys who understand the game. So
yeah, I guess
plenty of know-how floating around the outfield.
Good mixture of some guys starting out, but obviously a lot of experience as well, which is it's always good to have an environment.
Yeah, and just quality all the way through, which is good. Obviously, lots of different grounds in England have unique slopes, short sides, pitches are different.
We've got big KW tonight, haven't we? Should we try and rattle them tonight? Should we get into them?
It's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah. I've seen a few people try, but not successful. He's kind of in his own world and shows why he's so good. So maybe if it came from me, you wouldn't really expect it. Slogged a couple at Lords there, little 50.
Slogged a couple of. He got down on one knee, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's good to see him score some runs. Hopefully not many tonight though.
Yeah, hopefully used them up last night.
Hopefully he'll be gone by the time we're bowling. Yeah, T20 World Cup coming up, man. Put him under a bit of pressure.
I am the captain now.
Yeah. Captain centre. Santa doesn't really sell. He sort of just gives a little. This one, it's about all you do, eh?
I don't really know what to do. Yeah.
Oh, so you're not actually excited when you get a wicket?
Nah.
No emotion.
No emotion. Flat line.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Kia Oval for the upcoming chase for Surrey. They won the toss, they fancied a chase, they decided to bowl first, and they have been set a target of 309 by Glamorgan. Will Smale, the highlight so far, 105 unbeaten of 106 deliveries. Nathan Johns here to guide you through the start of this second innings. Delighted, as always, to say good afternoon to Mr. Cameron Ponsonby.
Hello, Nathan. We've got, well, it's going to be a big run chase for Surrey. We've struggled with the bats so far in this competition. And a rejigs batting order because Ryan Patel, who's skippering across this competition, went down with an injury during a warm-up. So Nikhil Gurantla came in his place and everyone shuffled up one. So Adam Thomas, who has been batting 3 so far, is going to be opening the batting with Rory Burns. And they'll be taking on that man on your screen first, Zain ul Hassan. He's got a very handy cricketer who's been at Glamorgan for a couple of years now. And kind of one of those all-rounders. Bowls opens the batting in the county championship, batted a little bit lower down today in their white ball stuff. Hasn't taken heaps of wickets, but is used very regularly. And he'll bowl some handy medium pace.
Tight lines to start. Rory Burns rocks onto the back foot and defends that resolutely. Yeah, we saw, I think, with the new ball in the Glamorgan innings that when it was just hit on that back of a length, the ball did just zip through. Bit of nip. There are 2 slips in play for the left-handed Rory Burns. But when it was full, this pitch looks good. It looks like you can drive, you can get value for your shots. And of course, there is that short boundary on Burns' offside. Looked like he was just a bit through the shot a bit early on that one. Not sure if the ball just held in the pitch or if it's the lack of pace maybe from Ul Hassan, but I think that one's hit him in the back leg.
You see, that has skipped through. When Burns is through his shot early or late, well,
skiddy bowler. It's alright, we'll helpful replays.
The bustling Ul Hassan shimmies in.
Ooh, bit of swing. First one that's shaped, and just as I say that, the lights have come on. Let there be light here at the Kia Oval. Well timed that, a half a second earlier, and that would have been just as Rory Burns is about to play a shot. They've timed that magnificently. Literally, as soon as the ball hit the bat, the light switch went on.
And it is gloomy here. Well, it'll brighten up in due course as the floodlights warm up. There's been an overcast, kind of quite heavy feel to the atmosphere at the Oval all day.
Ooh, yes, no, maybe. Rory Burns wanted that single. He sends Thomas back. Yet to get off the mark. Plenty of smiles from the Glamorgan fielders. They would be happy. They've done well. And given what we've seen from Surrey's batting lineup so far in this competition, this will be a chase that may present a challenge. Lots of runs on the board. They've gone on the attack, Glamorgan. 2 slips in. That one just held its line. Hitting a heavy length here is Hassan. He's not bowling anything in Rory Burns' half, which is an interesting ploy considering there's no square leg, but Rory Burns hasn't taken on the pull shot just yet.
Well, his lines have been very tight so far from Glamorgan's opening bowler. Just kind of targeting off stump, fourth stump, threatening to move the ball away from the left-hander and bring those slips into play.
There's the full delivery for the first time, and Burns just leans on it nicely. Good bit of work at cover running back. Keeps it to a single. I think that might have been Eddie Byram going back through the cover. So Roy Burns will keep the strike. We'll have to wait a few minutes at least to see Thomas's first delivery. 1 for none off the first over. A tidy start from Glamorgan.
And I'll be interested to see how Surrey go about their run chase, because until the very kind of end of Glamorgan's innings, it wasn't as if boundaries were flowing. Smale was on 60 off around 70. There'd been no sixes in the innings, even with that very short leg side boundary over towards the Harleyford Road, Vauxhall Way, if you are familiar with the Kia Oval. And so whether Surrey will feel the need to get ahead of this run chase and not leave themselves 100 off the last 10 to win, and whether it will involve Rory Burns, Adam Thomas, this top 3 or 4, kind of taking the game to Glamorgan.
Ned Leonard will share the new ball. 2 slips as well for him. 22 years of age. originally from not far from here, from Hammersmith. Bit of a taller, quicker bowler than Zain Hassan. He's going to push it through and try and hammer away at a length maybe rather than get the swing that we saw from Ul Hassan. What's he got field-wise? Third and fine. Backs pretty conventional in that front. 2 slips, so just one man in the covers and no one at square leg. Looks like coming over the wicket. Just going to try and push it across Burns. Get a bit of extra bounce. Yeah, Burns has been... They're hammering away at that length to him. I think he's faced 8 deliveries so far. I think he's come forward about once.
Well, Leonard bowled very well here in the T20 earlier this season, which, well, will be remembered for Dan Lawrence's kind of epic innings of 120 not out of 54. But part of the reason it was so epic was because this man had reduced Surrey to 16 for 3. He'd got rid of Jason Roy and then bumped out Sam Curran from memory. So he can bowl quick.
There's a lovely cover drive from Burns. We were just saying they hadn't really given him anything in his half. Leonard decides to float one up there, looking for a bit of swing. Nothing doing, and Burns punishes it through extra cover.
It's amazing how much slower a ball can look when it's pitched up versus when it's shorter. Leonard's been hitting the bat hard so far, and this time, you almost saw that ball go up as it left his hand. A little bit of a movement away from the left-handed Burns, though. So that'll be of note and of interest for Glamorgan. But the first boundary of Surrey's run chase has arrived.
He's been looking to score. I think he realises that when the ball is up, it has to go, given how tricky this new ball is on back of a length. Oh, that's a good-looking shot. He should be able to get 2. The third has to run around to his left-hand side, and it's a comfortable jog back for Burns.
Adam Thomas still to face. Felt we did him a disservice last week, and Guildford Cricket Club a disservice, where Surrey had been playing their early fixtures, because it talks about Adam Thomas as an Ashtead player. That's who he plays his club cricket for, but he only plays his club cricket for Ashtead this year. He had been a Guildford boy growing up, so making his Surrey debut or playing for Surrey at Guildford would have been a special time.
That one's fuller, but not as wide, so not able to drive. Is Burns. Come on, Cam, you play in the Surrey leagues. You should know this stuff.
I was sad. I was disappointed to realise my error.
You're the resident club expert we have here.
It's a niche, but someone has to do it.
But do you know what? If there's one place where that niche comes in handy, it's on the Surrey stream. Right, final delivery of the second over. Burns has faced every delivery of the chase so far. And finally, Thomas will get a ball down the other end. Dot to finish. 7 without loss. 6 runs coming from that, including a boundary. A lovely cover drive from Burns. It wasn't to get off the mark, but just to build a bit of momentum.
It just helped Burns ease into this innings a little bit. He has faced every delivery so far. That'll be time for Ul Hassan to have a go at the right-handed Thomas, who struggled for rhythm so far this competition. Couple of innings, well, both his innings have been kind of strike rates well below 100, as he's just been finding his way, feeling his way into the match. Here he is against Ul Hassan.
Oh, just a bit of late swing. You can see Thomas just signal with his hand there what that ball did. He's thinking about playing it through mid-wicket, but I think he's ended up actually adjusting well and just checking his shot, because that's the type of delivery that if it swings late away from you and you close the bat face, A, you can miss it and be bowled, or B, you're exposing the leading edge. Short and wide, and that will be the second boundary of Surrey's innings. That one did swing, but it swung onto the middle of Adam Thomas's bat.
That started wide from Ul Hassan and finished wider. Clinical shot from Thomas. That's his first boundary of this competition. He'd made 6 off 13 in his first match, 6 off 15 in his second match. And unfortunately for him, it was his first real show of aggression at Guildford, where he ended up being caught on that cover point boundary. But he's underway here now.
Ooh, half an appeal. I think that one might have been an attempted in-swinger from Ul Hassan. Yeah, again, you can see the batter's hand always gives away, doesn't it? It's instinctive. Everyone does it. No, you can't help it. Just pushes with his hand, does Thomas, saying that one came back in, but probably a bit of bat involved.
Don't know how I'd feel about that if I was Rory Burns. They've got my partner at the other end going, I was swinging away. This was swinging in. It's good stuff from Ul Hassan, getting the ball moving both ways.
Ooh, that one just held its line a touch. Again, inner half of the bat from Thomas. It's interesting, 'cause I don't recall him trying to push the ball across Burns. I don't remember him trying to swing it both ways. He was just bowling those, getting your wrist behind the ball. Those big in-swingers to the left-hander.
Maybe Thomas has got it in his head. Maybe he's not doing anything with it.
The ball's not moving at all. What do we know? 2 balls left in this third over. Good lines. Top of off stump. Probing, I think, is the correct adjective there.
It's been a good start from Ul Hassan. This is his kind of area of expertise, just being kind of relentless in his line and length. One slip up so far, that boundary earlier on in the over, but other than that, he's been right on the money.
We went fuller that time. Trying to see if Thomas might fall over it. He doesn't. Yeah, good over apart from that boundary from Zain Ul Hassan. 11 without loss after 3. Surrey are looking to be positive. They're looking to score, but there is still plenty in this pitch for the new ball.
That's been a good start for Glamorgan. They'll have a number of seamers to call on over the course of this innings. Andy Gorvin, who he's one of the players I'm fascinated with on the domestic scene, because he bowls by professional standards slowly. But I always think slow seamers at this level, the skill level they must possess to be able to work, basically, to have a job, to make professional batters miss the ball.
Oh, well, I think Leonard has made Burns miss that from pace. 85 mile an hour on our speed gun here. That's leapt up off a length, maybe just nibbled away from him a little bit.
So I look forward to seeing Andy Gorvin in action. I'm also looking forward to seeing the left arm spin of Romano Franco, the brilliantly named Romano Franco.
It's a great name, one of the better names on the circuit. Ooh, beaten for pace, but it is a no ball. A bit of extra effort in that, and it's seen Leonard overstep. Of course, it will be a free hit. Field cannot be changed, so Rory Burns can pick his spot. No fielders on the rope in front of square inside this power play. Where are you going, Cam? Free hit. He's hitting heavy length.
We're targeting that short leg side boundary. Stepping across. I think we all know it. And Leonard's going to look to push it even wider. Oh, wow. Bowl it again.
That is ballooned off the surface. I think Burns was almost charging him there. I wonder if he was going to try and walk down, make a bit of room. Or was he walking across his stumps? Yeah, he was going to make some room and try and flay that through the offside. I think Leonard saw him coming, but he's gone so short that it's nearly gone over the keeper.
That ball pops out the top of the screen. I don't think I've seen that before.
Amazed that didn't cost him 5 wides. Round 2, free hit. Makes room. This will be a chance, but of course it doesn't matter. It lands safely anyway. Squirted away over the offside. He wasn't listening to you, Cam. You said walk across his stumps. Hit to the short leg side boundary. Did the opposite. Made room. Went over extra cover. Should have listened to you.
Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. That's the most likely situation here. But Rory Burns kind of having a free hit. He comes across as a batter outside his natural habitat. He kind of, I don't know if I like a free hit. A free hit attuned Rory Burns. Like him when all his things are in order and he's dabbing the ball down to deep third.
He takes the quick single. Pick up here could be interesting, but it's fumbled at mid-wicket. Douthwaite there.
Well, I've got some Romano Franco information. So 2 years ago, he was at the Oval, picking up the award known as, what's it called? The Sir Jack Hobbs Silver Jubilee Memorial Prize for being the most outstanding under-16 schoolboy cricketer in England and Wales. So he had a day out here at the Kia Oval, where he met a number of Surrey legends and picked up his prize. So now he's back. Rather than picking up awards, he's playing for Glamorgan. He's going to send down some left-arm tweakers.
Short again. Thomas can't get that one away. He's frustrated. I think he identified that there was a bit of width there. Yeah, if he's going to miss here, Leonard, I think he's going to miss short rather than full. He bowled one drive me ball to Burns in the previous over, which was dispatched through extra cover. But since then, I think he's just made up his mind that if he's going to go for any runs, it's not going to be via the drive. Oh, good pace that. Thomas just rushed. It's come up as 82 on our graphics, but it didn't look as, it looked actually just as quick, if not quicker, than the one that was 85 a few deliveries ago. It's almost not so much as the pace in the air, it's the pace off the pitch really that does the damage, which I don't really know how easy that is to quantify.
I remember it's called Eagle Eye that operates down in Australia, and they briefly did a kind of metric on that, comparing bowlers to one another.
Well, there is the rare full delivery from Leonard, but it's just defended. So 17 without loss. Another, well, decent over. He got away with the free hit. Did Leonard, but he's bowling well, bowling with good pace, good rhythm, charging in from that top end as we look at it from our commentary position. Sedate enough start from Surrey.
The company's called Virtual Eye, and they were doing the broadcast over in Australia, and they were comparing basically how different bowlers come off the pitch. So the piece of analysis they were doing involved Nazim Shah, because Pakistan were over in Australia that year, and they were finding that Nazim Shah, if we both bowled the ball at 85 miles an hour, Nazim Shah lost less pace than his kind of peers did. So while they both was 85 miles out of the hand, it was still quicker when it came to the batter.
Down the track comes Burns. He's timed it nicely, but straight to mid-on. Kieran Carlson, a bit of a fumble. Manages to keep the scoring shot down. So does that mean if you're losing less pace off the surface, does that mean your bowling it needs to be quite skiddy?
Yes, so the idea was that kind of Nazim Shah was this skiddy bowler who kind of skipped off the surface, and I don't know if that makes him opposite to then the kind of cliched kind of heavy ball. But in practice, that does make him faster because the ball is by definition reaching the opposing batter quicker. And it's one of these kind of, I briefly went down one of these rabbit holes a few years ago, kind of the difference between not all 90 miles an hour is the same, not all 85 miles an hour is the same, and how bowlers out the hand, that number on the speed gun may be identical to someone else, but the way it feels as the batter can vary considerably.
Whips nicely off the hip. Burns immediately calls for 2. He should come back easily, and he does. Because you look at someone like a Jofra Archer, who very different bowler to a Nazim Shah. He both doesn't skid it, but presumably wouldn't lose a lot of pace off the surface either. So there's two ways of going about not being slowed down by the pitch, and one is just maybe that a bit extra height and bounce, and one is skidding it through. Inside edge and gone. That is a sensational catch behind the stumps. Rory Burns walking down the wicket. He tried it earlier in the over. He timed it nicely but didn't get any reward. This time it finds the inside edge. And that's a sensational catch. Diving to his right hand side.
Well worked out there, Nathan. That's an incredible catch from Alex Orton. Inside edge has gone at pace and at an angle back towards the wicketkeeper's right, having started moving off towards his left. And it's just deserves for Zayn Ul Hassan, who's been hammering away a really accurate line and length. And it's why Burns felt the need to put something back on the bowler to come down the wicket, make something happen. Have a look at this. Wow. That is perfect from Horton, who's having a very good game. He came in later on in Glamorgan's innings, made 35, and now he's contributing with the gloves as well as the bat.
I always love when a keeper throws the ball up in the air like that, because nobody really knows where it's gone. And you could just see, just as it was coming back down, whoever it is at first slip just looks up and just makes sure. And I think it only landed about a yard away from him. I'm amazed we don't see that more often. Somebody takes a catch, throws it up in the air, everyone celebrates. Nobody looks at the ball. One day we will see someone clocked on the dome.
Is it sometimes known as a bee or a wasp? Because everyone then kind of ducks as the ball comes back down to ground. Well, that's a big wicket for Glamorgan, because Rory Burns is one of the two really established batters in this Surrey lineup, and Nikhil Garantla in at 3.
Yeah, shaping away from the right-hander again. It's a good bit of bowling from Ul Hassan. We talked about how he's been not actually trying to bowl the away swinger to the left-hander in the same way he bowled the in-swinger to the right-hander, and maybe that's why, because you can see he's just got that movement to come in off the pitch to Burns, and maybe that's why it took the inside half of the bat, because he's trying to go cross-bat through the offside, isn't he? And it's just cut him in half a little bit. He's got two right-handers to work with now. And that one's just held its line. So at the end of the over, 5th over, Glamorgan have struck for the first time. Surrey's experienced opener Rory Burns is back in the sheds, 19 for 1. It's funny, I was just going to ask you actually, after the first time that Burns used his feet, again, timed it nicely, hit it straight to mid-on, as a wicketkeeper, you're thinking, ooh, should Horton come up? Should come up to the stumps? Lo and behold, that's probably why you don't do it.
Because you do want to, you're trying to, the decision-making process is, what dismissal do you believe is the most likely? Are you trying to get a batter out bowled or LBW, and therefore you want to come up to the stumps to force them to stay in their crease?
And again, it looks like some good pace from Leonard. Thomas had to react sharply to work that one off the pads, but he does pick up a couple.
And if that keeper does come up to the stumps, that allows the bowlers to control the length they're bowling, because the batter can't manipulate that. However, if you then do come up to the crease and come up to the stumps, if that ball is still getting lateral movement and you feel like caught behind your best dismissal, you then reduce the chances of that type of dismissal. Well, what's happening here?
I think there's a bit of rain about. I have to say, I couldn't see anything. We do have a big thick glass window in front of us, so sometimes we are obscured from the weather, but almost out of nowhere, the umpires have signalled to the ground staff, who, to be fair, were standing ready next to the cover. So they've obviously...
They're being quicker as well.
They've obviously seen something on our rain radar that they know and trust to be accurate. And for the sake of this contest, they've said, we better get off here. So while it doesn't look like it's raining, definitely not heavily, if raining at all at the minute, we've just been told behind us, actually, that there's been lightning in the area. Which, of course, there are rules around. If there's lightning within a certain vicinity of the ground, you have to go off. There was a high-profile incident in the Lions, in the rugby, a couple of weeks ago, because there was lightning in the area. They had to wait for half an hour after the most recent strike. So bad weather has stopped play here. Again, it doesn't seem to be raining particularly heavy, if at all. We will try and get some updates. But, Cam and Glamorgan on top after the first few overs. But we'll see how much of this contest we get back in once the weather abates. Are you noticing anything? You're pointing at covers, at ground staff. Is there anything that's caught your eye? Or
I'm quite intimidated by what's about to happen. I haven't quite seen the ground staff. Obviously, ground staff across the country operate at pace because they want to protect the ground by definition. But they were on in a real hurry here, and they're running around the outfield as if they know something that we don't. They're in custody of some information that has yet to be shared with the rest of us, and I think we might be about to face a bit of a torrential downpour, so we might be in for quite a lengthy delay once this rain does start. But at the moment, it's just dark. There's no rain here at the Kia Oval. And well,
we'll find out shortly enough what is going on. But you're right, Cam, based on the speed of the ground staff, something bad is about to happen. But we are off for weather. Surrey 21 for 1, chasing 309, 1 ball bowled in the 6th over. we'll be back hopefully with some news whenever we get it. So thank you for listening, and hopefully, fingers crossed, this isn't too bad a downpour if and when it comes, and we'll see you very soon.
That was bizarre. What? How are you? Oh, thank you. I was so confused.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on the Surrey live stream. Good news. We are getting underway, as you can see there on your screens, in 3 minutes' time. And you can see that Glamorgan players getting ready to get back out there. We had an enormous downpour. We had a bit of lightning as well. And the ground staff have worked very, very hard. So, Glamorgan were put into bat by Surrey when they won the toss at 11 o'clock. Well, 10:30 this morning. Seems a long time ago. And Glamorgan, in their 50 overs, 308 for 7. Will Smale made 105 not out. Alex French took 2 for 49. Nathan Barnwell 3 for 55. Yusuf Majid bowled very nicely. His 10 overs, none for 41. And then Surrey were 5.1 overs, as you can see there, into their chase of the 309 to win. They'd lost the wicket of Rory Burns, brilliantly caught by Horton behind the stumps off the bowling of Zainul Hassan. And then the heavens opened with Thomas 6 not out, Garantler yet to get off the mark. So the new equation for Surrey is this, and you can see it down there at the bottom of your screens. Surrey have another 10.5 overs to bat. 16 overs for Surrey to bat, and their revised target is 146. So they need a further 125 from here. That's obviously a big ask. You can see the run rate required down there is 11.54 for Surrey. As far as the power plays go, well, we've already had the first power play in overs 1 to 3, although nobody knew about that. But why you couldn't have just had the power play as 1 to 6 is beyond me. But there we are. So 1 to 3. So we're now in power play 2 until the end of over 13. And then overs 14, 15 and 16 will be power play 3. And from a bowling perspective, one Glamorgan bowler can bowl a maximum of 4 overs, and then 4 can bowl a maximum of 3. Delighted to say that Kirstie White is alongside me. That is a tough equation now for Surrey, isn't it? It's basically 146 off 16, so from here 125 more off 10.5.
Yeah. We're at the home of the Oval Invincibles.
Yes, we are.
It's the 100.
What it is.
Minus a few balls.
100 minus a few balls. That would be great on the poster, wouldn't it? As that sort of byline.
Don't worry about next year. This is what it is.
This is what it's all about.
This is the rebrand.
Well, as I say, from a Surrey perspective, you basically got to go for it from ball 1 here now. So out come Thomas and Garantler, and then Ollie Sykes will have to be next in, because in many ways they've got to try and get Sykes out there as quick as they can, because we all know what Ollie Sykes is capable of with bat in hand. But yeah, it's always strange, these affairs now, because sort of a lot of the air's gone out of the game now. But there you can see it on the scoreboard, and cut-off time is 6:35. And Surrey's rate when they came off was 4.06, which was okay at the start of their innings, having lost the wicket of Rory Burns. Now it's gone up to 11.54, so it's absolutely rocketed up. And, well, as I say, they really have to go from ball 1 here, Surrey, because it's 125 more off 10.5 overs. Now, Ned Leonard about 1 ball of his 3rd over the 6th. So Leonard will be continuing, and of course now we're in power play 2. Glamorgan can get 4 fielders on the boundary rope. So we're underway again. Another 125 needed by Surrey from here, and Thomas pushes the first ball to backward point, and they won't get a run. And every dot ball now, the pressure will build and build, won't it, Kirstie?
Yeah, it will, and it's going to be a case here now of don't die wondering. So Surrey haven't scored the most runs in the campaign yet, so it's a really good opportunity for them, and particularly these young batters under a lot of pressure, just to almost just play with freedom and see, what can we do? How close to this target can we get? What are we capable of achieving? The outfield's wet, so that'll soften the ball up.
Thomas gets a short one. He's looking to pull it. It hits him in the chest, I think, and runs away down to backward point. Now, he got a bit of glove on that because he's just wringing that right hand, is Thomas. So that will bring Garantler on to strike for the first time after the rain break. And he's still looking for his first run in the competition. Is the young man. Just looking. Oh no, that's Carson is discussing with Ben Debenham, I think. Probably number of overs per bowler. That's normally what it is. So Garantler on strike, and he's up on his toes. There are his first runs. Nicely played. Down towards the third man boundary rope. They'll get a couple. It'll all be fairly frantic out there. So Garantler's off the mark in professional cricket. So that's nice. Nice way to get off the mark as well for him.
Yeah, Surrey going to need to get those legs moving quite quickly, and so the Glamorgan players, they've been sat still for, well, I don't know what time we came off, but for all intents and purposes, I think most of the players thought that they weren't actually going to end up coming back out. So probably some stiff, cold bodies here.
Yeah, and they didn't have much of a warm-up when they got back out there. That's well bowled by Leonard. Just goes back of a length. And Garantler can't get that away. Sam Northeast does the fielding. Carson comes across with a bit of a grin with Gorvin. As you say, though, the ball will be getting a little bit wet, but the other thing is a new ball at either end. You know, we're going to get 8 overs with each ball, so they're not going to go that soft.
Yeah, and I suppose that's where this is unique to the T20 competition, is that, yeah, there's still a new ball at each end, isn't there? Whereas in the T20 Blast, it's one ball for the innings.
Waits again, does Garantler, and he's looked to cut a ball, give himself room, but it bounced on him. It beats the outside edge, and that's taken by Horton. So pretty good over back, 3 off it since we came back out there. So Surrey have now had 6 overs, so they've got 10 left, and they require a further 122. You can see the bounce on that, and we're just looking to lean back and carve it down towards third man. So that run rate has already gone up to 12.2 now from a Surrey perspective.
Yeah, and I think Surrey just need to just have a go here. You're not going to win by leaving deliveries or blocking here. It's going to be a case of, if we're bowled out for 80, but at least we've given everything and we've bowled out with intent, then fantastic. But if we fall short of the mark with 5 wickets in hand, that's not a great way to go.
Well, Dan Douthwaite into the attack for the first time, bowling the 7th over, and that's chopped away by Thomas down towards third man, and they're back for 2. It's good running. They've got to do this. They've just got to tear everything up, really. And even if there's a risk, what I would say is, even if there's a risk, there is a certain Ollie Sykes waiting. And in many ways, you'd like to see Thomas and Garantler do a lot of this, but you don't want to leave Ollie Sykes with too much to do. So you just got to run everything, basically, and take a risk that you wouldn't take in normal circumstances. As Douthwaite's in, and Thomas just pushes this one down towards third man again. He might take 2 here. It's just a single. So Garantler comes back onto strike. I'm delighted, though, for the spectators who hung around, and there's still quite a few in here, and it was a torrential downpour, wasn't it, that sort of came from nowhere.
Yeah, there was a point I thought about building an ark, to be honest. It was raining cats and dogs.
It certainly was, and there was sort of a big puddle on the outfield, so the ground staff did a great job to get us out there. Oh, here goes Garantler. That's off the outside edge, but it's going to fly down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So, first boundary after the rain break, and first boundary for Garantler. And I think, actually, to be fair to him here, the one thing I have noticed is he's quite a wristy player. So he's down on one knee there, and actually that almost flew for 6. Douthwaite's in once again. Oh, and he's looking to swing hard here. That's gone straight off the top edge, and the catch is taken by Douthwaite off his own bowling. So Garantler had to play shots, and that's off the top edge, and Dan Douthwaite just went across, took the catch. So Garantler goes for 6, and the next man down the steps will be Ollie Sykes. So Ollie Sykes will march out into the middle. Good bit of bowling from Dan Douthwaite, just banged it in, back of a length, and just got on, I think, to Garantler a bit quicker than he was expecting. Went straight off his top edge, and Douthwaite, there he goes, does the job himself. So Surrey 31 for 2, but here comes Ollie Sykes. Now, he would have to do something quite remarkable here, young Mr. Sykes, but he's in good form. 50 in the first game, 97 in the second game. And this is sort of right up his street.
Yeah, talk about licence. They don't come much freer than this, do they? So, really excited to see what Ollie Sykes can do. Douthwaite's bowling a real hard length. I don't think with this new ball sitting deep in the crease is the way to approach this. I actually think maybe batting a good foot outside your crease and almost attacking that delivery just to smother any swing or any seam movement that's on offer.
Here we go then. Ollie Sykes' first delivery, and he's just clipping this off his pads down towards long leg, and he will get a single to get off the mark. So Sykes off the mark first ball, good over this from Douthwaite. Thomas comes back onto strike on 10. You can see there at the bottom of your screen 55 balls remaining, and another 114 required by Surrey. As I say, it's a tough equation this. Thomas drives, beats the edge, and taken moving away to his right hand side by Horton. So successful over for Dan Douthwaite. 7 overs have gone of Surrey's 16, and they need another 114 runs to win. But Douthwaite, he's all action, is Dan Douthwaite. He's a big, strong fella, and he's sort of one of those that jogs in, and then it's his action. It's all sort of in the shoulders, isn't it? You sometimes wonder with bowlers like that, but he could probably just jog in off 2 paces and he'd still get it down at the same rate of knots. So are we going to get a little bit of Gorvin into the attack? So yeah, he just bowls stump to stump, Andy Gorvin. Wobbles it a touch. And he'll have the left-handed Sykes on strike. And he'll have Horton up to the stumps as well. That to keep Sykes in his crease. Gorvin will come over the wicket from the pavilion end. He hides the ball as well. You can see there he hides the ball to the last moment. Here goes Ollie Sykes. Well, don't bowl length to him because he'll do that to you. And he's just swung it straight back over Gorvin's head and away for 4. So Sykes' first boundary. That is not the length to Ollie Sykes at that pace.
No, and you can't put a fielder there. That is gun barrel straight.
Yeah,
beautifully beautifully dispatched.
Gorvin's in again to him. Sykes turning this one into the leg side, but want to, won't get to, because there's Dan Douthwaite to do the fielding. Gorvin immediately there to Sykes, pulled his length back. Sensible, but as I say, he's in good nick in the fact that he made 50 in the first game and left a few runs out there, and 97 in the second game in this competition for Surrey. And he is very capable of hitting a very, very long ball, is Ollie Sykes. As is Thomas, and here he goes, up and over the covers just, well fielded. The captain there, Kieran Carlson, just sliding across to his left, and that'll be a single. But yes, Thomas is very capable of hitting the ball a long way as well. Didn't quite time that. Oh dear, he says there to himself. I could have hit that much harder.
Had there not been the rain on the outfield, that might have just skipped on for 4.
Sykes back onto strike. Here he goes again, straight down the ground. It's just a strong, strong shot from Sykes. It's good batting because Gorvin has pulled his length back, but Sykes is just waiting for it and then using his strength and hitting it straight back down the ground, where, as you say, Kirstie, there are no fielders down there.
Can't put a fielder there, but he's not sitting deep in his crease, but he's playing from the crease. He's not coming to meet the ball. He's literally just almost standing, delivering, just strong, solid base and hitting that straight back over the bowler's head.
Where's he going this time? That's well taken from Horton. Pushed it a bit wider. That's a great bit of keeping.
That's kept low. on a deck that's been very true. It's kept very low. It's well taken.
It really was. It's a lovely bit of keeping. They took an absolute cracker as well to get rid of Rory Burns off the inside edge, did Horton. Last ball of the over. Here goes Sykes again. How much of this has he got? Not enough. Straight off the toe end of his bat. The catch is taken by Sam Northeast. Can't be too disappointed there, Ollie Sykes. He had to come straight out and play shots. He hit a couple of very nice drives down the ground. Again, I think Gorvin, there's no great pace to him anyway. And Ollie Sykes was through that a bit early. Toe end of the bat. You can see he's frustrated. But Sykes has gone for 10. And Surrey are 3 down. Pretty simple catch on the edge of the circle there for Sam Northeast, who has a towel out the back of his trousers to keep the ball dry. But yeah, just didn't time it, Ollie Sykes. So Sykes goes for 10. And that's 8 of the overs gone now. And Surrey have got 8 remaining and need another 104 to win. So here comes the captain, Ben Folkes. So out comes Ben Folkes, captaining today because Ryan Patel injured himself in the warm-up. So a round of applause for the captain as he joins Thomas. But this was always going to be very difficult, wasn't it, Kirstie?
Yeah, and you can't scold Sykes for getting out the way that he did. I think with the stump-to-stump medium pacer, it's so hard to get away sometimes. You don't have the pace on the ball to try and get away at all the angles, so you're really having to try and generate to try and get up and under that. So obviously targeting maximums, you're really, really challenging your skill set in order to get that up and over. And unfortunately, couldn't quite time it on that occasion.
Apologies, our first look at spin because Romano Franco's into the attack. Bowling his left arm spin. Now Thomas has got himself in a little bit of a pickle there. He went a-wandering. And again, Horton very quick. Picks the ball up and takes the bails off. But I think Thomas had he had, because he's not out, had kept something in the crease. But he did go a-wandering there. Just shoved his left foot back in. Thomas has gone down the ground here off the back foot. That'll skip off the outfield and away for 4. So, nicely played by Thomas. He's on to 15. But just staying on that back foot and hitting it straight back down the ground for 4.
Yeah, he's not bowling slowly either here is Franco. So he knows that he's got to bowl it into the deck to avoid that short side of the boundary being punished. So bowling it in and hard at the turf means that if he wants to score a 6 over mid-wicket, he's going to have to really take some risks.
Gives this one a little more air, and he's greeted by a great shot from Thomas. Straight over the covers. 1 bounce and away for 4. So Thomas is on to 19. But he just gives this one a little bit more air, a bit wider outside that off stump, and Thomas just waits for it. And then lovely swing of the bat. As I say, he's a pretty tall lad, is Thomas. So he's got good reach, long levers, as they always say.
Yeah, Sorry. Franco's just overcompensated as well, hasn't he? Where he dragged it short the previous delivery, so he thought, I don't really want to be punished there again, so I'm going to just give it a little bit more flight, and actually overcompensated and was punished over extra cover.
Well, they brought deep backward square up, so he goes outside his off stump, does Thomas, and slog sweeps it for 6. That's a really good bit of batting because Carson had a long chat there with Franco and he brought up his deep backward square so that Carson himself could go down to long off, and he stepped outside that off stump, way outside the off stump, and then down on one knee, and that's gone a long way back into the crowd, and it's almost gone straight down the tunnel there. Good stuff from Thomas. Oh, he's gone again here. I told you he could hit a long ball. And that one's gone even further. And I think that gentleman may... Oh, no, he got shy there. I thought he was going to get off his seat and get the ball. But I think he's left it to a couple of youngsters. But this is good stuff from Thomas. Back-to-back 6s, Kirstie.
Yeah, enjoy yourself. These are the moments where your back's against the wall and you're chasing a mammoth total that you can just completely express yourself. So why not?
Well, it's started a committee meeting there. Carlson, northeast, Franco. Pat on the chest for Franco. And is the field changing? I don't think so.
Well, you can't put fielders in the stands.
No, you can't. That's very true. And as they always say, there are none in the air. He's got again. Or he could go here. No, one bounce out towards Douthwaite. Out there at deep mid wicket. So Thomas keeps the strike here. But that was a good over from a Surrey perspective. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, this. It would be something pretty special for Surrey. They've still got 7 wickets in hand. Thomas has found his range now. 11.86 is not impossible. It's tough. And Surrey have 9 overs and need another 83.
Yeah. And if Thomas can keep doing what he's doing, he might be asked if he's available on Saturday for the Invincibles.
Well, the way it's going, everybody seems to sort of be getting a game, don't they? Because, well, although Dan Douthwaite, he went for a couple of games but didn't get a game. So now back with Glamorgan. So, 10th over of Surrey's 16. Gorvin to Thomas on 32. And Thomas, well, that's off the outside edge. It's going to go over short third. It won't run to the boundary rope. They should get back for 2. They will get back for 2. So, 2 more to Thomas. He's on to 34 off 23.
Yeah, the outfield's so wet that actually, who is that down that's at short third?
I think that was all Hassan who went sprinting back.
Who slid and actually ended up, because he slid, they ended up being able to take 2 because the water on the surface took him so far he couldn't get on his feet quick enough to get up and get the ball in.
I think the official term for that is aquaplane. As here he goes again, Thomas. How much of this has he got? Oh, behave yourself.
No.
Kieran Carlson, you naughty, naughty boy.
You can't do that.
He has just taken a stupendous catch over his shoulder. He's lost his towel out the back of his trousers. But that is a wonderful, wonderful catch. Oh, going over his head and reverse couple. When we see this again on the replay, it will look even better in slow motion, this, Kirstie.
He looked like a goalkeeper who was about to be lobbed on the line, and he's backpedaled to tip it over the bar. But in this case, he's held on to a spectacular catch.
That really is terrific camera work as well there, because he's just gone back, and then over his head and has come up with the ball. Brilliant from the Glamorgan captain. Great effort, though, from Thomas there. Got going. Couple of 6s in the last over, but gone now for 32. But look at that from that angle. Oh, that's great athleticism. Look at the crowd there. Look at that gentleman in his purple shirt. He's loved that. There you go. So that was worth the wait, wasn't it, for everybody? So out comes Josh Blake to the middle. Ben Folkes hasn't actually faced a ball as yet, the captain. He's down at the non-strikers end.
What's it doing, Skip?
I hate yeah, don't know, I haven't got a clue. I hate comparing things, but there was a little like a certain B Stokes here in that World Cup game, wasn't it, out on the boundary rope.
Wow.
But, yes, that was brilliant from Carson.
We've seen some absolute spectacles in the field this year with the men and the women. Some unbelievable catches.
First ball for Blake. He's whipping it leg side out towards deep mid-wicket. And they'll pick up a single. So that will bring Folkes onto strike for the first time. After this over, sorry, I've got 6 left. But no, Adam Thomas there did show what he's capable of. But he had to just keep going for it. And actually, to be fair to him, he probably thought he got away with that.
I think he was within his right too,
absolutely.
as well.
And then Carson comes up with a fantastic catch. First ball for Folkes then. And he's just pushing this down to backward point. We'll take a single. But, yeah, the thing with that is judging the leap. And also, he's gone with his right hand reversing as he's come down as well. That can easily come straight out of your hand, but it's stuck. And you can see he was pleased with it as well. Here goes Blake down the pitch and driving. And he should get a couple here. He will get a couple here. Ace of Tribe is out there. So Blake will move on to 3 now. and 69 for 4. But as I say, look, for the crowd that have stayed, they've seen those back-to-back sixes from Adam Thomas and seen some of the shots he can play. Then they've seen that catch as well. Unbelievable catch. Oh, we're reversing. And, well, I'm not sure anything on that from Blake, but it's got through Horton as well. And the chase is good from Franco. Absolute chaos out there. And they will get back for 3. There are players all over the shop there. But Blake's actually got a little bit of bat on that. So he'll pick up 3. End of the over. Carson's amazing catch. 10 gone. Kirstie, I will vacate because Nathan Johns is coming in for me. And then once Nathan's on air, he will be joined by Cameron Ponsonby.
Yeah, it's chaos everywhere. Not least in the middle, but certainly in the commentary box. Scrambling around, trying to get some headsets on.
Oh, it's never chaotic in here. We're always on top of things. Fully professional, are we? Thanks very much, Kirstie. Short stint for all of us in this second innings because of the rain delay. Hello, Cameron Ponsonby. God, what a catch that was from Kieran Carlson. We were in the room next door where us commentators and streamers gather on these occasions, and we watch a lot of cricket, so it's very rare that we see something that makes people audibly gasp. But our boss, John Surtees, I don't think I've ever heard him react to anything like that. That was sensational.
I was just showing off, really. Lined it up.
Here's Douthwaite. Into the pad. Big LBW shout. Immediately turned down. Whatever about partisanship, and fully aware of saying this being on the Surrey stream, but just for the sake of the game, it would have been fantastic if we got another over or 2 of Thomas. Just the way he was striking the ball, it would have made this could well still turn into a very, very good contest. But if he was still there, with the way this is going and the way he was striking it, that game was well and truly on.
No, absolutely. He'd really taken a liking to Romano Franco, and had there been one more over where that run rate went down to kind of 11s rather than 13s.
That's timed beautifully. Pick up 4. Ben Folkes utilising the short boundary as Surrey have done from this end. Probably not 4 on the other side, but he's timed it so perfectly, and even though deep square just had to move, 10-15 yards to his left, he had absolutely no chance.
That was a remarkable shot from Ben Folkes. Has raced across what is now a very damp square. Well, I guess that part of the wicket actually would be pretty dry. That's where the covers have been the whole time.
How does Douthwaite respond? Good. Banged in delivery. Not a lot Folkes can do with that. No width to throw his arms through. Yeah, you were right earlier, Cam. When we were on, we were a little bit taken aback by just how quickly the players went off, but you were bang on. The ground staff were indeed in custody of some very, very valuable information that it was about to absolutely chuck it down.
Well, it seemed people seemed nervous. There was a kind of a low-level kind of worry and fear that kind of filtered across the ground.
What can Blake do here? Banging delivery down the track, high on the bat. Saw him coming, I suspect. It did Douthwaite.
And they were correct, because it was incredibly heavy rain here for 45 minutes or an hour or so. I want to talk about that Carlson catch again, because I haven't seen... It was a new genre of catch, in that I've never seen a player kind of so soon in the process of taking a sky decide they wanted to catch it one-handed. And he was lining up for that exact one-handed pluck for the whole time.
Fuller. And carved away by Ben Folkes. There is no protection in front of square on the leg side. Douthwaite is punished for straying onto the pads.
Well, we had a similar type of game with Surrey Women at Guildford a couple of weeks ago, where in a run chase where Surrey looked a long way behind, they went off for rain and they came back and they needed about 60 off the last 5 overs. This is almost exactly the same situation here for the men. Surrey Women got over the line. Can it be twice in 2 weeks for the Ray?
Banging delivery. This time mid-wicket is out, but he can't stop it either. Ben Folkes is timing it absolutely beautifully here at the minute. The man was back. Douthwaite banged it in short, but Folkes times it to perfection for the 3rd boundary of that over.
Right, so what have we got here? We've got 5 overs left. Now, so there are 2 overs that will remain from the short boundary side, where the right-handed batters will be able to access that as the leg side. An advantage that Surrey have at the moment is they have a right-hand, left-hand combination. cut-off is 18:36. I don't really know what that means in the context of this match, but we're just going to keep on playing.
It probably means something about fielder coming into the ring, doesn't it?
That sounds accurate. That sounds right. But now Josh Blake is on strike. We've got the off-spin of Kieran Carlson, and the left-handed Blake will be able to target that short leg side. If Surrey have this combination of batters out in the middle, well, they're a strong chance at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a decision that was made purely based on the fact that Ben Folkes' boundary was the result of the final delivery, because it meant the left-hander is now on strike. So yes, he has the shorter boundary, but with the left-hander there, Carlson's going to spin it away from him and say, right, hit against the spin, round the wicket, reverse sweep. Ooh, half an appeal. I think he looked at square leg. You know, it was for a stumping. We couldn't see whether he took the bails off or not. From up here, it looked like he actually hadn't taken them off. So I thought he was appealing to square leg for a caught behind, which would have been very, very strange. But no, it was an appeal for a stumping, but not out. Oh, he's properly dismantled the stumps, so much so that he has to take his glove off to put them back in. Blake is a bit oblivious to it all. He's only just realised that his bails weren't back on. He's been waiting for this delivery for an age. Slower, flighted, but wide outside that off stump. Blake cannot get his hands through it. He's targeting that short boundary. Good bowling from Carlson.
That's really well bowled from Carlson. Pace off, forcing Blake to put all the power in it himself and keeping it wide, which means the left-hander had to reach for the ball outside the off stump if he was going to try and target that leg side boundary. Well bowled from Carlson, just one run off his opening 2 deliveries.
Yeah, Carlson's directing traffic out there now. Deep backward square for the sweep shot from Folkes. Deep mid-wicket, cow corner, whatever you want to call it. Long on. A man sweeping on the offside. There is protection. 2 men behind square, saving 1 on the offside. So nominally they're there for that reverse sweep. You always say keep the gap between those two quite tight. We'll see if Folkes does try and target that short side. We've seen Blake play the reverse. It would make sense for Folkes. Short side. Round the wicket. Bang in. Well bowled. Difficult to pull that away to the long side.
T20 sides often talk now about 50 off the last 4. That's kind of what the old school, it used to be 40 off the last 4 kind of 10, 15 years ago. That's what people were comfortable chasing and setting. Now it's 50, and Surrey are not too far away from that. We need 7 off the last 3 to get that equation.
Down the track comes Blake. Has he hit it in the gap? He hasn't. Didn't get all of it, but of course you don't need to time it perfectly to find a gap on that short side. But Carlson has his field well placed on this occasion.
Well, this is a magic over for Glamorgan so far. Carlson's just put the brakes on this innings entirely. Such a box office cricketer. The catch earlier today, a run out in the T20 fixture here earlier this year.
Bit of flight given for the first time in this over, and Folkes sweeps. Is it in the gap? Oh, I think that's a sensational piece of fielding. He was definitely over the rope for much of that, but I think, I'm trying to see who it is down here, get the binoculars out.
It's a Tribe.
Yeah, Tribe out there at deep mid-wicket. Folkes has timed it beautifully. The Surrey fans are not happy. They think it's 4. The boos ring out. Was he over the rope as he picked it up? I think that's okay.
I think he somehow managed to be fine there. I was convinced it was 4, and I've seen it again.
Play continues. No boundary. Folkes pull down the ground. This will be 4. Much needed boundary for Surrey. Carlson started that over brilliantly. Just 5 runs off the first 5 deliveries they needed to find the fence. And Folkes powers one down the ground. 9 off the over. Not enough to keep up with the rate, but it just keeps them in touch.
This is a very calm boundary from Folkes there. Mid-off was up in the ring, so he knew he just had to beat mid-off to his right straight, and he would have 4. You'd often see players kind of snatch at that and try and heave it over into the leg side, but it keeps Surrey alive. 50, exactly 50 off the last 4 to win. Dan Douthwaite is going to have a bowl. It's the left-handed Blake on strike. So don't be surprised if you see Blake try and drop a single here and get the right-handed Folkes down to the danger end. The business end, we'll call it.
Business end, I like that. Who's in custody of the business end?
Who is in custody of the business end at this moment of time? In this moment of time, it's Josh Blake.
The umpire, I think, forgot to give Dan Douthwaite the ball for some reason. Not quite sure why. Only one fielder back on the offside. Does Blake try and give himself some room? Oh, no, he goes over the leg side. Douthwaite cuts him in half. That was on a length. Might have gotten away with that ever so slightly.
So this is the last over of power play 2, which means at this point in time, Glamorgan are only allowed 4 fielders on the boundary. At the end of this over, they'll be allowed 5. So another reason for Surrey to target this over.
Blake down the track. Pace off. That's another good bit of fielding from Carlson. He keeps them to a single. He's been absolutely electric today. His innings was cut short, but he looked good when he came out with the bat. He's taken that sensational catch, one of the catches of the season. And now he's come on with the ball, and he's just halted Surrey ever so slightly. And, of course, the ball follows him in the field. Glamorgan's enigmatic captain.
I'm shocked he doesn't have a 100 deal. I don't mean to be yanking him away from Glamorgan at their time in the Metro Bank, but he's such a box office player. He's so entertaining to watch, bat in hand in the field. He can bowl as well, I think, and his numbers over the last couple of years have been superb. I think won't be too long before more and more people see Kieran Carlson.
Focus on strike. Full power down the ground, but straight to mid-on. It's Andy Gorvin who does the fielding. Just needed to be careful on the wet surface. That didn't skip past him along the carpet, but body behind.
Another very strong start to the over for Glamorgan. Just 2 runs from the first 3 balls. Glamorgan ahead.
Still just one man back on the offside. He's pulled that well in the gap. Another good piece of fielding from this Glamorgan side. Plucked one-handed down at fine leg. Saves 2 runs. It does bring up Surrey's 100. It's immaterial at this stage. All they care about is getting that figure on the left-hand side of the graphic on your screen. Runs to win 46 down. Folks played a bit of a blinder here. 22 off 9. He's going to be critical, you would think, as they try and pull off what looks like an unlikely win. But as long as there are wickets in hand, that short boundary, it just takes 1 over to change the game.
Short fine legs come into the circle. Long on has dropped out.
And that's exactly where the ball goes. Douthwaite bowling around the wicket into the left-hander's arc. Helped around the corner. Much needed boundary.
Well, he's missed his line there, Douthwaite. He's gone pace off, as kind of indicated by the fact that short fine leg and short third were in the ring. So the idea was to kind of drop it on a length and force Josh Blake to heave it out to the leg side. But he got his line wrong, went behind square for 4.
Right, if this was the IPL, I think a siren would be playing, because umpires have, I think they've called a no ball.
Oh goodness, I thought it was a power play signal. Of course it's not, that's a no ball.
No, so it will be a free hit.
Oh no.
So, field has to say the same. Where does Blake go? Free hit. Oh, well bowled. If he gets away with it, he does. Inside that blue line, he flirting with it was Douthwaite. Blake charged down the track. He probably actually made it look wider than it was because he's moved outside leg. So he's had to reach for it outside the off stump. But it looks like it's a good piece of bowling. Oh, he's comfortably inside. Comfortably inside the line.
Well, he's got away with that, Dan Douthwaite. More to the point, he's recovered. Because that free hit threatened to kind of flip the scales of this match.
Final ball of the 13th. Scoop. Fails to make contact, punches his bat in disgust. No wide given. Umpire, I think that's James Treadwell at this end, decides that would have hit him had he stayed still, so it wouldn't have gone down leg. So 106 for 440 off 3. It's just about still in touch, Cam.
Those were 2 incredibly important dot balls delivered there by Dan Douthwaite, because that boundary, which threatened to just get Josh Blake going, combined with the free hit, gave you the impression that, say you snuck one more boundary out of that last over, 36 off 18, well, we've seen that chase down a number of times. 40 still feels a loss, and who are we going to see with ball in hand? Kieran Carlson's going to continue.
Yeah, why not? If he goes for even 10, 11, they take that at this stage. Glamorgan, he bowled 5 excellent deliveries in this last set. Then folks spoiled the over somewhat by punching the final delivery down the ground, but he's been effective. Long leg side boundary to Folks. He whips it out to that side, hits it hard, straight to the man, just a single.
The umpires did signal that third power play. So now Glamorgan can have 5 fielders positioned on the boundary, and the difference that makes is if you do think back to the one boundary that came off Carlson's over, previous over, it was down to long off. because that fielder had to be in the ring, so folks hit it past him. Now they're all on the boundary, just 4 inside that 30-yard circle.
Big gap behind square on the leg side. He comes down the track, hits it cleanly. Does it clear long on? It does. Josh Blake with a maximum dancing down the track, and Surrey have a much-needed boundary in the second delivery of this over.
I think those 2 security guards have had the fright of their life there, because the ball has cannoned off the wall behind them. Have a look at this. Blake hardly gets to the pitch of it, but it doesn't matter. Oh, watch out.
I think that might have hit one of them. Down the track again. Doesn't get the elevation this time. Well bowled from Carlson. He's not giving them any flight to work with.
You look how quickly the equation changes. That 1-6, now 32 or 15. You know what? It's still quite a lot of runs. I was about to say it looks easy now, and it doesn't.
Easy is a strong word.
That's all easy. It's an easy game from up here.
Folks, into the gap. Has he timed it well enough? No, but they will come back for a second.
It's important to bear in mind what Surrey have coming in as well. They've got Cameron Steele, who's the last of the recognised batters. Then James Taylor has been batting at number 8.
50 partnership from this pair, 51 off 27 deliveries. It's just about kept them in contention. Will it be a match-winning partnership, folks? He's just taking some time out of the game here. I think his hands... Yeah, I quite literally think he's wiping sweat off his hands there. The risk of bringing Eminem into it with hands sweaty. But anyway, Carlson around the wicket. Folks, goes aerial. It's in the gap. 4. Oh, with 1 bounce 4, I think. The umpire looks at the at the cow corner fielder, rather. Still no signal. All eyes on the umpire. 6 given. That is a big, big blow from Ben Folkes. The gamble to give Kieran Carlson. He gave himself a second over. I think that's landed directly on the rope. The gamble for the skipper to go with a second set of 6 is not working for Glamorgan.
That was a big hit, and it was a flat hit from Ben Folkes. He's found the gap there. And now what do we have now? 24 of 30. Now it looks a bit easier.
Easier, not easy. Critical difference. 1 delivery left in this over. It's been a big one for Surrey. Folkes goes again. Doesn't get it. I think he'll be content to take a single. He is. He knows he'll now be on strike with the short leg side boundary at his disposal. 12, 14, 16 off that Kieran Carlson over. No, more than that. 17, wasn't it? Because his first over went for 9. Number 26. Yeah, 17 off. Quick maths here. Only the best in terms of our mathematical skills in the Surrey commentary box.
Well, the eagle-eyed Nathan Johns alongside me spotted that Folkes was getting a bit sweaty. Maybe his gloves got a bit damp, and I think it's Tommy Elam running out some extra bits of kit for Surrey's stand-in skipper today, Ryan Patel. Twisted his ankle, I think it was, in the warm-up. You can see this pair, they've put on 58 in not much time at all. It's 23 to win off 12 balls, and this is a big over. They always talk about the penultimate over being almost bigger than the final one. As a batting team, you want to get as much of it done as possible now. And not only do Surrey have that kind of natural inclination to get ahead of the game here, there's also their last over with this short leg side boundary.
Yeah, huge over in the context of this game. And decision to be made by captain Kieran Carlson, who gets the ball. And he has called on Andy Gorvin. I think the wicketkeeper is grabbing his helmet. Is he going to stand up to the stumps? Decision time for Horton as well. No, he's going to stand back. So they're not too worried about Ben Folkes running around in his crease. Makes sense, I suppose, with the keeper up and boundaries at a premium. You don't want one just to flick off the pad or a 5 wides to run away to the boundary when the keeper could be more safe standing back. So let's have a look at his field. Long off, long on. 2 men back on the leg side and a cover as well. Stokes. Whoa, Stokes. I've been watching too much high intensity in international cricket. Ben Folkes punches a single out to cover. Down the track, good bit of bowling, followed him.
We just saw him slip at the non-strikers there. Don't let the umpires see that. We want to finish the game now.
Oh, there's no way they're taking us off at this stage. This is too exciting.
We saw Will Smales slip a couple of times there as well, so it's been a bit kind of loose underfoot for a while.
Right, pretty much exactly the same field with a left-hander. 3 men back on the leg side, 2 on the off. Goes to that leg side. It's behind square. Work to do for deep backward square. Oh, he's... Again, Glamorgan have been sensational in the field with their boundary riding. Another diving stop saves a pair of runs.
That's a crucial bit of work from Asa Tribe there. His second fantastic stop out on that boundary in the last 3 or 4 overs. Saves 2. 20 now needed off 10.
Gorvin around the wicket, same field. The 3 men back to that big leg side boundary. Full toss in the air. Oh, it just lands safe. Wide of extra cover. Long off comes around to keep it to 1. The Centurion, Will Smale, down at long off. He's a tall man as well, don't forget that. They always say put your taller fielders straight back, don't they? Because that's the catches over the head.
An extra foot of a distance.
I say that, well, Will Smale's at long off and Kieran Carlson, who's not as tall, is at long on. There's not a perfect science. Ben Folkes on strike. I think that will be wided. Yeah. Folkes did move across the crease, so you can see why Gorvin has followed him. But umpire Treadwell says, even with that caveat, you got to bowl that one again.
I tell you what, there was a good roar from the fans that have stuck around here today. Whoa, that's a wide ball.
Yeah, it's off the cut strip nearly. 18 off 9. He walks across his stumps in the air, clear deep backward square. Ben Folkes is playing a blinder for Surrey. Gets a low full toss. Gorvin misses his Yorker. Took a risk by exposing his leg stump, but the risk pays off.
Well, Gorvin gambled there, and he lost. Stokes, it's infectious.
Stokes, Wokes, Folkes, which I think people know who we mean. Go on.
Folkes stepped a long way across his stumps. Gorvin went for the stumps, missed. 6 runs.
How does he respond? He walks across again. Does this carry to long on? No, it won't. Kieran Carlson charging in. Can he keep him to a single? Throw at the wicket keeper's end. Oh, Folkes has just made his ground. I tell you what, Kieran Carlson has a bullet arm. But Folkes is able to come back for 2. Just going to take some time out of the game here. His shoelaces don't look untied to me, but he's going to untie them and retie them.
I'll tell you what, Ben Folkes is on 41 off 16 here. He's a man not known for a high rate of scoring, but he's come in and played perfectly. Josh Blake, it's not easy out there. It's damp conditions. The outfield's got a bit slower. You've got to pick your angles, pick your deliveries. Well, Josh Blake's on 23 off 18. Ben Folkes showing all his class on 41 off 16.
Yeah, 10 off 7. Dare I say, Surrey all of a sudden, in the space of about an over and a half, have gone from being behind the game to being in the driver's seat.
Well, is this a free hit in effect for Folkes? Is he going to target this boundary, or does he want to make sure he's there for the final over? He could take 1 here and be on strike with 9 to win. Or...
No, I think he goes for it. I think he tries to put the game to bed. A boundary here, and Surrey are not quite home and hosed, but even if a new batter had to then come in the final over, you'd still have them as favourites. Does he walk across his stumps again? He does. He goes straight down the ground. Has he hit this one hard enough? Oh, Will Smale dives to his right-hand side, and Folkes is happy coming back from the second. So he's comfortable giving Josh Blake the strike. Big over from Surrey. Ben Folkes has moved to 43 off 17. It is increasingly looking like a match-winning innings from the stand-in skipper. 8 to win off the last set of 6.
Well, this is Surrey's match to lose now. The scales have officially tilted. Ben Folkes has his helmet off again. He's on 1 knee. He's a tired man at the moment. He's just had a newborn baby. He's not been sleeping masses, one imagines. 17 runs off the 3rd last over. That penultimate over from Gorvin went for, let's count them together, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 13. So 30 runs off the last 2. That sounds about right, maybe.
Yeah, 15 and over, and all of a sudden the rate has come down. Dan Douthwaite is going to be the man tasked with trying to resurrect Glamorgan's hopes here. I think the one saving grace, as far as this Welsh side is concerned, is that Ben Folkes, who is hitting them to all parts, is at the non-striker's end. If they can force a mistake from Blake, get a new man on strike, see if they can cause a bit of chaos, who knows. I think if you're Josh Blake, you've got a very simple job here. Bat on ball and let the man in form be the hero.
Yeah, there are times to put a game on your own shoulders, and there is a time to put it on someone else's.
Interesting. He's going to have deep third back, which means there's going to be a gap somewhere in front of square. It's going to be at square leg. So if Blake does want to take the risk and walk across his stumps to go over the shorter leg side boundary, they're going to give him that that chance. But Douthwaite, of course, a little bit of extra pace compared to Gorvin. It'll be harder to walk across your stumps and pick him up. So if you want to show all three, you can, but it is a risk. Over the wicket to Blake. Does get bat and ball. He's hit it in the gap. He's not looked for one. He's put his front foot down the pitch and swatted it through mid-wicket. All of a sudden, Surrey need 4 off 5.
Oh, forget letting someone else do it. Josh Blake has risen to the occasion here. He knew the angles that were on offer from Douthwaite. Look how far he's dragged that from outside off stump. He's bullied it, get back on my side, and he's found the gap. A kind of cow corner, and it's now 4 to win off 5 balls.
All of a sudden, Folks' decision to happily take 2 looks very clever. Of course you give the lefty the shorter leg side boundary. What are we talking about up here?
It's a no-brainer.
That's why he's down there and we're up here.
But we're up here and we still got it wrong.
Well, that's why I said that we're not down there. Both talentless and foolish.
Goodness me.
That's just me, Cam. You've got lots of talent, don't worry. Right, 4 off 5. What do Glamorgan here to try and force something? They're going to change the field. Deep third comes up inside the ring. So long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep point. That is who Douthwaite has back on the fence. Into the pitch. Is that a wide? Oh, umpire takes a second, but he gets away with it. Blake did walk across his stumps. He's looking at it saying, well, it's missed-leg stump. So how is it not a wide? I tend to agree with him, but Douthwaite gets away with it.
Douthwaite's gone for his leg stump York here. Blake steps across. Goodness me, that's shaved leg stump. I think I can understand the umpire's decision there.
Yeah, I think he's decided that if Blake stood where he was, it would have cannoned into his shin. So he's given the bowler the benefit of the doubt. 4 off 4. Run a ball now. Another change in the field. Fine leg goes back. Long off comes into the ring. Just another new angle for Blake to think about if he wants to make some room. Go over the offside. Bowled in! This time Douthwaite lands his leg stump Yorker. Well, I think it's middle stump that has been firmly uprooted. Another twist in the tail. Surrey need 4 off 3 with a new man on strike. And Ben Folks is still at the non-striker's end.
Well, how's your nerve, Cameron Steele? He's coming in here with 4 to win off 3 balls. And Dan Douthwaite has pretty much nailed 2 Yorkers in a row there. Blake will be so frustrated. He's batted ever so well to get Surrey in this position. Just couldn't quite provide the final blow. And you understood what he was trying to do. He stepped across his stumps, given himself the angle.
I tell you what, I don't think I can understand, because Fine Leg's just gone back. So why is he trying to go across his stumps and hit
but
there?
it's such a short boundary. You get any bat on it, it's either 1 or 4. You're trying to take a run. It doesn't really matter what number it is. And look at that ball tailing in. Well, tailing away from the left-hander. That's a fantastic delivery from Douthwaite.
Yeah, it's tailed into the middle stump, if that's the right way of phrasing it. Yeah, bowled him round his legs. Douthwaite has backed himself. He's backed his skills. He's executed, and he's given Glamorgan a lifeline.
Well, Ben Folks is getting more gloves here.
God, how many pairs of gloves has he gone through?
I don't really... Ben Folks is a man in strife at the moment. Like, he's been through the ringer today. He wasn't expecting to captain.
Cam Steele's trying to get out there, and Folks is just standing still by the edge of the boundary. He's just trying to take as much time as possible out of the game. Oh, hang on. Is Ben Folks going off here? I just got a shot of somebody in the Surrey changing room quickly putting on a helmet. And he's now stopped at the edge of the boundary, so maybe it's equipment he's waiting for.
It's more gloves.
Yeah, it's a set of gloves. Panic
the gloves that came out were the wrong gloves?
Panic avoided. All right, we're getting word that Ben Folks has a bit of a dodgy ankle. Oh, there we go. even more dramatic. Panic avoided, from a Surrey perspective at least. Ben Folks is fine, but apparently the bloke who ran the gloves, the initial pair of gloves down to Ben Folks, in those stairs are wet. There's been a downpour, but apparently he's fallen down the stairs and hurt his ankle. So it's all going on here. A lot of drama on and off the pitch here at the Kia Oval. But the most important details that you need to know. Cam Steele is coming into the crease. He is yet to face a delivery. Surrey need 4 runs to win. Ben Folks has been flaying the ball to all parts, but he's at the non-striker's end. What does Steele do here? Does he try and be the hero, open the face, guide it past backward point for 4 maybe? Or does he just say, I'm going to block it and run? And over to you, skipper.
God, I don't know. We'll find out though. I'd go 1. Take a single, Cam Steele. Give it to Ben.
Douthwaite's got his field set for another leg stump Yorker. Spears it in, and that will be a wide. That's a bad mis-execution. In fact, I think it might actually be a no ball. One umpire is signalling wide, and I think square leg briefly had his arm out. They're now going to gather together, the standing umpire and the square leg official. One wanted the wide, one wanted the no ball on height. It's a big decision because, of course, if it is a no ball on height, there will be a free hit.
I'm intrigued at who they're getting on the walkie-talkie to here.
Well, somebody not here. There's an official somewhere who they're trying to contact to ask a question.
You can't kind of check with any technology or anything at this stage.
Maybe were they just checking? Has Douthwaite already bowled one?
Oh,
it's a no ball for height.
Blimey. So, they've changed their decision, and they've gone with the square leg umpire James Treadwell's view that it was a no ball for height, which means it's a free hit. Huge moment in the game. 2 to win now of 3 balls, and this is a free hit.
I think they were checking whether Douthwaite had already been warned, because he made a big point of warning him for that no ball, so they just wanted to double check if that was his first or second. It was his first, so he can stay on. Free hit, carved over the offside. This will be caught, but of course it is a free hit.
That's a no ball as well. Oh goodness me, that's the match.
You are joking me. What a way for this game to end. Dan Douthwaite has bowled back-to-back beamers. Surrey had a free hit and carved it into the deep. Cam Steele, he got a single. And after all of that, after all the heroics of Ben Foakes, the drama of him slogging it to the short boundary, the game is ended. An unlikely Surrey victory, but it's come from a pair of no balls.
Well, it's new. I haven't seen it before, but it's disappointing. We had an absolutely box office finale here at the Kia Oval, one we weren't expecting after what was a quite torrential downpour earlier today. It went right down to the wire. Dan Douthwaite nailed 2 Yorkers in a row to Josh Blake to set up the situation where it was 4 needed off 3 balls. Cameron Steele comes in. He faces 2 balls. Neither of them hit the ground. One was a free hit. The second was sliced out to points, and combined, well, with the run for the no ball and the run for the run, it's game over. And Surrey, well, they're on the board. That's their first win of the competition. Their 1 win from 3. And Ben Foakes, well, Captain Supremo, he's 1 from 1 this year.
Yeah, 43 off 17. No prizes for guessing. Well, I suspect for guessing who will be named player of the match. Of course, Will Smale dominated the Glamorgan first innings with his unbeaten 100, but Ben Foakes has come out in a supremely difficult situation for Surrey. I mean, we were talking off air during the rain break. We said, well, Surrey, given the way they've started this competition, might not be as keen as Glamorgan to get this game on, given Glamorgan are really, really targeting this 50 over cup. And lo and behold, Surrey have come out. They've played an absolute blinder after the rain. Glamorgan, they might regret a few decisions, a few field placings, but in the end, it's always difficult to defend on a ground when you've got one side that is so short. And lo and behold, that's exactly how things panned out. I still think Surrey would have won irrespective of the no ball, not controversy, but confusion at the end. But it is a disappointing, anticlimactic way of ending the game. It was interesting, actually. I think the standing umpire actually called that no ball at the end after the confusion of whether square leg called it or he called it the first time around. The arm just went straight out. No nonsense. I'm going to call this game over. But what a game.
Well, I think Surrey will be, of course they'll be the happy of the 2 sides, but Glamorgan will feel, well, sometimes the cards don't fall your way, and having put on more than 300 in the first innings, they'd have felt pretty confident with how things were going when the rain did fall. But a shortened game always raises the lottery stakes of a match, and in a 15 and a half over shootout, it was Surrey who came out on top today. The defining hand was Ben Foakes with 43 of 17, but don't look past Adam Thomas at the top of the order of 34 of 24. That may not look like the biggest strike rate in the world when chasing 10 runs and over, but that doesn't take into account that he was on, well, single figures of double figures deliveries when they walked off. Then he took down that Romano Franco over of left arm spin, and that really changed the tide of this match. So a very fine innings from Adam Thomas and a very fine finishing act from Ben Foakes.
Yeah, I think in hindsight that was the over that really changed the direction of this match. I don't think Glamorgan Did they need to bowl the left arm spin of Franco, given the game situation, given he was bowling, he's inexperienced, he was bowling to a short leg side boundary, and Thomas had nothing to lose. He just came on, what was it, two sixes and a boundary, I think, in that over, maybe even more. And that was what just gave Surrey enough of a sniff. That got them a hint of momentum. Yes, Glamorgan came back here and Carlson bowled a good over to get them back into it. But having got their initial leg up and got back into this contest, which we were all looking at it coming in after the rain, saying, not that they had no chance, but Glamorgan were comfortable favourites. That 1 over, Thomas taking down Franco, 21 runs, you can see it there, 1 over from the young left arm spinner. That didn't quite put them into the box seat immediately, but it just built momentum, and then Ben Foakes carried that on and smashed them into a winning position. As we look through the rest of the Glamorgan card, 2 for 40 for Dan Douthwaite, expensive, probably inevitable, given he was asked to bowl the majority of his overs after the rain when the carnage ensued. Andy Gorvin also picked up 2 wickets, but was expensive. Carlson's first over, when he went for 9, his second over cost Glamorgan dear. Ben Foakes took a liking to him. Biggest 6 of the day, actually, dare I say. He hit that one over cow corner towards the long side. Hassan was good with the new ball. He took a wicket. He nicked off Rory Burns. And Leonard impressed. He looks like he got a bit of zip and pace off the pitch. But yeah, bizarre game. Glamorgan comfortably in front, bowling excellently prior to the rain. After the rain, well, it's always difficult. You're never going to be completely on top in a short format finish like that. But I think they will be disappointed. And maybe in hindsight, the decision to go with Franco in that situation might be looked at with a stern eye. Cameron Ponsonby, any other thoughts before we round up and wind up for the day?
Well, a disappointing result for Glamorgan. As you said, they've performed so well historically in this competition. They're now 3 games into this year's tournament without a win. Surrey on the board for the first time. They'll be back, I believe we're back here on Monday for their final home group stage game. And we'll see if this can spark a bit of momentum for Surrey, who have historically struggled in this competition, but they're on the board. They've got that win under their belt, and they've got a number of positives to take away from today. The likes of Adam Thomas, the likes of Nathan Barnwell to complement the kind of performance of a leader in Ben Foakes. So Surrey win by 5 wickets. I think that's our lot from today.
Yes, thank you, Cameron. I'll see you on Monday. Hampshire are in town for the final home game of this group stage of the Metrobank 50 Over Cup for Surrey. So we'll be back at the Kia Oval. My name is Nathan Johns. You also heard from Mark Church, Kirstie White and Hector Vickers today. I think most of us will be back. Jeremy Coney will be back as well on Monday. So thank you for tuning in today. What a fantastic game. Brilliant hour or so of entertainment, especially after the rain delay. Bottom line is, Ben Foakes has taken Surrey home by a margin of 5 wickets. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will speak to you all again on Monday.